The apartment was small, unattractive, and possessed of an unsettling, musty odor that suggested long neglect. However, the few furnishings and personal belongings were clean and well organized. Several of the chairs and a small side table were clearly antiques of high quality. The largest occupant of the tiny living room was a meticulously crafted maple bookcase that might as well have rested on the moon, so out of place did it seem in the modest, unremarkable space. Most of the volumes neatly lining the shelves were financial in nature and dealt with such subjects as international monetary policy and complex investment theories. The only light in the room came from a floor lamp next to a rumpled couch. Its small arc of illumination outlined the tall, narrow-shouldered man sitting there, his eyes closed as though he were asleep. The slender watch on his wrist showed it to be 4 o'clock in the morning. Conservative gray cuffed suit pants hovered over gleaming black-tasseled shoes. Hunter green suspenders ran down the front of a rigid white dress shirt. The collar of the shirt was open. The ends of a bow tie dangled around the neck. The large bald head was like an afterthought, because what captured one's attention was the thick, steel-gray beard that fronted the wide, deeply lined face. However, when the man abruptly opened his eyes, all other physical characteristics became secondary. The eyes were chestnut brown in color and piercing. They seemed to swell to a size that completely engulfed the eye sockets as they swept across the room. Then, the pain racked the man, and he ripped at his left side. Actually, the hurt was everywhere now. Its origins, however, had been at the spot he now attacked with a fierce, if futile, vengeance. The breaths came in gushes, the face grossly contorted. His hand slipped down to the apparatus attached to his belt. About the shape and size of a Walkman, it was actually a CAD pump attached to a Groshong catheter that was fully hidden under the man's shirt, where its other end was embedded in his chest. His finger found the correct button, and the computer resting inside the CAD pump immediately delivered an incredibly potent dose of pain-killing medication over and above what it automatically dispensed at regular intervals throughout the day. As the combination of drugs flowed directly into the man's bloodstream, the pain finally retreated. But it would return. It always did. The man lay back, exhausted, his face clammy, his freshly laundered shirt soaked with perspiration. Thank God for the pump's on-demand feature. He had an incredible tolerance for pain, as his mental prowess could easily overpower any physical discomforts, but the beast now devouring his insides had introduced him to an altogether new level of physical anguish. He wondered briefly which would come first, his death or the drug's total and complete defeat at the hands of the enemy. He prayed for the former. He stumbled to the bathroom and looked into the mirror. It was at that moment that Arthur Lieberman started to laugh. The near-hysterical howls continued upward, threatening to explode through the thin walls of the apartment until the uncontrollable outburst ended in sobs and then choked vomiting. A few minutes later, having replaced his soiled shirt with a clean one, Lieberman began calmly to coax his bow tie into shape in the reflection of the bathroom mirror. The violent mood swings were to be expected, he had been told. He shook his head. He had always taken care of himself, exercised regularly, never smoked, never drank, watched his diet. Now, at a youthful 62, he would not live to see 63. That fact had been confirmed by so many specialists that, finally, even Lieberman's massive will to live had given way. But he would not go quietly. He had one card left to play. He smiled as he suddenly realized that impending death had granted him a maneuverability that had been denied in life. It would indeed be an ironic twist that such a distinguished career as his would end on such an ignoble note. But the shock waves that would accompany his exit would be worth it at this point. What did he care? He walked into the small bedroom and took a moment to glance at the photos on the desk. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he quickly left the room. At 5:30 precisely, Lieberman left the apartment and rode the small elevator down to the street level, where a Crown Victoria, its government license plates a gleaming white in the wash of the streetlight, was parked at the curb, its engine idling. The chauffeur exited the car briskly and opened and held the door for Lieberman. The driver respectfully tipped his cap to his esteemed passenger, and, as usual, received no response. In a few moments, the car had disappeared down the street. At about the time Lieberman's car entered the on-ramp to the Beltway, the Mariner L-500 jetliner was being rolled out of its hangar at Dulles International Airport in preparation for the non-stop flight to Los Angeles. Maintenance checks completed, the 155-foot-long plane was now being fueled. Western Airlines subcontracted out the fueling component of its operation. The fuel truck, squat and bulky, was parked underneath the starboard wing. On the L-500, the standard configuration had fuel tanks located within each wing and in the fuselage. The fuel panel under the wing, located about a third of the way out from the fuselage, had been dropped down, and the long fuel hose snaked upward into the wing's interior, where it had been locked into place around the fuel intake valve. The one valve served to fuel all three tanks through a series of connecting manifolds. The solitary fueler, wearing thick gloves and dirty overalls, monitored the hose as the highly combustible mixture flowed into the tank. The man looked slowly around at the increasing activity surrounding the aircraft. Mail and freight cargo were being loaded on, baggage carts were wending their way to the terminal. Satisfied that he wasn't being observed, the fueler used one gloved hand to casually spray the exposed part of the fuel tank around the intake valve with a substance in a plastic container. The metal of the fuel tank gleamed where it had been sprayed. Closer examination would have revealed a slight misting on the metal's surface, but no closer examination would be made. Even the first officer making the rounds on the pre-flight check would never discover this little surprise lurking within the massive machine. The man replaced the small plastic container deep within one pocket of his overalls. He pulled from his other pocket a slender, rectangular-shaped object and raised his hand up into the wing's interior. When his hand came back down, it was empty. The fueling completed, the hose was loaded back on the truck, and the fuel panel on the wing was reattached. The truck drove off to complete work on another jet. The man looked back once at the L-500 and then continued on. He was scheduled to get off duty at 7 this morning. He did not intend to stay a minute longer. The 220,000-pound Mariner L-500 lifted off the runway, easily powering through the early morning cloud cover. A single-aisle jet with twin high bypass ratio Rolls-Royce engines, the L-500 was the most technologically advanced aircraft currently operating outside those flown by pilots of the U.S. Air Force. Flight 3223 carried 174 passengers and a 7-member flight crew. Most passengers were settling into their seats with newspapers and magazines while the plane climbed swiftly over the Virginia countryside to its cruising altitude of 35,000 feet. The onboard navigational computer had established a flight time to Los Angeles of 5 hours and 5 minutes. One of the passengers in the first-class section was reading the Wall Street Journal. A hand played across the bushy, steel-gray beard as large, active eyes scanned the pages of financial information. Down the narrow aisle in the coach section, other passengers sat quietly, some with hands folded across their chests, some with eyes half closed, and others reading. In one seat, an old woman gripped rosary beads in her right hand, her mouth silently reciting the familiar words. As the L-500 climbed to 35,000 feet and leveled off, the captain came on the loudspeaker to make her perfunctory greetings, while the flight attendants went about their normal routine. A routine that was about to be interrupted. All heads turned to the red flash that erupted on the right side of the aircraft. Those sitting in the window seats on that side watched in the starkest horror as the right wing buckled, metal skin tearing, rivets popping free. Bare seconds passed before two-thirds of the wing sheared off, carrying with it the starboard side Rolls-Royce engine. Like savaged veins, shredded hydraulic lines and cables whipped back and forth in the fierce headwind as jet fuel from the cracked fuel tank doused the fuselage. The L-500 immediately rolled left over on its back, making a shambles of the cabin. Inside the fuselage, every single human being screamed in mortal terror as the plane whipped across the sky like a tumbleweed, completely out of control. Passengers up and down the aisle were violently torn from their seats. For most of them, the short trip from the seats was fatal. Screams of pain were heard as heavy pieces of luggage, disgorged from compartments torn open when the shock waves of air pressure gone wild exceeded their locking mechanism's strength limits, collided with soft human flesh. The old woman's hand slipped open, and the rosary beads slid down to the floor, which was now the ceiling of the upside-down plane. Her eyes were wide open now, but not in fear. She was one of the fortunate ones. A fatal heart attack had rescued her from the next several minutes of sheer terror. Twin-engine commercial jetliners are certified to fly on only one engine. No jetliner, however, can fly with only one wing. The airworthiness of Flight 3223 had been irreversibly destroyed. The L-500 settled into a tight, nose-to-ground death spiral. On the flight deck, the two-member crew struggled valiantly with the controls as their damaged aircraft shot downward through the overcast skies like a spear through cotton. Unsure of the precise nature of this catastrophe, they nevertheless were well aware that the aircraft and all lives on board were in significant jeopardy. As they frantically tried to regain control of the aircraft, the two pilots silently prayed they would collide with no other plane as they hurtled to Earth. "Oh, my God!" The captain stared in disbelief at the altimeter as it raced on its unstoppable course to zero. Neither the most sophisticated avionics system in the world nor the most exceptional piloting skills could reverse the startling truth facing every human being on the fractured projectile. They were all going to die, and very soon. And as happens in virtually all air crashes, the two pilots would be the first to leave this world. But the others on board Flight 3223 would only be a fraction of a second behind. Lieberman's mouth sagged open as he gripped the armrests in total disbelief. As the plane's nose dropped to 6 o'clock, Lieberman was looking face down at the back of the seat in front of him, as if he were at the very top of some absurd roller coaster. Unfortunately for him, Arthur Lieberman would remain conscious until the very second the aircraft met the immovable object that it was now racing toward. His exit from the living would come several months ahead of schedule and not at all according to plan. As the plane started its final descent, one word escaped from Lieberman's lips. Though monosyllabic, it was uttered in one continuous shriek that could be heard over all of the other terrifying sounds flooding the cabin. No! Chapter 2. Washington, D.C., metropolitan area, 1 month earlier. Jason Archer, his starched shirt dirty, his tie askew, labored through the contents of the piles of boxes. A laptop sat beside him. Every few minutes he would stop, pull a piece of paper from the morass, and, using a handheld device, scan the contents of the paper into his laptop. Sweat trickled down his nose. The storage warehouse he was in was hot and filthy. Suddenly, a voice called out to him from somewhere within the vast space. "Jason?" Footsteps approached. "Jason, are you here?" Jason quickly closed up the box he was working on, shut down his laptop, and slid it between a crevice in the stacks of boxes. A few seconds later, a man appeared. Quentin Rowe stood about 5'8", weighed perhaps 150, with narrow shoulders. Slender oval glasses rested above a hairless face. His long, thin blonde hair was tied back into a neat ponytail. He was dressed casually in faded jeans and a white cotton shirt. The antenna of a cellular phone sprouted from his shirt pocket. His hands were stuffed into his back pockets. "I happen to be in the area. How's it coming?" Jason stood up and stretched his long, muscular frame. "It's coming, Quentin, it's coming. The cybercom deal is really heating up, and they want the financials ASAP. How much longer do you think it'll take you?" Despite his carefree appearance, Rowe looked anxious. Jason eyed the stacks of boxes. "Another week, 10 days, tops. You sure?" Jason nodded and methodically wiped his hands off before resting his eyes on Rowe. "I won't let you down, Quentin. I know how important cybercom is to you, to all of us." A twinge of guilt hit Jason between the shoulder blades, but his features were inscrutable. Rowe relaxed somewhat. "We won't forget your efforts, Jason. What with this and the job you did on the tape backups, Gamble was particularly impressed to the extent he can understand it." "I think it'll be remembered for a long time," Jason agreed. Rowe surveyed the warehouse with incredulity. To think the contents of this entire warehouse could fit comfortably on a stack of floppy disks. What a waste. Jason grinned. "Well, Nathan Gamble isn't the most computer-literate person in the world." Rowe snorted. "His investment operations generated a lot of paper, Quentin," Jason continued. "And you can't argue with success. The man's made a lot of money over the years." "Exactly, Jason. That's our only hope. Gamble understands money. The cybercom deal will make all the others look puny by comparison." Rowe looked admiringly up at Jason Archer. "After all this work, you've got a great future ahead of you." Jason's eyes took on a soft gleam, and then he smiled at his colleague. "My thoughts, exactly." Jason Archer climbed into the passenger seat of the Ford Explorer, leaned across, and kissed his wife. Sidney Archer was tall and blonde. Her chiseled features had softened after the birth of their daughter. She inclined her head toward the rear seat. Jason smiled as his eyes fell upon Amy, 2 years old and dead asleep in her baby seat. Winnie the Pooh automatically clutched in one fist. "Long day for her," Jason said as he unknotted his tie. "For us all," Sidney replied. "I thought being a part-time law partner would be a breeze. Now it seems like I crammed the same 50-hour week into 3 days. She shook her head wearily and pulled the truck onto the road. Behind them soared the world headquarters building of Triton Global, her husband's employer, and the world's undisputed leader in technologies ranging from global computer networks to children's educational software and just about everything in between. Jason took one of his wife's hands in his and squeezed it tenderly. "I know, Sid, I know it's rough, but I might have some news soon that'll let you chuck the practice for good." She looked at him and smiled. "You devised a computer program that'll let you pick the correct lotto numbers?" "Maybe something better." A grin flashed across his handsome features. "Okay, you've definitely got my attention. What is it?" He shook his head. Not until I know for sure." "Jason, don't do this to me." Her mock plea brought a broader smile to his lips. He patted her hand. "You know I'm real good at keeping secrets, and I know how you love surprises." She stopped at a red light and turned to him. "I also like opening presents on Christmas Eve, so come on, talk." "Not this time, sorry. No way, no how. Hey, how about we go out to eat tonight?" "I'm a very tenacious attorney, so don't try to change the subject on me. Besides, eating out is not in this month's budget. I want details." She playfully poked him as she went through the green light. "Very, very soon, Sid, I promise. But not now, okay?" His tone had suddenly become more serious, as though he regretted bringing up the subject. She looked over at him. He was staring rigidly out the window. A trace of concern came over her face. He turned back to her, caught the look of worry, put a hand against her cheek, and winked. "When we got married, I promised you the world, didn't I?" "You've given me the world, Jason." She stared at Amy in the rearview mirror. "More than the world." He rubbed her shoulder. "I love you, Sid, more than anything. You deserve the best. One day, I'll give it to you." She smiled at him. However, as he turned to look out the window, the look of concern returned to her features. The man was bent over the computer, his face bare inches from the screen. His fingers were pounding the keys so fiercely they resembled a column of miniature jackhammers. The battered keyboard appeared ready to disintegrate under the relentless attack. Like pouring water, digital images flowed down the computer screen too fast for the eye to follow. A weak light overhead provided illumination for the man's task. Thick droplets of sweat clustered on his face, although the room temperature hovered at a comfortable 70 degrees. He swiped at the moisture as the salty liquid slid behind his glasses and stung his already painful, bloodshot eyes. So intent was he on his work that he did not notice the door to the room slowly open. Nor did he hear the 3 pairs of legs as they made their way in, moving across the thick carpet until they stood directly behind him. Their movements were unhurried. The intruders' superior numbers apparently provided them with overwhelming confidence. Finally, the man at the computer turned around. His limbs started to quake uncontrollably as though he had foreseen what was about to happen to him. He would not even have time to scream. As the triggers snapped back simultaneously and the firing pins rammed home, the guns roared in deafening unison. Jason Archer jerked upright in the chair where he had fallen asleep. Real sweat clung to his face, while the vision of violent death clung to his mind. The damned dream, it just wouldn't let go. He quickly looked around. Sidney was dozing on the couch. The TV droned on in the background. Jason rose and covered his wife with a blanket. Then he went down to Amy's room. It was almost midnight. As he peeked in the door, he could hear her tossing in her sleep. He went to the edge of her bed and watched the tiny form as it moved restlessly around. She must be having a bad dream, something her father could well relate to. Jason gently rubbed his daughter's forehead and then picked her up and held her, slowly swaying from side to side in the quiet darkness. This normally chased away the nightmares, and in a few minutes Amy was back in a peaceful sleep. Jason covered her up and kissed her on the cheek. Then he went to the kitchen, scribbled a note to his wife, put her on the table next to the couch where Sidney continued to doze, and headed to the garage where he climbed into his old Cougar convertible. As he backed out of the garage, he did not notice Sidney at the front window watching him, his note clutched in her hand. After his taillights disappeared down the street, Sidney turned from the window and read the note again. Her husband was heading back to the office to do some work. He would be home when he could. She looked at the clock on the fireplace mantel. It was nearly midnight. She checked on Amy and then put a tea kettle on the stove. She suddenly slumped against the kitchen counter as a deeply buried suspicion exploded to the surface. This wasn't the first time she had awoken to find her husband backing his car out of the garage, leaving a note behind telling her he had gone back to work. She made her tea and then, on impulse, raced up the stairs to the bathroom. She looked at her face in the mirror. A little fuller than when they had first married. She abruptly stripped off her sleeping gown and underwear. She looked from the front, side, and finally the back, holding up a hand mirror to check this most depressing angle. Pregnancy had done some damage. The stomach had pretty much recovered, but her bottom was definitely not as firm. Were her breasts sagging? The hips did seem slightly wider than before, not so unusual after giving birth. With nervous fingers, she pinched the millimeter of extra skin under her chin as acute depression sunk in. Jason's body was as iron-hard as it had been when they first started dating. Her husband's amazing physique and classic good looks were only part of a very attractive package that included a remarkable intellect. The package would be immensely attractive to every woman Sidney knew, and certainly most of those she didn't. As she traced her jawline, she gasped as she realized what she was doing. A highly intelligent, well-respected attorney, she was examining herself like a piece of meat, just as generations of men had routinely done to womankind. She threw her gown back on. She was attractive. Jason loved her. He was going to work to catch up on things. He was building his career rapidly. Soon, both their dreams would be fulfilled. His to run his own company, hers to be a full-time mother to Amy and the other children they expected to have. If that sounded like a 1950s sitcom, so be it, because that's exactly what the Archers wanted. And Jason, she firmly believed, was right this minute, working furiously to get there. At about the time Sidney wandered off to bed, Jason Archer stopped at a payphone and dialed a number he had memorized long before. The call was answered immediately. "Hello, Jason. I'm telling you this has to be over soon or I may not make it." "Bad dreams again." The tone managed to sound sympathetic and patronizing at the same time. "You're implying that they come and go. Actually, they're always with me," Jason curtly replied. "It won't be long now." The voice was now reassuring. "You're sure they're not onto me? I get these funny feelings like everyone's watching me." "It's normal, Jason. Happens all the time. If you were in trouble, we'd know it, believe me. We've been through this before." "I have believed you. I just hope that belief is not misplaced." Jason's voice grew more tense. "I'm not a pro at this. Damn it, it's getting to me." "We understand that. Don't go crazy on us now. As I said, it's almost over. A few more items and then you officially retire." "Look, I don't understand why we can't go with what I've already gotten." "Jason, it's not your job to think about those things. We need to dig a little deeper, and you're just going to have to accept that. Keep your head up. We're not exactly babes in the woods on things like this. We've got it all planned out. You just hold up your end and we're fine. Everybody will be fine." "Well, I'm going to finish up tonight, that's for damn sure. Do we use the same drop routine?" "No, this time it'll be a personal exchange." Jason's tone registered surprise. "Why?" "We're nearing the end, and any mistakes could jeopardize the entire operation. While we have no reason to believe they're onto you, we can't be absolutely sure we're not being watched. Remember, we're all taking chances here. Drops are usually safe, but there's always a margin of error built in. A face-to-face, out of the area with fresh people, eliminates that margin. Simple as that. It keeps you safer, too, and your family." "My family? What the hell do they have to do with this?" "Don't be stupid, Jason. These are high stakes. The risks were explained to you from the start. It's a violent world, understand? Look, everything will be fine. You just have to follow the instructions to the letter. To the letter." The last three words were said with particular force. "You haven't told anyone, have you? Particularly not your wife?" "No. Who the hell would I tell? Who would believe me?" "You'd be surprised. Just remember, anyone you tell is in danger just as you are." "Tell me something I don't know," Jason snapped back. "So what are the details?" "Not now, soon. The usual channels. Hang in there, Jason. We're almost through the tunnel." "Yeah, well, let's hope the damn thing doesn't collapse on me before then." The response drew a small chuckle, and then the line went dead. Jason slipped his thumb out of the fingerprint scanner, spoke his name into the small speaker mounted on the wall, and patiently waited as the computer matched his thumb and voice prints to the ones residing in its massive files. He smiled and nodded at the uniformed security guard sitting at a large console in the middle of the 8th-floor reception area. Jason was conscious of the name Triton Global, spelled out in foot-long silver letters behind the guard's broad back. "Too bad they don't give you the authority to just let me in, Charlie. You know, one human being to another." Charlie was a large black man in his early 60s with a bald head and a quick wit. "Hell, Jason, for all I know, you could be Saddam Hussein in disguise. These days you can't trust outward appearances. Nice sweater, by the way, Saddam." Charlie chuckled. "Besides, how could this big, sophisticated company possibly trust the judgment of a little old security guard like me when they got all these gadgets to tell them who's who? Computers are king, Jason. The sad truth is human beings don't measure up anymore." "Don't sound so depressed, Charlie. Technology has its good points. Hey, I tell you what, why don't we switch jobs for a while? Then you can see the good stuff." Jason grinned. "Sure thing, Jason. I'll go play with all those $1-million toys, and you can go sniffing around the restroom every 30 minutes looking for bad guys. I won't even charge you for use of the uniform. Of course, if we switch jobs, we also switch paychecks. I wouldn't want you to miss out on a windfall like $7 an hour. It's only fair." "You're too damn smart for your own good, Charlie." Charlie laughed and went back to studying the numerous TV monitors mounted into the console. As the massive door opened on whisper-quiet hinges, the smile on Jason's face abruptly disappeared. He moved through the opening. Striding down the hallway, he pulled something from his coat pocket. It was the size and shape of a typical credit card and was also made of plastic. Jason stopped in front of a doorway. The card slid neatly into the slot in the metal box bolted to the door. The microchip buried within the card silently communicated with its counterpart attached to the portal. Jason's index finger pecked 4 times at the adjacent numeric pad. There was an audible click. He gripped the doorknob, turned it, and the 3-inch thick door swung back into the darkened space. As the lights came on, Jason was illuminated briefly in the doorway. He quickly closed the door. The twin deadbolts slid back into place. As he looked around the neatly arranged office, his hands were shaking and his heart was beating so hard he was absolutely certain it could be heard throughout the entire building. This was not the first time. It was far from the first time. He allowed himself a brief smile as he focused on the fact that this would be the last time. Regardless of what happened, this was it. Everyone had a limit, and tonight he had reached his. He moved to the desk, sat down, and turned on the computer. Attached to the monitor was a small microphone mounted on a long, flexible metal neck that one could speak into for voice commands. Jason impatiently pushed it out of the way so he would have a clear view of the computer screen. His back ramrod straight, eyes glued to the screen, hands poised to strike, he was now clearly in his element. Like a pianist's in full swing, his fingers flashed across the keyboard. He peered at the screen, which fed instructions back to him, instructions so familiar as to be rote. Jason hit 4 digits on the numeric pad attached to the base of the computer's microprocessor unit. Then he leaned forward and fixed his gaze at a spot in the upper right-hand corner of the monitor. Jason knew that a video camera had just that instant electronically interrogated his right iris, transmitting a host of unique discriminators contained within his eye to a central database which, in turn, compared the image of his iris to the 30,000 residing in that computerized file. The entire process had taken barely 4 seconds. As accustomed as he was to the ever-expanding muscle of technology, even Jason Archer had to shake his head occasionally over what was really out there. Iris scanners were also used to closely monitor worker productivity. Jason grimaced. Truth be known, Orwell had actually underestimated. He refocused on the machine in front of him. For the next 20 minutes, Jason worked away at the keyboard, pausing only when more data flashed across the screen in answer to his queries. The system was fast, yet it had a difficult time keeping up with the fluid swiftness of Jason's commands. Suddenly, his head jerked around as a noise from the hallway filtered into the office. The damn dream again. Probably just Charlie making rounds. He looked at the screen. He wasn't getting much of anything, a waste of time. He wrote down a list of file names on a piece of paper, shut the computer down, rose, and went to the door. Pausing, he leaned his ear against the wood. Satisfied, he slid the deadbolts back and opened the door, turning off the light as he closed the door behind him. A moment later, the deadbolts automatically moved back into locked positions. He moved quickly down the hallway, finally stopping at the far end of the corridor in a little used section of the office space. This door had an ordinary lock that Jason opened using a special tool. He locked the door behind him. He did not turn on the overhead light. Instead, he produced a small flashlight from his coat pocket and turned it on. The computer console was in the far corner of the room next to a low filing cabinet piled 3 feet high with cardboard packing boxes. Jason pulled the computer workstation away from the wall, exposing cables that dangled down from the back of the computer. He knelt down and gripped the cables while at the same time inching aside a filing cabinet adjacent to the work table, revealing an outlet on the wall with several data ports. Jason attached a cable line from the computer into a port, making sure it was tight. Then he sat down in front of the computer and turned it on. As the computer came to life, Jason perched his flashlight on a box top so that the light shone directly on the keyboard. There was no numeric keypad on which to input a security passcode. Nor did Jason have to stare at the upper right-hand corner of the computer screen, waiting to be positively identified. In fact, as far as Triton's computer network was concerned, this workstation didn't even exist. He slipped the piece of paper from his pocket and laid it in the flashlight's beam atop the keyboard. Suddenly, he was conscious of movement outside the door. Holding his breath, he buried the flashlight into his armpit with his hand before hitting the off button. He dimmed the monitor until the images on the screen receded into blackness. Minutes went by as Jason sat in the darkness. A drop of sweat formed on his forehead and then lazily made its way down his nose before settling on the top of his lip. He was too afraid to wipe it away. After 5 minutes of silence, he turned the flashlight and computer monitor back on and resumed his work. He grinned once as a particularly stubborn firewall, an internal security system designed to prevent unauthorized access to computerized databases, collapsed under his persistent nudgings. Working quickly now, he made his way to the end of the files listed on the paper. Then he reached inside his coat and withdrew a 3.5-inch micro floppy disk and placed it in the computer's disk drive. A couple of minutes later, Jason withdrew the disk, turned off the computer, and left. He walked quietly back through the maze of security, said goodbye to Charlie, and moved out into the night. Chapter 3. The moonlight drifted through the window, giving shape to certain objects in the darkened interior of the large room. On a long, solid pine bureau, a number of framed photos stood in 3 tiers. In one photo, set in the back row, Sidney Archer, dressed in a dark blue business suit, leaned against a gleaming silver Jaguar sedan. Next to her, Jason Archer wore a smile along with his suspenders and dress shirt as he looked lovingly into Sidney's eyes. Another photo showed the same couple, dressed casually, standing in front of the Eiffel Tower, their fingers pointing up, mouths opened in spontaneous laughter. In the middle row of photos, Sidney, some years older, her face bloated, hair wet and clinging to the sides of her head, reclined in a hospital bed. A tiny bundle, eyes scrunched shut, was clutched in her arms. The picture next to that showed Jason, bleary-eyed and unshaven, wearing only a T-shirt and Looney Tunes boxer shorts, lying on the floor. The little one, the eyes now wide open and the brightest of blues, formed a small and contented hump on her father's chest. The center photo in the front row had clearly been taken at Halloween. The little bundle was now 2 years old and dressed as a princess, replete with tiara and slippers. Mother and father hovered proudly behind, eyes staring into the camera, their hands cradling the little girl's back and shoulders. Jason and Sidney lay in the 4-poster bed. Jason tossed and turned. It had been a week since the last late-night visit to his office. Now the payoff finally was here, making it impossible to sleep. Next to the bedroom door, a fully packed, large and particularly ugly canvas bag with blue crisscross stripes and the initials JWA sat next to a black metal case. The clock on the nightstand limped to 2 a.m. Sidney's long, slender arm reached out from under the covers and glided around Jason's head, slowly pushing his hair around. Sidney propped herself up on one elbow and continued to play with her husband's hair as she moved closer to him, finally matching his contours with her own. The flimsy nightgown clung to her. "Are you asleep?" she murmured. In the background, the muted creaks and groans of the aged house were the only sounds to break the silence. Jason rolled over to look at his wife. "Not really." "I could tell. You've been moving around a lot. Sometimes you do it in your sleep, you and Amy." "I hope I haven't been talking in my sleep. Don't want to give any secrets away." He smiled weakly. Her hand dropped to his face, which she gently stroked. "Everyone needs to keep some secrets, I guess, although I thought we agreed not to have any." She gave a little laugh, but it was hollow. Jason's mouth parted for a moment as if he were going to speak, but he quickly closed it, stretched his arms, and looked at the clock. He groaned when he saw the time. "Jesus, I might as well get up now. The cab will be here at 5:30. Sidney glanced over at the bags by the doorway and frowned. "This trip really came out of the blue, Jason." Jason didn't look at her. Instead, he wiped his eyes and yawned. "I know. I didn't even find out about it until late yesterday afternoon. When the boss says go, I go." Sidney sighed. "I knew the day would come when we'd both be out of town at the same time." Jason's voice was anxious as he looked at her. "But you worked it out with the daycare center." "I had to arrange for someone to stay past the regular closing, but that's okay. You won't be longer than 3 days, though, right?" "3 tops, Sid, I promise." He rubbed vigorously at his scalp. "You couldn't get out of the New York trip?" Sidney shook her head. "Lawyers don't get excused from business trips. It's not in the Tyler Stone manual of being a productive attorney." "Christ, you do more in 3 days than most of them do in 5. "Well, sweetie, I don't have to tell you, but in our shop, it's what did you do for me today, and, more important, what are you going to do for me tomorrow and the day after that?" Jason pulled himself up to a sitting position. "Same at Triton. However, being in the advanced technology business, their expectations go into the next millennium. One day our ship will come in, Sid. Maybe today." He looked at her. She shook her head. "Right, so while you're waiting down at the docks for our yacht, I'll keep depositing our paychecks and paying down debt. Deal?" "Okay, but sometimes you have to be optimistic. Look into the future." "Speaking of the future, have you given any more thought to working on another baby?" "I'm more than ready. If the next one's like Amy, it'll be a breeze." Sidney pressed her full thighs against him, quietly pleased that he voiced no objection to enlarging the family. If he was seeing someone else. "Speak for yourself, Mr. Male half of this little equation." She pushed him. "Sorry, Sid. Typical brain-dead man thing to say. It won't happen again, promise." Sidney lay back on the pillow and stared at the ceiling as she gently rubbed his shoulder. 3 years ago, the thought of leaving the practice of law would have been out of the question. Now, even part-time seemed too intrusive on her life with Amy and Jason. She longed for total freedom to be with her child. Freedom they could not yet afford solely on Jason's salary, even with all the cutbacks they had made, constantly fighting the American consumer compulsion to spend as much as they earned. But if Jason kept moving up at Triton, who knew? Sidney had never wanted to be financially dependent on anyone else. She looked at Jason. If she was going to tie her economic survival to one person, who better than the man she had loved almost from the moment she had laid eyes on him? As she continued to watch him, a glimmer of moisture appeared in her eyes. She sat up, leaning into him. "Well, at least while you're in Los Angeles, you can look up some of your old friends. Just skip the old flames, please." She tousled his hair. "Besides, you could never leave me. My father would stalk you." Her eyes slowly drifted over his shirtless torso. Abdominal muscles stacked on top of one another, cords of muscle rippling just beneath the skin of his shoulders. Sidney was once again reminded of how lucky she had been to collide with Jason Archer's life. And she also knew beyond doubt that her husband believed he was the lucky one for finding her. He didn't answer, just stared off. You know, you've really been burning the midnight oil the last few months, Jason. At the office at all hours, leaving me notes in the middle of the night. I miss you. She nudged him with her hip. You remember how much fun it is to snuggle at night, don't you? In response, he kissed her on the cheek. Besides, Triton has a lot of employees. You don't have to do it all yourself, she added. He looked at her, and there was a painful weariness in his eyes. You'd think so, wouldn't you? Sidney sighed. After the Cybercom acquisition closes, you'll probably be busier than ever. Maybe I should sabotage the deal. I am lead counsel for Triton, after all. She smiled. He chuckled half-heartedly, his mind clearly elsewhere. The meeting in New York should be interesting anyway. He abruptly focused on her. Why is that? Because we're meeting on the Cybercom deal. Nathan Gamble and your buddy, Quentin Rowe, will both be there. The blood slowly drained from her husband's face. He stammered. I thought the meeting was for the Beltec proposal. No, I was taken off that a month ago so I could focus on Triton's acquisition of Cybercom. I thought I told you. Why are you meeting them in New York? Nathan Gamble is there this week. He has that penthouse overlooking the park. Billionaires get their way, so off I go to New York. Jason sat up, his face so gray she thought he was going to be sick. Jason, what is it? She gripped his shoulder. He finally recovered and faced her, his expression an acutely disturbing one to her, dominated as it was by guilt. Sid, I'm not exactly going to L.A. on business for Triton. She took her hand off his shoulder and stared at him, her eyes wide with astonishment. Every suspicion she had dutifully battled during the last several months now shot back to the surface. Her throat went completely dry. What do you mean, Jason? I mean, he took a deep breath and gripped one of her hands. I mean, this trip is not for Triton. Then who exactly is it for? She demanded, her face flushed. For me. Us. It's for us, Sidney. Scowling, she sat back against the headboard and crossed her arms. Jason, you're going to tell me what's going on, and you're going to do it right now. He looked down and played with the bedcovers. She took his chin in her hand and gave him a searching look. Jason! She paused, sensing his inner struggle. Pretend it's Christmas Eve, honey. He sighed. I'm going to L.A. to interview with another firm. She took her hand away. What? He spoke quickly. Allegroport Technology. They're one of the largest specialty software manufacturers in the world. They've offered me a vice presidency and would be grooming me for the top spot eventually. Triple my salary, huge year-end bonus, stock options, beautiful retirement plan, the whole ball game, Sid, a home run. Sidney's face instantly brightened. Her shoulders slumped in relief. That was your big secret? Jason, that's wonderful. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't want to put you in an awkward position. You're Triton's counsel, after all the late hours at the office. I was trying to finish up my work. I didn't want to leave them in the lurch. Triton is a powerful company. I didn't want any hard feelings. Honey, there's no law against your joining another company. They'd be happy for you. Right. His bitter tone puzzled her for a moment, but he hurried on before she had a chance to question him about it. They'd also pay for all our relocation expenses. In fact, we'd make a nice profit on this place, enough to pay off all our bills. She stiffened. Relocation? Allegra's headquarters are in Los Angeles. That's where we'd be moving. If you don't want me to take it, then I'll respect your decision. Jason, you know my firm has an L.A. office. It'll be perfect. She sat back against the headboard again and stared at the ceiling. She looked over at him, a twinkle in her eye. And let's see, at triple your current salary, the profit from this house, and stock options to boot, I just might be able to become a full-time mom a little sooner than I thought. He smiled, and she gave him a congratulatory hug. That's why I was so surprised when you told me you were meeting with Triton. She looked at him confused. They think I took some time off to work around the house. Oh, well, sweetie, don't worry. I'll play along. You know, there's attorney-client privilege, and then there's the much stronger privilege between a horny wife and her big, beautiful husband. Her soft eyes met his, and she nuzzled her lips against his cheek. He swung his legs over the side of the bed. Thanks, babe, I'm glad I told you. He shrugged. Well, I might as well jump in the shower. Maybe I can accomplish a few things before I leave. Before he could stand up, her arms clamped around his waist. I'd love to help you accomplish something, Jason. He turned his head to look at her. She was now wearing nothing. The nightgown lay over the footboard. Her large breasts pushed into his lower back. He smiled and slid one hand down her smooth back and gripped her soft bottom appreciatively. I've always said you've got the world's greatest ass, Sid. She grunted. If you like a little additional padding, but I'm working on it. His strong hands slid under her armpits, hoisting her up so they were face to face. His eyes looked deeply into hers, and his mouth formed a solemn line before he spoke. You're more beautiful now than the day I met you, Sidney Archer. And every day, I love you more and more. The words came out slowly and gently, and made her tremble just as always. It wasn't the words he used that had that effect on her. You could find them in any Hallmark aisle. It was how he said them. The utter conviction in his voice, his eyes, the pressure of his touch against her skin. Jason looked at the clock again and grinned mischievously. I've got to leave in 3 hours to make my plane. She crooked her arm around his neck, pulled him down on top of her. Well, 3 hours can be a lifetime. Two hours later, his hair still wet from the shower, Jason Archer walked down the hallway of his home and opened the door to a small room. Set up as a home office with computer, filing cabinets, wood desk, and 2 small bookcases, the space was cramped but tidy. One small window looked out onto the darkness. Jason closed the door to his office, took a key from his desk drawer, and unlocked the top drawer of the filing cabinet. He stopped and listened for any sound. This had become habitual even in the confines of his own house. That revelation was suddenly profoundly disturbing to him. His wife had gone back to sleep. Amy was sleeping soundly 2 doors down. He reached in the drawer and carefully pulled out a large, old-fashioned leather briefcase with double straps, brass buckles, and a worn, glossy finish. Jason opened the briefcase and pulled out a blank floppy disk. The instructions he had been given were precise. Put everything he had on one floppy disk, make one hard copy of the documents, and then destroy everything else. He put the floppy disk in the drive slot and copied all the other materials he had collected onto that same floppy. That completed, his finger hovered over the delete key as he prepared to follow his instructions on destruction of all pertinent files on his hard drive. His finger wavered, however, and, finally, he chose to follow his instincts instead. It took him only a few minutes to make a duplicate copy of the floppy, after which he deleted the files on his hard drive. After perusing the contents of the duplicate floppy on his screen for several moments, he took a few minutes to perform some additional functions on his computer. As he watched, the text on the screen turned to gibberish. He saved the changes, exited out of the file, slipped the duplicate disk out of the computer, and inserted it in a small, padded envelope, which he secreted far down in a side pouch of the leather briefcase. As instructed, he then printed out a hard copy of the contents of the original floppy and put the printed pages and the original floppy disk in the briefcase's main compartment. Next, he took out his wallet and withdrew the plastic card he had used to enter his office earlier. He would no longer be needing it. He flipped the card into his desk drawer and shut it. He studied the briefcase, his thoughts hovering far away from the little room. He didn't enjoy lying to his wife. He had never done that before, and the feeling of prevarication was particularly repugnant to him. But it was almost over. He shuddered when he thought of all the risks he had taken. His body shook again when he dwelled on the fact that his wife knew absolutely nothing about it. He silently went over the plan again, the route he would take, the evasive steps he would employ, the code names of the people who would be meeting him. In spite of it all, his mind continued to wander. He looked out the window, seeming to stare across the horizon as, behind the glasses he wore, his eyes seemed to grow larger and larger as the possibilities were swiftly sorted through. After today, he could actually say for the first time that the risk had been worth it. All he had to do was survive today. Chapter 4. The darkness that enveloped Dulles International Airport would soon be dispelled by the fast-approaching dawn. As the new day began stretching itself awake, a cab pulled up in front of the airport's terminal. The rear door of the cab opened, and Jason Archer stepped out. He carried a leather briefcase in one hand and the black metal case housing his laptop computer in the other. He put a dark green, wide-brimmed hat with a leather band on his head. Jason smiled as the memory of making love to his wife commanded his thoughts. They had both showered, but the scent of recent sex lingered. And, had there been time, Jason Archer would have made love to his wife a second time. He put down the computer case for a moment, stretched his arm back inside the cab, and pulled out the oversized canvas bag which he slung over his shoulder. At the Western Airlines ticket counter, Jason exhibited his driver's license, got his seat assignment and boarding pass, and checked the canvas bag. He took a moment to smooth down the collar on his camel hair overcoat, push his hat farther down on his head, and adjust his tie, which bore soft swirls of gold, hazel, and lavender. His pants were dark gray and baggy. Not that anyone would have noticed, but the socks were white athletic ones, and the dark shoes were, in fact, tennis shoes. A few minutes later, Jason purchased a USA Today and a cup of coffee along the terminal's vendor's row. He then passed through the security gates. The shuttle to the midfield terminal was three-quarters full. Jason stood among men and women dressed much as he was, dark suits, touches of color at the neck, rolling racks stacked with bags clenched in many a weary hand. Jason's hand never left the leather briefcase. His legs straddled the computer case. He occasionally looked around the interior of the shuttle, examining its sleepy occupants. Then his eyes would eventually wander back to his newspaper as the shuttle swayed and bumped over to the midfield terminal. Sitting in a large open waiting area in front of Gate 11, Jason checked the time. Boarding would begin soon. He glanced outside the broad window, where a row of Western Airlines jets sporting the familiar brown and yellow stripes were being readied for early morning flights. Slashes of pink streaked the sky as the sun slowly rose to illuminate the east coast. Outside, the wind pushed fiercely against the thick glass. Airline workers hunched forward against the invisible thrusts of nature. The full measure of winter would be settling in soon, and the winds and icy precipitation would blanket the area until the following April. Jason pulled out the boarding pass from his inner coat pocket and studied its contents. Western Airlines Flight 3223 from Washington's Dulles International Airport to Los Angeles International Airport with direct non-stop service. Jason had been born and raised in the Los Angeles area, but hadn't been back there in over 2 years. Across the aisle of the massive terminal, a Western Airlines flight destined for Seattle, after a brief layover in Chicago, would also be boarding shortly. Jason licked his lips, a trickle of apprehension playing through his nervous system. He swallowed a couple of times to work through the dryness in his throat. As he finished his coffee, he thumbed through the newspaper, half-heartedly observing the collective aches and miseries of the world that had poured forth from every colorful page. As he glanced over the headlines, Jason noted a man striding resolutely down the middle of the concourse. He was a 6-footer with a lean build and blonde hair. He was dressed in a camel hair overcoat and baggy gray pants. A tie identical to Jason's peeped out at his neck. Like Jason, he carried a leather briefcase and black laptop computer case. In the hand holding the computer case, he also held a white envelope. Jason quickly rose and walked to the men's room. It had just reopened after having been cleaned. Entering the last stall, Jason locked the door, hung his overcoat on the door hook, opened the leather briefcase, and extracted a large, collapsible nylon bag. He pulled out a 4-by-8-inch mirror. He pushed it against the wall of the stall, and it held due to its magnetized back. He next pulled out a pair of thick black glasses to replace his wire-rimmed pair, and a paste-on black mustache. A short-haired wig matched the inky darkness of the mustache. The tie and jacket came off, were stuffed in the bag, and replaced with a Washington Huskies sweatshirt. The baggy pants came off, revealing matching sweats underneath. Now the tennis shoes did not look so out of place. The overcoat was reversible, and instead of camel, it became dark blue in color. Jason checked his appearance again in the mirror. The leather briefcase and the metal case disappeared into the nylon bag along with the mirror. He left the hat on the hook behind the stall door. Unlocking the door, he stepped out and walked over to the sink. After washing his hands, Jason studied his new bespectacled face in the mirror. In the reflection, the tall blond man he had seen earlier appeared in the doorway, moved over to the stall Jason had just exited, and closed the door. Jason took a moment to carefully dry his hands and swipe at his new hair. By that time, the man had emerged from the stall, Jason's hat perched on his head. Without his disguise, Jason and the man could have passed as twins. Leaving through the exit door, they momentarily collided. Jason quickly mouthed an apology. The man never looked at him. He quickly walked away, Jason's plane ticket disappearing into his shirt pocket, while Jason tucked the white envelope into his coat. Jason was about to return to his seat when he looked over at the bank of phones. Hesitating for an instant, he hurried over and dialed a number. "Sid?" "Jason?" Sidney was simultaneously dressing and feeding a struggling Amy Archer and stuffing files into her briefcase. "What's wrong? Is your flight delayed?" No, it leaves in a few minutes." He fell silent as he caught his altered reflection in the shiny face of the telephone. He felt embarrassed to be talking to his wife while disguised. Sidney struggled with Amy's coat. "Well, is anything wrong?" "No, I just thought I'd call to check on things." Sidney let out an exasperated grunt. "Well, let me give you the rundown. I'm late. Your daughter is being uncooperative as usual, and I just realized I left my plane ticket and some documents I need at work, which means instead of having 30 minutes to spare, I've got maybe 10 seconds. I'm sorry, Sid. Jason's hand tightly gripped the nylon bag. Today was the last day, he kept repeating to himself. If anything were to happen to him, if for some reason, despite the precautions, he didn't make it back, she would never know, would she? Sidney was seething now. Amy had just spilled her bowl of Cheerios all over her coat, and a good part of the milk had made its way into Sidney's crammed briefcase as she struggled to hold the phone under her chin. "I've got to go, Jason." "No, Sid, wait. I need to tell you some—" Sidney stood up. Her tone allowed for no compromise as she surveyed the damage wrought by her 2-year-old, who now stared defiantly up at her mother with a chin sharply reminiscent of her own. "Jason, it's going to have to wait. I've got a plane to catch, too. Goodbye." She hung up the phone and snatched up her writhing daughter under one arm. Cheerios and all, they headed out the door. Jason slowly put down the phone and turned away. He let out a deep breath and, for the 100th time, prayed today would end the way it had been planned to. He did not observe a man glance casually in his direction and then turn away. Earlier, the same man had passed by him before Jason had made the change in the restroom, close enough, in fact, to read the identification tag on his travel bag. It was one small but significant oversight on Jason's part because the tag set forth his real name and address. A few minutes later, Jason stood in line to board his flight. He pulled out the white envelope he had been given by the man in the restroom and took out the plane ticket that was in it. He wondered what Seattle would be like. He glanced across the aisle in time to see his twin get on the flight to Los Angeles. Then Jason caught a glimpse of another passenger in line for the flight to Los Angeles. Tall and lean, The man had a bald pate that topped a square face, partially covered by a massive beard. The expressive features looked familiar, but Jason couldn't quite place their owner as the man disappeared through the doorway on his way to the waiting plane. Jason shrugged, dutifully handed over his boarding pass, and walked down the jetwalk. Barely half an hour later, as the jet Arthur Lieberman was on slammed into the ground and coils of black smoke soared toward white clouds, hundreds of miles to the north, Jason Archer sipped a fresh cup of coffee and opened his laptop computer. Smiling, he looked out the plane's window as it rocketed on to Chicago. The first leg of his trip had gone off without a hitch, and the captain had just announced smooth sailing for the duration of the flight.
This ends Disc 1. Total Control, Disc 2.
Chapter 5. Sidney Archer tapped the horn impatiently, and the car in front of her sped through the green light. With a reflex motion, she checked the back seat in her Ford Explorer's rearview mirror. Amy, her Winnie the Pooh bear clutched tightly in one tiny hand, was fast asleep in her baby seat. Amy shared her mother's thick blonde hair, strong chin, and slender nose. Her dancing blue eyes and much of her athletic grace came from her father, although Sidney Archer had in college been a wick-thin power forward on the women's basketball team. She turned into the blacktop parking lot and pulled into a parking space in front of the low brick building. She got out, opened the rear door of the Ford, and gently disengaged her daughter from the confines of the baby seat, taking care to bring Pooh and Amy's day bag. Sidney pulled up the hood of Amy's jacket and shielded her daughter's face from the biting wind with her overcoat. A sign over the double-glass doors said, Jefferson County Daycare Center. Inside, Sidney removed Amy's coat, taking a moment to wipe off the remains of the earlier cereal incident, and checked the provisions in her carry bag before handing it over to Karen, one of the daycare people. The front of Karen's white jumpsuit was already smeared with red crayon, and a large spot of what looked to be grape jelly was visible on her right sleeve. Hi, Amy. We've got some new toys you probably want to check out. Karen knelt down in front of her. Amy still gripped her bear, her right thumb firmly in her little mouth. Sidney held up Amy's bag. Beans and franks and some juice and a banana. She's already had breakfast. Potato chips and a brownie if she's really good. Let her sleep a little longer at nap time, Karen. She had a rough night. Karen put out a finger for Amy to take. Okay, Mrs. Archer. Amy's always good, aren't you? Sidney knelt down and pressed a small kiss on her daughter's cheek. You've got that right, except when she doesn't want to eat, sleep, or do what she's told. Karen was the mother of a little boy the same age as Amy. The two moms shared a knowing smile. I'll be here by 7:30 tonight, Karen. Yes, ma'am. Bye-bye, Mommy. I loved you. Sidney turned to see Amy waving at her. The little fingers floated up and down. The sharp chin had dissolved into a cute little bump, and with it, Sidney's anger from the morning's battle. Sidney returned the wave. I love you, too. We'll get some ice cream tonight, sweetie, after dinner, and I'm sure Daddy will be calling to talk to you, okay? A wonderful smile broke across Amy's features. 30 minutes later, Sidney pulled into her office parking garage, grabbed her briefcase from the passenger seat, and slammed the truck door as she raced to the elevator. The chilly wind funneling down the underground garage entrance brightened her thoughts. Soon the old stone fireplace in their living room would be in use. She had come to love the smell of a fire. It was comforting and made her feel safe. The coming of winter had turned her thoughts to Christmas. This would be the first December in which Amy could actually appreciate its very special time. Sidney felt herself growing more and more excited about the approaching holidays. They were going to her parents' place for Thanksgiving, but this year Jason, Sidney, and Amy were staying home for Christmas. Just the three of them. In front of the popping fire, flanked by a fat-bottomed white pine Christmas tree and a mountain of presents for their little girl. Although technically only a part-timer, she was still one of the hardest-working attorneys at the firm. The senior partners at Tyler Stone smiled every time they passed Sidney Archer's office as they saw their respective pieces of the partnership pie grow even larger through her efforts. Though they probably believed they were using her, Sidney had her own agenda. The part-time scenario was only an interim measure. Sidney could always practice law. However, she only had one opportunity to be Amy's mother while Amy was still a little girl. The old stone and brick house had been purchased at roughly half price because of all the renovation work needed, work that Sidney and Jason and a group of subcontractors had completed at fiercely negotiated prices over the last 2 years. The Jag had been traded in for the cranky 6-year-old Ford. The last of the massive student loans were almost gone, and their monthly living expenses had been reduced by almost 50% through common sense and sacrifice. In another year, the Archers would be almost completely debt-free. Her thoughts went back to the early morning hours. Jason's news had been truly stunning, but she felt the tuggings of a smile as she considered the ramifications. She was proud of Jason. He deserved this kind of success more than anyone. It was shaping up to be quite a good year. All those late nights. He had probably been putting together the details of his job. All those hours of needless worry on her part. She now felt bad about hanging up on him earlier. She would make it up to him when he got back. Sidney stepped off the elevator, hurried down the richly appointed hallway, and opened the door to her office. She checked her email and voicemail. Neither revealed any emergencies. She loaded her briefcase with the documents she would need for her trip, grabbed the airplane tickets from her chair where her secretary had left them, and slid her laptop into a carry case. She left a stream of voicemail instructions for her secretary and 4 other lawyers at the firm assisting her on various matters. Sufficiently weighed down, she managed to stagger back out to the elevator. Sidney checked in at the U.S. Air shuttle desk at National Airport and a few minutes later was settling into her seat on the Boeing 737. She was confident the plane would take off right on time for the barely 50-minute trip to New York's LaGuardia Airport. Unfortunately, it took almost as long to drive into the city from the airport as it did to traverse the 230 or so miles from the nation's capital to the capital of the financial world. The flight, as usual, was full. As she assumed her seat, she noted that sitting next to her was an elderly man dressed in an old-fashioned 3-piece pinstripe suit. A wide-knotted, bright red tie shone out from the background of a crisp button-down shirt. In his lap sat a battered leather briefcase. Slender hands nervously clasped and unclasped as he looked out the window. Small tufts of white hair clung around his earlobes. The shirt collar hung loosely around the skinny neck like walls pulling loose from their foundation. Sidney noticed beads of perspiration adhering to his left temple and over his thin lips. The plane lumbered clumsily to the main runway. The whir of wing flaps settling into the down takeoff position seemed to calm the old man. He turned to Sidney. "That's all I listen for anymore," he said, his voice deep and rocky and laced with the front porch drawl of a lifetime spent in the South. Sidney looked at him curiously. "What's that?" He pointed out the small window. "Make sure they set the damn flaps on the wings so this thing will get off the ground. Remember that plane up in Detroit?" He said the word as if it were actually 2. "Damn pilots forgot to set the flaps right and killed everybody on board except for that little girl." Sidney looked out the window for a moment. "I'm sure the pilots are well aware of that," she replied. She sighed inwardly. The last thing she needed was to be sitting next to a nervous flyer. Sidney turned back to her notes, doing a quick scan for her presentation before the flight attendants made everyone stow their belongings under the seats. As the flight attendants came by for another check, she slipped the papers back in her briefcase and slid it under the seat in front of her. She looked out the window at the dark, choppy waters of the Potomac. Flocks of seagulls scattered across the water. From a distance they resembled swirling pieces of paper. The captain crisply announced over the intercom that the U.S. Air Shuttle was next in line to take off. A few seconds later, the plane rose smoothly off the ground. After banking left to avoid flying over the restricted airspace above the Capitol and the White House, the plane raced to its cruising altitude. Several minutes after the plane leveled off at 29,000 feet, the beverage cart rolled by, and Sidney got a cup of tea and the obligatory bag of salty peanuts. The elderly man next to her shook his head when asked for his beverage request and continued to stare anxiously out the window. Sidney reached down and pulled her briefcase from underneath the seat in anticipation of doing some work for the next half hour. She settled back in her seat and took some papers out of her briefcase. As she began to go over their contents, she noticed the old man still glancing out the window. His small frame was tense as he rode every bump, obviously listening for any out-of-the-way sound that would herald a catastrophe. The veins were tight in his neck. His hands were wrapped around the armrests of his seat. The common plight of the not-so-rare white-knuckler. Her face softened. Being frightened was difficult enough. Believing you are alone in that fear merely compounded matters. She reached out and patted his arm gently and smiled. He glanced quickly over at her and returned the smile in an embarrassed fashion, his face slightly reddening. "They do this flight so many times, I'm sure they've worked out all the kinks," she said, her voice quiet and soothing. He smiled again and rubbed his hands to return the circulation. "You're absolutely right, ma'am." Sidney Archer. "George Beard is what they call me. Glad to know you, Sidney." They firmly shook hands. Beard abruptly looked out the window at the puffy clouds. The sunlight was sharp and penetrating. He slid the window shade down part way. "I've flown so many damn times over the years, you'd think I'd get used to it." "It can be nerve-wracking for anyone, George, no matter how often you've done it," Sidney replied kindly. "But it's not nearly as frightening as the cabs we're going to have to take into the city." They both laughed. Then Beard jumped slightly as the plane hit a particularly stubborn air pocket, and his face once again became ashen. "Do you go to New York often, George?" She tried to hold his eyes with hers. No mode of transportation had ever bothered her in the past, but ever since she'd had Amy, little cells of apprehension appeared when she boarded a plane or train or even got in her car. She studied Beard's face as the old man tensed again while the plane bumped along. "George, it's all right, just a little turbulence." He took a deep breath and finally eyed her squarely. "I'm on a couple of boards of companies headquartered in New York, have to go up twice a year." Sidney glanced back at her documents, suddenly remembering something. She frowned. There was a mistake on the 4th page. That would need to be corrected when she got into town. George Beard touched her arm. "I guess we're all right today, at least. I mean, how often do they have 2 crashes in one day? Tell me that." Preoccupied, Sidney did not answer right away. Finally, she turned to him, her eyes narrowing. "Pardon?" Beard leaned forward in a confidential manner, his voice low. "Took one of them puddle jumpers up from Richmond early this morning. I got to National about 8 o'clock. I overheard 2 pilots talking. Couldn't hardly believe it. They were nervous, I can tell you that. Hell, I would be, too." Sidney's face evidenced her confusion. "What are you talking about?" Beard bent even closer to her. "I don't know if this is public knowledge, but my hearing aid works a lot better now with the new batteries, so those fellows might have thought I couldn't hear." He paused dramatically, his eyes glancing sharply around before settling once again on Sidney. "There was a plane crash early this morning. No survivors." He looked at her, his white, bushy eyebrows twitching like a cat's tail. For an instant, Sidney's major organs collectively seemed to cease all functioning. "Where?" Beard shook his head. "I didn't hear that part. It was a jet, though. A pretty big one, I gathered. Fell right out of the sky, apparently. I guess that's why those fellows were so nervous. I mean, not knowing why is just as bad, right?" "Do you know what airline?" He shook his head again. "Guess we'll know soon enough. It'll be on the TV when we get to New York, I would bet. I already called my wife from the airport, told her I was okay. Hell, of course she hadn't even heard about it yet, but I didn't want her to start worrying if she saw it on the TV or something." Sidney looked at his bright red tie. It suddenly took on the image of a large, fresh wound gaping at his throat. The odds! It couldn't be possible. She shook her head and then stared straight ahead. Looking back at her was a quick resolution to her worry. She inserted her credit card in the slot in the seat in front of her, grabbed the plane phone from its niche, and a moment later she was dialing Jason's skyward pager. She didn't have his new cell phone number. In any event, he normally turned his phone off during flights. He had been reprimanded twice by airline personnel for receiving cell calls during flights. She hoped to God he had remembered to bring the pager. She checked her watch. He would be above the Midwest right about now, but bouncing its signals off a satellite, the pager was easily capable of receiving pages on planes. However, he couldn't call her back on the plane phone. The 737 she was on was not equipped with that technology yet. So she left her office number at the prompt. She would wait 10 minutes and call in to her secretary. 10 minutes passed, and she called her office. Her secretary picked up on the second ring. No, her husband hadn't called. At Sidney's urging, her secretary checked Sidney's voicemail. Nothing there either. Her secretary had heard of no plane accident. Sidney began to wonder if George Beard had misunderstood the pilot's conversation. He probably sat around imagining every possible catastrophe, but she had to be sure. She frantically searched her memory for the airline her husband was on. She called information and got the number for United Airlines. She finally got through to a human being and was told that the airline did have an early morning flight to L.A. from Dulles, but there had been no reports of any airline crash. The woman seemed reluctant to discuss the subject over the telephone, and Sidney hung up with fresh doubts. Next, she called American, and, after that, Western Airlines. She could not get through to an actual person at either airline. The lines seemed to be jammed with calls. She tried again with the same result. A numbness slowly coursed through her body. George Beard touched her arm again. "Sidney? Ma'am, is everything okay?" Sidney didn't answer. She continued to stare ahead, oblivious to everything except the certainty that she would race off the plane as soon as it landed. Chapter 6. Jason Archer looked at the skyward pager and the number etched across its tiny screen. He rubbed at his chin and then took off his glasses and wiped them on his lunch napkin. This was his wife's direct office number. Like his wife's plane, the DC-10 he was flying on also had cellular phones recessed into the backs of every other seat. He had started to reach for the phone and then stopped. He knew Sidney was in her firm's New York office today, which was why the leaving of her DC office number puzzled him. For a terrifying instant, he thought something might be wrong with Amy. He checked his skyward pager again. The call had come in at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. He shook his head. His wife would have been on a plane halfway to New York at that time. It wouldn't have had anything to do with Amy. Their daughter would have been at daycare before 8. Was she calling to apologize for hanging up on him earlier? That, he concluded, was far from likely. That exchange didn't even qualify for minor spat status. It didn't make any sense. Why on earth would she be calling him from a plane and leaving the number of an office at which he knew she would not be? His face suddenly went pale. Unless it was not his wife who had called. Given the bizarre circumstances, Jason concluded that it was probably not his wife who had placed that call. He instinctively scanned the cabin. The in-flight movie droned on from the pull-down screen. He sat back in his seat and stirred the remains of his coffee with a plastic spoon. The flight attendants were clearing away meal plates and offering pillows and blankets. Jason's hand curled protectively around the handle of the leather briefcase. He glanced at the case containing his laptop where it was stowed under the seat in front of him. Maybe her trip had been canceled. However, Gamble was already in New York, and nobody canceled on Nathan Gamble. Jason knew that. Besides, the Cybercom deal was at a critical stage. He leaned back farther in his seat, his hand fingering the skyward pager like a ball of putty. If he placed the call to his wife's office, what then? Would he be relayed to New York? Should he call home to check messages? Any communication option at this juncture required him to use a cellular phone. He was carrying a new, sophisticated model in his briefcase, one with the latest security and scrambler capabilities. However, he was prohibited by airline regulations from using it. He would have to use the one supplied by the airline, in which case he would also have to use a credit or phone card. And it was not a secure line. That would allow opportunities, however remote, for his location to be ascertained. At the bare minimum, there would be a discernible trail. He was supposed to be heading to L.A. Instead, he was 31,000 feet above Denver, Colorado, on his way to the Pacific Northwest. This unexpected bump was acutely disturbing after all the careful planning. He hoped it was not a precursor of things to come. Jason looked at the pager again. The Skyward pager had a headline news service, and late-breaking stories came across its screen several times a day. The political and financial data treading across the pager screen did not interest him at the moment. He turned the matter of the supposed page from his wife over in his mind for a few minutes more, and then he deleted the page message and put the audio earphones back on. However, his mind was far away from the images drifting across the movie screen. Sidney darted through the crowded terminal at LaGuardia, her 2 bags clunking against her nylon-stockinged legs. She did not see the young man until he almost collided with her. Sidney Archer? He was in his 20s and dressed in a black suit and tie, a chauffeur's hat perched on top of brown curly hair. She stopped and looked dully at him, fear thudding through her body as she waited for him to deliver his terrible message. Then she noticed the placard in his hand with her name on it, and her entire body deflated in relief. Her firm had sent a car to take her to the Manhattan office. She had forgotten. She nodded slowly, her blood beginning to circulate again. The young man took one of her bags and led her toward the exit. "I got a description of you from your office. Like to do that in case people don't see the sign. Everybody moves fast around here, preoccupied, you know. You need a good backup system. Car's right outside. You might want to button your coat up, though. It's freezing out there." As they passed the check-in counter, Sidney hesitated. Long lines streamed out from the busy airline counters as overwrought travelers tried valiantly to keep one step ahead of the demands of a world that seemed more and more to exceed human capacities. She quickly scanned the terminal for anyone who looked like an idle airline employee. All she saw were the skycaps calmly trucking luggage around amid the hysteria of panicked travelers. It was chaotic, but it was the normal chaos. That was good, wasn't it? The driver looked at her. "Everything okay, Miss Archer? You not feeling well?" She had grown even paler in the last few seconds. "I've got some Tylenol in the limo. Perk you right up. Those planes make me sick, too. All that recirculated air. I tell you what, though, you get some fresh air, you'll be A-OK. That is, if you can call the air in New York City fresh." He smiled. His smile suddenly vanished as Sidney abruptly bolted away. "Miss Archer?" He sped after her. Sidney caught up with the uniformed woman whose identifying badges and insignias stamped her as an employee of American Airlines. Sidney took a few seconds to get her question out. The young woman's eyes grew large. "I haven't heard anything like that." The woman spoke in a low voice so as not to alarm passers-by. "Where did you hear that?" When Sidney answered, the woman smiled. By that time, the driver had joined them. "I just got out of a briefing, ma'am. If something like that happened to one of our aircraft, we would have heard, trust me." "But if it had just happened, Sidney's voice was rising. "Ma'am, it's all right, okay? Really, there's nothing to be concerned about. It's by far the safest way to travel." The woman took one of Sidney's hands in a firm grip, looked at the driver with a reassuring smile, and then turned and walked away. Sidney stood there a few moments longer, staring after the woman. Then she took a deep breath, looked around, and shook her head in dismay. She started to walk toward the exits again and looked across at the driver as if noticing him for the first time. "What's your name?" Tom Richards. People call me Tommy." "Tommy, have you been at the airport long this morning?" "Oh, about a half hour. I like to get here early. Transportation headaches are not what businessmen, people need, you know." They reached the exit doors, and the stiff, punishing wind hit Sidney flush in the face. She staggered for a moment, and Tommy grabbed one of her arms to steady her. "Ma'am, you don't look so good. You want I should drive you to a doctor or something?" Sidney regained her balance. "I'm fine. Let's just get to the car." He shrugged, and she followed him to a gleaming black Lincoln town car. He held the door for her. She lay back against the seat cushions and took several deep breaths. Tommy climbed in the driver's seat and started the engine. He looked in the rearview mirror. "Look, I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but you sure you're okay?" She nodded and managed a brief smile. "I'm fine, thank you." She took another deep breath, unbuttoned her coat, smoothed out her dress, and crossed her legs. The interior of the car was very warm, and after the cold burst she had just encountered, she actually wasn't feeling all that well. She looked at the back of the driver's head. "Tommy, did you hear anything about an airplane crash today, while you were at the airport or on the news?" Tommy's eyebrows went up. "Crash? Not me. I ain't heard nothing like that. And I've been listening to the 24-hour news radio all morning. Who says a plane crashed? That's crazy. I got friends at most of the airlines. They would have told me." He looked at her warily, as if he were suddenly unsure of her mental state. Sidney didn't answer, but lay back against the seat. She took the cellular phone supplied by the car company out of its receptacle and dialed Tyler Stone's New York office. She silently cursed George Beard. She knew the odds were billions to 1 that her husband had been in a plane crash, a purported crash that, so far, only an old, terrified man seemed to know about. She shook her head and finally smiled. The whole thing was absurd. Jason was hard at work on his laptop, having a snack and a second cup of coffee, or, more likely, settling in to watch the in-flight movie. Her husband's pager was probably gathering dust on his nightstand. She would give him hell about it when he got back. Jason would laugh at her when she told him this story, but that was okay. Right now she very much wanted to hear that laugh. She spoke into the phone. "It's Sidney. Tell Paul and Harold that I'm on my way." She looked out the window at the smooth-flowing traffic. 35 minutes tops." She replaced the phone and again stared out the window. The thick clouds were heavy with moisture, and even the stout Lincoln was buffeted by powerful winds when they took the bridge over the East River on their way into Manhattan. Tommy again looked at her in the rearview mirror. "They're calling for snow today, a lot of it. Me, I say they're blowing smoke. I can't remember the last time the weather guys got anything right, but if they do, you might have a problem getting out, ma'am. They shut LaGuardia down at the drop of a hat these days." Sidney continued to look out the tinted windows, where the army of familiar skyscrapers making up the world-famous Manhattan skyline filled the horizon. The solid and imposing buildings reaching to the sky seemed to bolster her spirit. In the foreground of her mind, Sidney could see that white pine Christmas tree holding court in one corner of the living room, the warmth of a cozy fire radiating outward, the touch of her husband's arm around her, his head against her shoulder. And best of all, the shiny, enchanted eyes of their 2-year-old. Poor old George Beard. He should retire from those boards. It was clearly all becoming too much for him. She told herself he wouldn't even have gotten close with his preposterous story if her husband hadn't been flying today. She looked toward the front of the Lincoln and allowed herself to relax a little. "Actually, Tommy, I'm thinking of taking the train back." Chapter 7. In the main conference room of Tyler Stone's New York office in Midtown Manhattan, the video presentation outlining the latest business terms and legal strategies for the Cybercom deal had just ended. Sidney stopped the video, and the screen returned to a pleasant blue. She scanned the large room where 15 heads, mostly white males in their early to mid-40s, stared anxiously at one man sitting at the head of the table. The group had been sequestered in the tension-filled room for hours. Nathan Gamble, the chairman of Triton Global, was a barrel-chested individual of medium height in his mid-50s, with gray-streaked hair brushed straight back and held rigidly in place with a substantial amount of gel. The expensive double-breasted suit was professionally tailored to his stocky form. His face was deeply lined and carried the remnants of an off-season tan. His voice was baritone and commanding. Sidney could easily envision the man bellowing across conference room tables at quaking underlings. The head of a far-reaching corporate powerhouse, he certainly looked and acted the part. From under thick gray eyebrows, Gamble's dark brown eyes were glued on her. Sidney returned the stare. "Do you have any questions, Nathan?" "Just one." Sidney steadied herself. She could feel it coming. "What is it?" she asked presently. "Why the hell are we doing this?" Everyone in the room, except for Sidney Archer, winced as though they had collectively sat on one gigantic needle. "I'm not sure I understand your question." "Sure you do, unless you're stupid, and I know you're not." Gamble spoke quietly, his features inscrutable despite the sharpness of his rhetoric. Sidney bit her tongue hard. I take it you don't like having to sell yourself in order to buy Cybercom. Gamble looked around the table. I've offered an exorbitant amount of cash for that company. Apparently not content with making a 10,000% return on their investment, now they want to go through my records, correct? He looked at Sidney for an answer. She nodded without speaking, and Gamble continued. I've bought a lot of companies, and no one has ever asked for those materials before. Now Cybercom does, which gets back to my earlier question. Why are we doing this? What the hell's so special about Cybercom? His eyes made an exacting scope of the table before settling once again on Sidney. A man seated to the left of Gamble stirred. A laptop computer in front of him had drawn his attention throughout the meeting. Quentin Rowe was the very young president of Triton and subordinate only to Nathan Gamble, while all the other men in the room were entombed in stylish suits. He was dressed in khaki pants, worn deck shoes, a blue denim shirt, and a brown vest buttoned up the front. 2 diamond studs were lodged in his left earlobe. He looked more suited to appearing on an album cover than stepping into a boardroom. Nathan, Cybercom is special, Rose said. Without them, we could well be out of business within 2 years. Cybercom's technology will completely reinvent and then dominate how information is processed over the Internet. And as far as the high-tech business is concerned, that's like Moses coming down the mountain with the commandments. There's no substitute. Rose's tone was a little weary, but carried strident undertones. He did not look at Gamble. Gamble lit up a cigar, casually leaning his expensive lighter up against a small brass sign on the table that read, "No smoking." You know, Roe, that's the problem with this high-tech crap. You're king of the hill in the morning and cow shit by the afternoon. I never should have gotten into the damn business in the first place. Well, if money is all you care about, keep in mind that Triton is the world's dominant technology company and generates more than $2 billion in profits per quarter. Quentin Rowe shot back. And cow shit by tomorrow afternoon. Gamble gave Rowe a sidelong glance, filled with disgust, and puffed away. Sidney Archer cleared her throat. Not if you acquire Cybercom, Nathan. Gamble turned to look at her. You'll be on top for at least the next decade, and your profits could well triple within 5 years. Really? Gamble did not look convinced. She's right, Rowe added. You have to understand that no one until now has been able to design software and related communication peripherals that will allow users to take full advantage of the Internet. Everyone's been floundering, trying to figure out how to make it all work. Cybercom has accomplished that. It's why there's been such a furious bidding war for the company. We are now in a position to close that war out. We have to, unless we want to be an also-ran. I don't like them looking at our records, period. We're a privately held company of which I'm by far the largest stockholder, and cash is cash. Gamble stared hard between Sidney and Rowe. They're going to be your partners, Nathan, Sidney said. They're not taking your money and walking like the other acquisitions you've done. They want to know what they're getting into. Triton isn't publicly traded, so they can't go to the SEC and get the information they want. This is reasonable due diligence. They requested the same things from the other bidders. You presented my last cash offer? Sidney nodded. We did. And they were duly impressed and reiterated their request for financial and operational records on the company. If we give it to them, sweeten the purchase price some, and load the back end with better incentives, I think we've got a deal. Gamble's face reddened, and he lurched to his feet. There's not a company out there that can touch us, and this chicken-shit Cybercom wants to check up on me? Rose sighed deeply. Nathan, it's merely perfunctory. They're not going to have any problems with Triton. We both know that. Let's just get it done. It's not like the records are unavailable. They're in the best shape they've ever been in, he said, visibly frustrated. In fact, Jason Archer recently completed that reorganization and did a superb job. A warehouse full of paper with no rhyme or reason to it. I still can't believe that. He looked at Gamble with contempt. In case you forgot, I was too busy making money to piss around with a bunch of paper, Roe. The only paper I happen to care about is the green kind. Rowe ignored Gamble's response. Because of Jason's work, the due diligence can be completed very soon. He waved cigar smoke away from his face. Gamble glared at Rowe. Really? Then he scowled at Sidney. Well, would someone care to tell me why Archer isn't at this meeting, then? Sidney paled, and for the first time all day she mentally shut down. Rowe stepped in. Jason took a few days off. Gamble rubbed his temples. Well, let's get him on the phone and see where we stand. Maybe we have to give Cybercom some of it, maybe we don't, but what I don't want is us giving them stuff we don't have to. What if the deal doesn't go through? What then? His fierce eyes swept the table. Sidney's tone was calm. Nathan, we'll have a team of attorneys check every document before they are turned over to Cybercom. Fine, but is there anybody who knows the records better than her husband? Gamble looked at Rowe for an answer. The young man shrugged. No, not right now. Then let's get him on the line. Nathan, Gamble cut Rowe off. Jesus Christ, you'd think that the chairman of the company would be able to get a status report from an employee, wouldn't you? And why is he taking time off anyway with the Cybercom deal heating up? He jerked his head in Sidney's direction. I can't say that I much like the idea of having husband and wife involved in the same acquisition, but you happen to be the best deal attorney that I know of. Thank you. Don't thank me because this deal isn't done yet. Gamble sat down and took a long puff on his cigar. Let's call your husband. He home? Sidney blinked rapidly and sat back down. Well, actually, he's not right now. Gamble looked at his watch. Well, when will he be? Sidney distractedly rubbed at her brow. I'm not exactly sure. I tried him during our last break and he wasn't in. Well, let's try him again. Sidney stared at the man. She seemed suddenly all alone in the massive room. Sidney inwardly sighed and handed the TV remote to Paul Brophy, a young New York-based partner. Damn it, Jason, I hope you really have this new job locked up, because it looks like we're really going to need it, honey. The door to the conference room opened, and a secretary poked her head in. Miss Archer, I hate to interrupt, but is there a problem with your plane tickets? Sidney looked puzzled. Not that I know of, Jan. Why? Well, someone from the airline is on the phone for you. Sidney opened her briefcase, pulled out her shuttle tickets, and quickly perused them. She looked back at Jan. It's a shuttle ticket, so it's an open return. Why would the airline be calling me about that? Can we get on with the meeting? Gamble bellowed. Jan cleared her throat, looked anxiously at Nathan Gamble, and continued speaking to Sidney. Well, whoever it is wants to talk to you. Maybe they had to cancel the shuttle for the rest of today. It's been snowing for the last 3 hours. Sidney picked up another device and hit a button. The automatic blinds covering the wall of windows slowly slid back. Christ! Sidney gasped in dismay. She watched the fat snowflakes pouring down. They were so thick she couldn't see the building across the street. Paul Brophy looked at her. The firm still has that condo up on Park, Sid, if you need to stay over. He paused. Maybe we could grab some dinner. His eyes were quietly hopeful. Sidney sat down wearily without looking at him. I can't. She was about to say that Jason was out of town, but quickly caught herself. Sidney thought rapidly. Gamble was obviously not going to let this one go. She could call home, confirm what she already knew, that Jason wasn't there. They could all go out to dinner, and she could slip away and start calling around L.A., starting with the offices of a leg report. They could patch Jason through. He could satisfy Gamble's curiosity, and with a little luck she and her husband could escape with little more than a bruised ego and the beginnings of an ulcer. And if the airports were closed, she could take the last Metroliner train home. She swiftly calculated travel times. She would have to call the daycare. Karen could take Amy home with her. Worst-case scenario, Amy could do a sleepover at Karen's. This logistical nightmare only reinforced Sidney's desires for a simpler existence. Ms. Archer, do you want to take the call? Sidney snapped out of her musings. I'm sorry, Jan. Just put it through in here. And, Jan, see if you can get me on the last Metroliner just in case LaGuardia's closed. Yes, ma'am. Jan closed the door. In another moment, a red light blinked on the telephone perched on the credenza. Sidney picked it up. Paul Brophy ejected the video, and the TV came back on, voices from the screen filling the room. He quickly hit the mute button on the remote, and the room was once again silent. Sidney cradled the phone against her ear. "This is Sidney Archer. Can I help you?" The woman's voice on the other end was a little hesitant, but oddly soothing. "My name is Linda Freeman. I'm with Western Airlines, Ms. Archer. Your office in Washington gave me this number." "Western? There must be a mistake. I'm ticketed on U.S. Air, on the New York to D.C. shuttle." Sidney shook her head. A stupid mistake. She had enough on her plate right now. "Ms. Archer, I need you to confirm that you're the spouse of Jason W. Archer, residing at 611 Morgan Lane, Jefferson County, Virginia." Sidney's tone betrayed her confusion. However, her answer was automatic. "Yes." As soon as the word passed her lips, Sidney's entire body froze. "Oh, my God!" Paul Brophy's voice cut through the room. Sidney whirled around to look at him. All eyes were staring at the TV. Sidney turned slowly toward it. She didn't notice the words "Special News Report" flashing across the top of the screen, or the hearing-impaired close-captioned subtitles flowing across the bottom while the news correspondent recounted the tragic story. Her eyes were riveted on the mass of smoky, blackened wreckage that had once been a proud member of the Western Airlines fleet. George Beard's face appeared in her mind. His low, confidential tones assailed her. There was a plane crash. The voice on the phone beckoned to her. "Ms. Archer, I'm afraid there's been an incident involving one of our aircraft." Sidney Archer heard no more. Her hand slowly descended to her side. Her fingers involuntarily opened, and the phone receiver fell to the thickly carpeted floor. Outside, the snow continued to pour down so forcefully it resembled one of the city's famous ticker-tape parades. The cold winds hurled themselves against a broad array of windows, and Sidney Archer continued to stare in complete disbelief at the crater containing the remains of Flight 3223. Chapter 8. One man, dark-haired, with a cleft chin below chubby cheeks, dressed in a fashionable two-piece suit and clearly introducing himself as William, met Jason Archer at the airport gate in Seattle. The two exchanged a couple of sentences, each composed of seemingly arbitrary words. The coded greeting successfully exchanged, they walked off together. As William went through the exit doors to signal for their ride, Jason took the opportunity to unobtrusively deposit a padded envelope into a U.S. mailbox located to the right of the exit door. Inside the envelope was the copy of the computer diskette he had made before leaving home. Jason was quickly escorted to a limousine that had pulled up to the curb on William's signal. Inside the limo, William presented identification to Jason that revealed his name actually to be Anthony DePazza. A few words of innocuous conversation were exchanged, but nothing further as the men settled back into the deep leather. Another man, dressed in a conservative brown suit, drove. During the ride, at DePazza's suggestion, Jason took the opportunity to remove the wig and mustache. The leather briefcase rode on Jason's lap. Occasionally, DePazza would eye it and then continue to stare out the window. Had Jason observed a little more closely, he would have noticed the bulge and occasional glint of metal under DePazza's jacket. The Glock M17 9mm was a particularly deadly piece of ordnance. The driver was similarly equipped. Even if Jason had seen the weaponry, however, it would not have surprised him. Indeed, he expected them to carry guns. The limo headed east away from Puget Sound. Jason looked out the tinted windows. The sky was overcast, and drops of rain splattered against the window. From his small pool of meteorological knowledge, Jason knew this weather was apparently a fixture for Seattle. Within half an hour, the limo had reached its destination, a collection of warehouse buildings that were accessed through an electric gate where a guard was stationed. Jason looked around nervously, but said nothing. he had been told to expect unusual meeting conditions. They entered one of the warehouses through a metal overhead door that rose up as the limo approached. Exiting the vehicle, Jason could see the door closing. The only light came from a couple of overhead fixtures that were in need of cleaning. A set of stairs was at one end of the vast space. The men motioned for Jason to follow them. Jason looked around and felt an uneasiness start to wash over him. With an effort, he brushed aside the feeling, took a deep breath, and walked toward the stairs. Up the stairs, they entered a narrow doorway to a small, windowless room. The driver waited outside. Dipazza hit the light switch. Jason looked around. The furnishings consisted of one card table, a couple of chairs, and a battered file cabinet with holes rusted through. Completely unknown to Jason, the surveillance camera, activated as soon as the light in the small room had been turned on, looked out from one of the file cabinet's rusty apertures, silently recording the events. Dipazza sat down in one of the chairs and motioned for Jason to do likewise. "Shouldn't be long now," Dipazza said in a friendly tone. He flipped out a cigarette and offered another to Jason, who shook his head. "Just remember, Jason, don't do any talking. They only want what's in that briefcase. No need to complicate matters, okay?" Jason nodded. Before Dipazza could light the menthol, there were 3 quick knocks on the door. Jason stood up, as did Dipazza, who quickly put the cigarette away and opened the door. In the doorway stood a man, small in stature, his hair solid gray, his skin tanned and heavily wrinkled. Behind him were 2 men, dressed in cheap suits and wearing sunglasses despite the dim light. They both appeared to be in their late 30s. The older man looked at Dipazza, who in turn pointed to Jason. The man looked at him with penetrating blue eyes. Jason suddenly realized he was drenched with perspiration, although the entire warehouse was unheated and the temperature must have been close to 40 degrees. Jason glanced at Dipazza, who slowly nodded. Jason quickly handed over the leather briefcase. The man looked inside the bag, briefly perusing its contents, taking a minute to scrutinize one piece of paper in particular. The 2 others did likewise. Smiles sprouted on their lips. The older man smiled broadly and then replaced the page, closed the briefcase, and handed it to one of his men. The other one handed him a silver metal case, which he held briefly and then handed over to Jason. The case was secured by an electronic lock. The sudden roar of the airplane overhead made them all jerk their heads upward. It seemed to be landing on the building. In a few moments it had passed by and the silence returned. The elderly man smiled, turned, and the door quietly closed behind all 3. Jason slowly let out his breath. They waited for a minute in silence, and then Dipazza opened the door and motioned for Jason to walk out. Dipazza and the driver followed. The lights were turned out. The surveillance camera instantly shut off as the darkness returned. Jason climbed back into the limo, holding tightly to the silver case. It was fairly heavy. He turned to Dipazza. "I didn't expect it to go exactly like that." Dipazza shrugged. "However you count it, though, it was a success." "Yeah, but why couldn't I say anything?" Dipazza stared at him, faintly annoyed. "What would you have said, Jason?" Jason finally shrugged. "If I were you, I'd focus my attention on the contents of that." Dipazza pointed at the briefcase. Jason tried to open it, but without success. He raised his eyebrows at his companion. "When you get to where you'll be staying, you can open it. I'll tell you the code when we get there. Follow the instructions inside." He added, "You won't be disappointed." "But why Seattle?" "It's doubtful you'd run into anyone you know here." "Correct?" Dipazza's calm eyes rested on Jason's face. "And you won't need me anymore, you're sure?" Dipazza almost smiled. "As sure as I've ever been about anything." He shook Jason's hand. Dipazza leaned back in his seat. Jason put a seatbelt on and felt something jab him in the side. He pulled his skyward pager from his belt and looked guiltily at it. What if it had been his wife calling earlier? He looked at the tiny screen, and his face suddenly registered disbelief. Flashing across the screen, the pager's headline feature told the story of a terrible tragedy. Western Airlines' early morning Flight 3223 from Washington to L.A. had crashed in the Virginia countryside. There were no survivors. Jason Archer couldn't catch his breath. He tore open his black metal case and frantically reached for the phone inside. DePazza's voice was sharp. "What the hell are you doing?" Jason handed DePazza the pager. "My wife thinks I'm dead." "Oh, Christ, that's why she was calling. Oh, my God." Jason's fingers fumbled over the phone case, trying to open it. DePazza looked down at the pager. He read the digitized headline, and the word shit silently passed between his lips. Well, this would only accelerate the process slightly, he thought. He didn't like to deviate from the established plan, yet clearly he had no choice but to do exactly that. When he looked back up at Jason, his eyes were cold and deadly. One hand reached over and snatched the cellular phone from Jason's trembling hands. The other reached inside his jacket and reappeared, holding the compact shape of the deadly Glock directly at Jason's head. Jason looked up and saw the gun. "I'm afraid that you're not calling anybody." DePazza's eyes never left Jason's face. Transfixed, Jason watched DePazza reach up to his face and tug at his skin. The elaborate disguise came off piece by piece. In another moment, next to Jason, sat a blonde-haired man in his early 30s with a long, aquiline nose and fair skin. The eyes, though, remained the same blue and chilling. His real name, although he rarely used it, was Kenneth Scales. He was a certifiable sociopath, with a twist. He took great pleasure in killing people, and reveled in the details that went into that terrible process. However, he never did it randomly, and he never did it for free. Chapter 9. It had taken the better part of 5 hours to contain the fire, and in the end the flames retreated of their own accord after having consumed everything combustible within their long reach. The local authorities were grateful only that the conflagration had raged in an empty, secluded dirt field. A National Transportation Safety Board GO team, outfitted in their blue biohazard protective suits, were now slowly walking the outside perimeter of the crash, while smoke billowed skyward and small pockets of obstinate flames were attacked by diligent teams of firefighters. The entire area had been cordoned off with orange and white street barricades, behind which a number of anxious area residents stood and stared in the typical mixture of horrified disbelief and morbid interest. Columns of fire trucks, police cars, ambulances, dark green National Guard trucks, and other emergency vehicles were stacked along both sides of the field. The EMTs stood next to their vehicles, hands in their pockets. Their services would not be needed other than as silent transports of whatever human remains, if any, could be extracted from the Holocaust. The mayor of the nearby rural Virginia town stood next to the farmer whose land had received this most terrible intrusion from above. Behind them, 2 Ford pickup trucks sported "I survived Pearl Harbor" license plates. And now, for the second time in their lives, their faces carried the horror of sudden, terrible, and massive death. "It's not a crash site, it's a goddamn crematory." The veteran NTSB investigator shook his head wearily, removed his cap emblazoned with the letters NTSB, and wiped at his wrinkled brow with his other hand. George Kaplan was 51 years old, with thinning, gray-edged hair that covered a wide head. He carried a small paunch on a 5'7" frame. As a fighter pilot in Vietnam, then a commercial pilot for many years, he had joined the NTSB after a close friend had crashed a 2-seater Piper into the side of a hill after a near miss with a 727 during a heavy fog. It was then that Kaplan decided he should do less flying and more work trying to prevent accidents. George Kaplan was the designated investigator in charge, and this was absolutely the last place in the world he wanted to be. But unfortunately, one obvious place to seek preventive safety measures was at the scene of aircraft accidents. Every night, members of the NTSB crash investigative GO teams went to bed hoping beyond hope that no one would have need of their services, praying that there would be no reason to travel to distant places to pick through the pieces of yet another catastrophe. As he scanned the crash area, Kaplan grimaced and shook his head again. Starkly absent was the usual trail of aircraft and body parts, luggage, clothing, and the millions of other items that routinely would be discovered, sorted, catalogued, analyzed, and papered until some conclusions could be found for why a 110-ton plane had fallen out of the skies. They had no eyewitnesses because the crash occurred in the early morning and the cloud cover was low. It would have only been seconds between the time the plane exited the clouds and when it struck the earth. Where the plane had penetrated the ground, nose first, there now existed a crater that later excavation would determine to be approximately 30 feet deep, or about 1/5 as long as the aircraft itself. That fact alone was a terrifying testament to the force that had catapulted everyone on board into the hereafter with frightening ease. The entire fuselage, Kaplan figured, had collapsed like an accordion, fore and aft, and its fragments now rested in the depths of the impact crater. Not even the empennage, or tail assembly, was visible. To compound the problem, tons of dirt and rock were lying on top of the aircraft's remains. The field and surrounding areas were peppered with bits of debris, but most of it was palm-sized, having been thrown off in the explosion when the aircraft hit the earth. Much of the plane and the passengers strapped inside would have disintegrated from the terrible weight and velocity of the impact and the igniting of the jet fuel, which would have caused another explosion bare seconds later before 30 feet of dirt and rubble combined for an airtight mass grave. What was left on the surface was unrecognizable as a jet aircraft. It reminded Kaplan of the inexplicable 1991 Colorado Springs crash of a United Boeing 737. He had worked that disaster, too, as the aviation systems specialist. For the first time in the history of the NTSB, from its inception in 1967 as an independent federal agency, it had not been able to find probable cause for a plane crash. The tin kickers, as the NTSB investigators referred to themselves, had never gotten over that one. The similarity of the Pittsburgh crash of a U.S. Air Boeing 737 in 1994 had only heightened their feelings of guilt. If they had solved Colorado, many of them felt, Pittsburgh might have been prevented. And now this. George Kaplan looked at the now clear sky, and his bewilderment grew. He was convinced the Colorado Springs crash had been caused, at least in part, by a freakish rotor cloud that had hit the aircraft on its final approach, a vulnerable moment for any jetliner. A rotor was a vortex of air generated about a horizontal axis by high winds over irregular terrain. In the case of United Airlines Flight 585, the irregular terrain was supplied by the mighty Rocky Mountains. But this was the East Coast. There were no Rocky Mountains here. While an abnormally severe rotor could conceivably have knocked a plane as large as an L-500 out of the sky, Kaplan could not believe that was what had befallen Flight 3223. According to air traffic control, the L-500 had started falling from its cruising altitude of 35,000 feet and never looked back. No mountains in the United States were capable of throwing off the formation of a rotor that high. Indeed, the only mountains nearby were in the Shenandoah National Forest and were part of the relatively smallish Blue Ridge mountain chain. They were all in the 3,000 to 4,000 foot range, more hills than mountains. Then there was the altitude factor. Normally, the roll experienced by planes flying into a rotor or other freakish atmospheric condition is controlled by aileron application. At 6 miles up, the Western Airlines pilots would have had time to reestablish control. Kaplan was sure the dark side of Mother Nature had not torn the jet from the peaceful confines of the sky. But something else clearly had. His team would shortly return to their hotel, where an organizational meeting would be held. Initially, on-scene investigative groups would be formed for structures, systems, survival factors, power plants, weather and air traffic control. Later, units would be assembled to evaluate aircraft performance, to analyze the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder, crew performance, sound spectrum, maintenance records, and metallurgical examinations. It was a slow, tedious, and oftentimes heart-wrenching process, but Kaplan would not leave until he had examined every atom of what had recently been a state-of-the-art jetliner and almost 200 very much alive human beings. He swore to himself that probable cause would not escape him this time. Kaplan slowly walked toward his rental car. An early spring would come to the dirt field. Soon, red flags would bloom everywhere, tiny beacons signifying the location of remnants of the flight. Darkness was settling in rapidly. He blew into his frigid hands to warm them. A hot thermos of coffee waited in the car. He hoped the FDR, the flight data recorder, known popularly as the black box, although it was actually blazing orange, would live up to its reputation of indestructibility. An updated version had just been installed in the plane, and the 121 parameters measured by the FDR would tell them one hell of a lot about what had happened to doom Flight 3223. On the L-500, the FDR and the cockpit voice recorder, CVR, were located in the overhead hull between the aft galleys. An L-500 had never experienced a hull loss before. This crash would certainly test the flight data recorder's invulnerability. Too bad human beings weren't invulnerable. As he climbed a small rise in the earth, George Kaplan froze. In the rapidly failing light, a tall image stood a bare 5 feet from him. Sunglasses hid a pair of slate-gray eyes. The 6'3" frame supported naturally bulky shoulders, meaty arms, and a thickening waistline, and featured a pair of telephone pole-sized legs. An aging middle linebacker was the description that would probably jump to mind. The man's hands were in his pants pockets, the unmistakable silver shield pinned to the belt. Kaplan squinted in the gathering dusk. Lee? FBI Special Agent Lee Sawyer stepped forward. Hello, George. The men shook hands. What the hell are you doing here? Sawyer looked around at the crash site and then back at Kaplan. His angular face carried expressive, full lips. Sawyer had thinning black hair heavily laced with silver. His long forehead and slender nose that veered slightly to the right, a relic from a past case, combined with his impressive size to give him a very intense and commanding presence. When an American plane is downed over American soil by what looks to be sabotage, the FBI gets a little excited, George. The FBI agent looked at Kaplan pointedly. Sabotage? Kaplan said warily. Sawyer looked over the expanse of the disaster again. I checked the meteorological reports. Nothing up there that would have caused this. And the aircraft was almost brand new. That doesn't mean it was sabotage, Lee. It's too early to tell. You know that. Hell, even though the odds are probably 1,000,000,000 to 1, we could be looking at the in-flight deployment of a reverse thruster that could have knocked the plane right out of the sky. There's a part of the aircraft I'm particularly interested in, George. I'd like you to take a very close look at it. Kaplan snorted. Well, that crater's going to take some time for us to dig out, and when we do, you'll be able to hold most of the pieces in your hand. Sawyer's response almost made Kaplan's knees buckle. This part isn't in the crater, and it's fairly large. The starboard wing and engine. We found it about 30 minutes ago. Kaplan stood stock still for a full minute as his wide eyes took in Sawyer's expressionless features. Then Sawyer hustled him toward the agent's vehicle. Sawyer's rented Buick sped away as the last flames from Flight 3223 were extinguished. The darkness would soon be gathering around a 30-foot deep pit that represented a crude monument to the abrupt termination of 181 lives.
This ends Disc 2. Total Control, Disc 3.
Chapter 10. The Gulfstream jet streaked through the sky. The luxurious cabin resembled an upscale hotel lounge, complete with wood paneling, brown leather captain's chairs, and a well-stocked bar, bartender, and all. Sidney Archer was curled up in one of the oversized chairs, eyes firmly closed. A cold compress curved over her forehead. When she finally opened her eyes and removed the compress, she looked as though she were sedated, so heavy were her eyelids, so sluggish her movements. In fact, she had neither taken medication nor availed herself of the bar's inventory. Her mind had shut down. Today, Her husband had died in a plane crash. She looked around the cabin. It had been Quentin Rowe's suggestion that she take Triton's corporate jet home with him. At the last minute, and adding to Sidney's pain, Gamble had accompanied them. He was now in his private cabin in the rear of the aircraft. She hoped to God he would remain there for the duration. She looked up to see Richard Lucas, Triton's in-house security chief, watching her closely. "Relax, Rich." Quentin Rowe passed in front of the security man and headed over to Sidney. He sat down next to her. "So how you doing?" he asked gently. "We have some Valium on board. Carry a constant supply because of Nathan." "He uses Valium?" Sidney looked surprised. Rowe shrugged. "Actually, it's for the people traveling with Nathan." Sidney managed a weak smile in return, a smile that abruptly vanished. "Oh, God, I can't believe it." She looked out the window with reddened eyes. Her hands flew to her face. She spoke without looking at Rowe. "I know this looks bad, Quentin." Her voice was trembling. "Hey, no law against someone traveling on his own time," Rowe said quickly. "I don't know what to say." Rowe held up a hand. "Look, this isn't the time or place. I've got some things to do. You need anything, just let me know." Sidney looked at him gratefully. After he disappeared into another part of the cabin, Sidney leaned back in her chair and once again closed her eyes. The waves of tears slid down her puffy cheeks. From the front of the cabin, Richard Lucas continued his solitary watch. Sidney would sob anew each time she recalled her last exchange with Jason. In anger, she had hung up the phone on him. Here was a stupid little episode that didn't mean anything, an act replicated 1,000 times over the life of many successful marriages, and yet was that to be his last memory of their lives together? She shuddered and gripped the armrest. All her suspicions over the last few months. God, he had been working so hard trying to land a terrific new job, and she could only see the absurd image of him bedding more attractive women. Her guilt was numbing. The rest of her life would be forever tainted by that single, terrible misjudgment of the man she loved. When she opened her eyes, she received another shock. Nathan Gamble was sitting next to her. She was startled to see tenderness in his face, an emotion she had certainly never witnessed in him before. He offered her the glass in his hand. "Brandy," he said gruffly, looking past her out the porthole at the dark sky. When she hesitated, he took her hand and wrapped it around the glass. "Right now, you don't want to be thinking too clearly," he said. "Drink." She put the glass to her lips, and the warm liquid cascaded down her throat. Gamble sat back in the leather and motioned Lucas to leave. The Triton CEO absently rubbed the armrest as he surveyed the cabin. He had removed his suit jacket, and his rolled-up shirt sleeves revealed surprisingly muscular forearms. The plane's engines droned deep in the background. Sidney could almost feel the electrical currents running amok through her as she waited for Gamble to speak. She had seen him completely devastate people at all levels of authority with his relentless disregard for personal feelings. Now, even through the veil of utter grief, she sensed the presence of a different, more caring man next to her. "I'm very sorry about your husband." Sidney was dimly conscious of how ill at ease Gamble seemed. His hands were constantly in motion, as though matching the maneuvers of his very active mind. Sidney glanced at him as she took another swallow of brandy. "Thank you," she managed to say. "I really didn't know him personally. Company as big as Triton, hell, I'm lucky if I meet even 10% of the management-level people." Gamble sighed, and, as if suddenly noticing the ceaseless dance of his hands, folded them across his lap. "Of course, I knew him by reputation, and he was moving up quickly. By most accounts, he would have made very good executive material." Sidney winced at the words. She thought back to Jason's news that very morning. A new job, a vice presidency, a new life for them all. And now? She quickly finished the brandy and managed to forestall a sob before it broke the surface. When she glanced again at Gamble, he was looking directly at her. "I might as well get this out now, although it's a rotten time to do it, I know." He paused and studied her face. Sidney braced herself again. Her fingers instinctively gripped the armrest as she tried hard not to shake. She swallowed an enormous lump in her throat. The chairman's eyes were no longer tender. "Your husband was on a plane to Los Angeles." He licked his lips nervously and leaned toward her. "Not at home." Sidney unconsciously nodded, as she knew exactly what the next question would be. "You were aware of this?" For one brief moment, Sidney felt as if she were floating through the dense clouds without the benefit of a $25 million jet. Time seemed suspended, but actually only a few seconds had passed before she uttered her response, "No." She had never lied to a client before. The word had escaped her lips before she knew it. She was certain he didn't believe her. But it was too late to go back now. Gamble searched her features for a few more seconds, then sat back in his seat. For the moment he was motionless, as if satisfied he had made his point. Abruptly, he patted Sidney's arm and stood up. "When we land, I'll have my limo take you home. You have kids?" "One daughter." Sidney stared up at him, bewildered that the interrogation had ended so suddenly. "Just tell the driver where to go, and he'll pick her up, too. She in daycare?" Sidney nodded. Gamble shook his head. "Every kid's in damned daycare these days." Sidney thought of her plans to stay home to raise Amy. She was a single parent now. The revelation made her almost dizzy. If Gamble hadn't been there, she would have slumped to the floor in agony. She looked up to find Gamble eyeing her, one hand gingerly rubbing his forehead. "You need anything else?" She managed to hold up the empty glass. "Thanks, this helped quite a bit." He took the glass. "Booze usually does." He started to leave, then paused. "Triton takes good care of its employees, Sidney. You need anything, money, funeral arrangements, help with the house or kids, stuff like that, we have people to handle it. Don't be afraid to give us a call." "I won't. Thank you." "And if you want to talk any more about things," his eyebrows shot up suggestively, "you know where to find me." He walked off, and Richard Lucas quietly resumed his sentry post. Shaking slightly, Sidney once again closed her eyes. The plane raced on. All she wanted to do was hold her daughter. Chapter 11. Sitting on the side of the bed, the man stripped down to his boxers. Outside, the sun was not yet up. His body was heavily muscled. A tattoo of a coiled snake rode on his left biceps. 3 packed bags stood ready by the bedroom door. A U.S. passport, a batch of airline tickets, cash, and identification documents had been waiting for him, as promised. They were in a small leather pouch on top of one of the travel bags. His name would change once again, not for the first time in his crime-laden life. He wouldn't be fueling any more planes. Not that he would ever need to work again. The electronic deposit of funds into the offshore account had been confirmed. He now had the kind of wealth that had eluded him his entire life, despite all his past efforts. Even with his long experience in criminal matters, his hand still shook as he pulled the hairpiece, oval turquoise-colored eyeglasses, and tinted contacts from a small bag. Although probably weeks would pass before anyone could figure out what had happened, in his line of work you always planned for worst-case scenario. That dictated running immediately and running far. He was well prepared to do both. He thought back to recent events. He had tossed the plastic container into the Potomac River after he had rid it of its contents. It would never be found. There were no prints to pick up, no other physical evidence left behind. If they found anything tying him to the plane sabotage, he would be long gone anyway. Moreover, the name he had been living under for the last 2 months would lead them to a complete dead end. He had killed before, but certainly not on such a vast and impersonal scale. He had always had a reason to kill. If not a personal one, then one supplied by whoever had hired him. This time, the sheer number and complete anonymity of the murdered people managed to prick even his hardened conscience. He had not stayed around to see who had boarded the aircraft. He had been paid to do a job, and he had done it. He would use the vast sums now at his disposal to forget how he had earned that money. He figured it would not take him all that long. He sat down in front of the small mirror resting on the table in the bedroom. The wig changed his curly dark hair to a wavy blonde. A new suit, far removed in its sleek elegance from the clothing he had just discarded, was hanging on the door. He cupped his hand and bent his head low as he concentrated on inserting the contact lenses that would change his low-key brown eyes to a startling blue. He rose back up to check the effect in the mirror, and felt the elongated muzzle of the SIG P-229 placed directly against the base of his skull. With the sharpened perception that accompanies panic, he noticed how the attached suppressor almost doubled the barrel length of the compact 9mm. His absolute shock lasted barely a second as he felt the cold metal against his skin, saw the dark eyes staring at him in the mirror's reflection, the mouth set in a firm line. His own countenance often held a similar look right before a kill. Taking the life of another human being had always been a serious business to him. Now, in the mirror, he watched, mesmerized, as another face went through his very own signature ritual. Then he watched with growing surprise as the features of the person about to kill him next turned to anger and then moved to unadulterated loathing, emotions he had never felt in the midst of an execution. The victim's eyes grew wide as he focused on the finger tightening on the trigger. His mouth moved to say something, probably an expletive. However, the words were not formed in time as the round exploded into his brain. He jerked backward from the impact and then collapsed forward onto the little table. The killer tossed his limp body face down in the small crevice between the bed and the wall and emptied the remaining 11 shots from the SIG's magazine into the dead man's upper torso. Although the victim's heart was no longer pumping, dime-sized drops of dark blood appeared at each point of entrance like the sprout of tiny oil wells. The auto pistol landed next to the body. The shooter walked calmly from the room, stopping only to perform 2 tasks. First, he scooped up the leather bag containing the dead man's new identity. Second, out in the hallway, he hit the HVAC switch on the wall and turned the air conditioning on, full blast. 10 seconds later, the front door of the apartment opened and closed. The apartment was silent. In the bedroom, the beige carpet was fast becoming an ugly shade of crimson. The balance in the offshore bank account would be reduced to 0 and closed within the hour, its owner no longer requiring use of the funds. It was barely 7 in the morning. Darkness still reigned outside. Sitting at the kitchen table, wearing her battered old house robe, Sidney Archer slowly closed her eyes and once again tried to pretend this was all a nightmare and her husband was still alive and would be walking through the front door. He would have a smile on his face, a present under his arm for his daughter, and a long, soothing kiss for his wife. When she opened her eyes, nothing had changed. Sidney looked at her watch. Amy would be awake soon. Sidney had just gotten off the phone with her parents. They would be at their daughter's house at 9 to drive the little girl to their home in Hanover, Virginia, where she was going to stay for a few days while Sidney tried to make some sense of what had happened. Sidney cringed at the thought of having to explain the catastrophe to her little girl when she was older, at having to relive, years later, the horror she was now feeling. How to tell her daughter that her father had died, for no apparent reason other than a plane doing the unthinkable, shedding almost 200 lives in the process, and killing the man who had helped breathe life into her. Jason's parents had passed on years before. An only child, he had adopted Sidney's family as his own, and they had happily accepted him. Sidney's 2 older brothers had already called with offers of help, commiseration, and, finally, quiet sobbing. Western had offered to fly Sidney to the small town near where the crash had occurred, but she had declined. She could not bear to be with other family members of crash victims. She envisioned all of them boarding long gray buses in silence, unable to make eye contact, exhausted limbs twitching, frail nervous systems ready to crumble from overwhelming shock. Struggling with complicated feelings of denial, grief, and sorrow was terrible enough without being surrounded by people you didn't know who were going through the same ordeal. Right now, The comfort of similarly stricken folk did not sound at all appealing to her. She headed upstairs, walked down the hallway, and paused at her bedroom. As she leaned against the door, it halfway opened. She looked around the room at all the familiar objects, each having a unique history of its own, memories inextricably tied to her life with Jason. Her gaze finally came to rest on the unmade bed. So much pleasure had occurred there. She couldn't believe that early morning encounter before Jason had boarded the plane was to be the last time. She closed the door quietly and walked down the hallway to Amy's room. The even breathing of her daughter was comforting, especially now. Sidney sat in the wicker rocking chair beside the trundle bed. She and Jason had recently succeeded in moving their daughter from crib to bed. The effort had required many nights of sleeping on the floor beside the little girl until she grew comfortable with the new arrangements. While she slowly rocked in the chair, Sidney continued to watch her daughter, the tangle of blonde hair, the small feet and thick socks that had kicked free from the blankets. At 7:30, a small cry escaped Amy's lips, and she abruptly sat up, eyes tightly shut like a baby bird's. Barely a moment passed before mother had daughter in her arms. They rocked for a while longer until Amy awoke fully. As the sun began its ascent, Sidney gave Amy a bath, dried her hair, dressed her in warm clothes, and helped her down the stairs to the kitchen. While Sidney was making breakfast and brewing coffee, Amy wandered into the adjacent living room, where Sidney could hear her playing with an ever-growing pile of toys that had occupied one corner of the room for the last year. Sidney opened the cupboard and automatically pulled out 2 coffee cups. She stopped halfway to the coffee pot, rocking slowly back and forth on the wood floor. She bit into her lip until the urge to scream subsided. She felt as though someone had cut her in half. She put 1 cup back on the shelf and carried her coffee and a bowl of hot oatmeal over to the small pine kitchen table. She looked toward the living room. Amy, sweetie, it's time to eat." She could barely speak above a whisper. Her throat was killing her. Her entire body seemed to have eroded into one large ache. The little girl hurtled through the doorway. Amy's normal speed was most other kids' top speed. She carried a stuffed Tigger and a photo frame. As she raced toward her mother, her little face was bright and shining, hair still slightly damp, straight on top with curls emerging at the bottom. Sidney's breath suddenly left her body as Amy held up a photo of Jason. It had been taken just last month. He had been outside working in the yard. Amy had crept up on him and sprayed him with the hose. Daughter had ended up with father in a pile of bright red, orange, and yellow leaves. "Daddy?" Amy's face was anxious. Jason was to have been out of town for 3 days, so Sidney had already anticipated having to explain his absence to her daughter. God, 3 days seemed like 3 seconds now. She steeled herself as she smiled at the little face. "Daddy's away right now, sweetie," she began, unable to hide the tremble in her voice. "It's just you and me right now, okay? Are you hungry? You want to eat?" "My daddy? Daddy working?" Amy persisted, her chubby finger pointing at the photo. Sidney lifted her daughter onto her lap. "Amy, do you know who you're going to see today?" Amy's face looked expectant. "Gramps and Mimi." The child's mouth formed a large oval and then broke into a big smile. She nodded enthusiastically and blew a kiss toward the refrigerator, where a picture of her grandparents hung with the aid of a magnet. "Gramps, Mimi?" Sidney carefully pulled the photo of Jason from Amy's hand while sliding the bowl of oatmeal over. "Now you need to eat before you go, okay? It's got maple syrup and butter, your favorite." I do it. Amy climbed out of her mother's lap and into her own chair, carefully maneuvering the spoon as she hungrily plunged into the oatmeal. Sidney sighed and covered her eyes. She tried to hold her body rigid, but several racking sobs still managed to escape. She finally fled the room, carrying the photo with her. She raced up the stairs to her bedroom, put the photo on the top shelf of the closet, and flung herself on the bed, muffling her sobs in the pillow. A full 5 minutes went by, and the outpouring of sorrow continued. Usually Sidney could lock on Amy's whereabouts like radar. This time she never heard her little girl until she felt the small hand on her shoulder pulling at her. Amy lay down beside Sidney, burrowing her face into her mother's shoulder. Amy saw the tears and cried out, "Oh, boo-boos, boo-boos," as she touched the wetness. She cupped her mother's face between her two little hands, and started to cry, too, as she struggled to form the words. "Mommy sad?" Their wet faces touched, tears mixed together. After a while, Sidney pulled herself up, held her daughter, rocked her back and forth on the soft mattress. A bit of oatmeal clung to Amy's mouth. Sidney silently cursed herself for breaking down, for making her daughter cry, but she had never experienced such overpowering emotion before. Finally, the spasms stopped. Sidney rubbed at her eyes for the 100th time, and finally, there were no new tears to replace the old. After a few more minutes, she carried Amy into the bathroom, wiped her face, and kissed her. "It's okay, baby. Mommy's okay now. No more crying." When Amy finally calmed down, Sidney gathered some toys from the bathtub for her. While she was thus preoccupied, Sidney quickly showered and changed into a long skirt and turtleneck. When Sidney's parents knocked on the door promptly at 9, Amy's bag was packed and she was ready to go. They walked out to the car. Sidney's father carried Amy's bag. Sidney's mother walked along with Amy. Bill Patterson put one burly arm around his daughter's shoulder, his sunken eyes and caved-in shoulders revealing how strongly the tragedy had struck him. "Jesus, honey, I still can't believe it. I just talked to Jason 2 days ago. We were going to do some ice fishing this year, up in Minnesota, just the two of us." "I know, Dad, he told me. He was very excited about it." While her father loaded Amy's bag in the car, Sidney strapped her daughter in the baby seat, handed her Winnie the Pooh, squeezed her hard, and then kissed her gently. "I'll see you very soon, baby doll. Mommy promises." Sidney closed the door. Her mother took her hand. "Sidney, please come down with us. You don't want to be alone right now, please." Sidney gripped her mother's slender hand. "I do need some time alone, Mom. I need to think things through. I won't be long. A day or two, then I'll be down." Her mother eyed her for several more seconds, and then gripped Sidney in a massive hug, her small frame shaking. When she got in the car, her round face was smeared with tears. Sidney watched the car pull out of the driveway. She stared at the back seat where her daughter clutched her beloved stuffed bear, a thumb stuck firmly in her small mouth. In a few moments, the car turned the corner and they were gone. With the slow, unsteady motions of an elderly woman, Sidney walked back to her house. A thought suddenly struck her. With renewed energy, she rushed toward the house. Inside, she dialed information for the Los Angeles area and obtained the number for Allegraport Technology. Because of the time difference, she had to wait to call. The hours went by with agonizing slowness. As she punched in the number, she wondered why they hadn't called when Jason had not shown up. There had been no messages from them on the answering machine. That fact should have prepared her for Allegraport's response. But she wasn't. After speaking with 3 different people at the company, she hung up the phone and stared numbly at the kitchen wall. Jason had not been offered a vice presidency with Allegraport. In fact, they had never heard of him. Sidney abruptly sat down on the floor, drew her knees up to her chest, and wept uncontrollably. All of the suspicions she had experienced earlier swarmed back. The swiftness of their return threatened to dissolve her remaining ties to reality. She pulled herself up and ducked her head into the kitchen sink. The cold water partially revived her. She stumbled over to the table, where she covered her face in her hands. Jason had lied to her. That was indisputable now. Jason was dead. That also was incontrovertible. And apparently she would never know the truth. It was with that last thought that she finally stopped crying and looked out the window into the backyard. She and Jason had planted flowers, bushes, and trees over the last 2 years. Working together toward a common goal, they had conducted much of their married lives along that same theme. And despite all the uncertainty she was feeling right now, one truth remained sacred to her. Jason loved her and Amy. Whatever had compelled him to lie to her, to climb aboard a doomed plane instead of remaining safely at home, doing nothing more daring than prepping the kitchen walls for painting, she would find out what it was. She knew Jason's reasons would have been completely innocent. The man she knew intimately and loved with all her heart would have been capable of nothing less. Since he had been senselessly ripped from her, she at least owed it to him to track down why he had been on that plane. As soon as she was mentally able, she would take up that pursuit with every bit of energy she could muster. Chapter 12. The airplane hangar at the regional airport was small. On the walls were rows of power tools. Stacks of boxes lay all over the floor. The darkness outside was turned into daylight inside by a ceiling full of overhead lights. Wind rattled against the metal walls as the sleet intensified, clanging like buckshot against the structure. The interior of the hangar was filled with the thick, pungent smell of an assortment of petroleum products. On the concrete floor near the front of the hangar lay an enormous metal object. Bent and grossly distorted, it was the remains of the right wing of Flight 3223, with starboard engine and pylon intact. It had landed in the middle of a densely wooded area directly on top of a 90-foot-tall, 100-year-old oak, which was split in half by the impact. Miraculously, the jet fuel had not ignited. Most of the payload had probably been lost when the tank and lines had been pierced, and the tree had cushioned some of the fall. The pieces had been removed by helicopter and brought to the hangar for examination. A small group of men gathered closely around the wreckage. Their exhalations formed clouds in the unheated air. Thick jackets kept them warm. They used powerful flashlights to probe the jagged edge of the wing where it had been torn loose from the ill-fated airliner. The nacelle housing the starboard engine was partially crushed, and the right side cowling was caved in. The flaps on the trailing edge of the wing had been ripped off on impact, but these had been recovered nearby. Examination of the engine had shown severe blade shingling, clear evidence of a major airflow disturbance while the engine was delivering power. The disturbance was easy to pinpoint. A great deal of debris had been ingested into the engine, essentially destroying its functionality even had it remained attached to the fuselage. However, the attention of the men gathered around the wing was centered on where it had detached from the plane. The jagged edges of the metal were burned and blackened, and, most telling, the metal was bent outward, away from the surface of the wing, with clear signs of indentation and pitting on the metal's surface. There was a short list of events that could have caused that. A bomb was clearly on that list. When Lee Sawyer had examined the wing earlier, his eyes had riveted on that area. George Kaplan shook his head in disgust. "You're right, Lee. The changes in the metallurgy I'm seeing could only have been caused by a shock wave exerting immense but short-lived overpressure. Something exploded here, all right. It's the damnedest thing. We put detectors in airports so some crazy assholes with an agenda can't smuggle a gun or bomb on board, and now this. Jesus." Lee Sawyer moved forward and knelt down next to the edge of the wing. Here he was, nearly 50 years old, half of those years spent with the Bureau, and again he was sifting through the catastrophic results of human pollution. He had worked on the Lockerbie disaster, an investigation of mammoth proportion that had brought together a damned near airtight case culled from what bordered on microscopic evidence unearthed from the shattered remains of Pan Am Flight 103. With plane bombings, there were usually never any big clues. At least, Special Agent Sawyer had thought so, up until now. His observant eyes swept over the wreckage before they came to rest on the NTSB man. "What's your best list of possible scenarios right now, George?" Kaplan rubbed his chin, scratching absently at the stubble. "We'll know a lot more when we recover the black boxes, but we do have a clear result. The wing came off a jetliner. However, those things don't just happen. We're not exactly sure when it happened, but radar indicates that a large part of the plane, now we know it was the wing, came off in flight. When that occurred, of course, there was no possibility of recovery. The first thought is some type of catastrophic structural failure based on a faulty design, but the L-500 is a state-of-the-art model from a top manufacturer, so the chances of that kind of structural failure are so remote that I wouldn't waste much time on that angle. So maybe you think it's metal fatigue,
but this plane barely had 2,000 cycles, takeoffs and landings. It's practically brand new. Besides that, the metal fatigue accidents we've seen in the past all involve the fuselage because the constant contraction expansion of cabin pressurization and depressurization seems to contribute to the problem. Aircraft wings are not pressurized, so you rule out metal fatigue. Next, you look at the environment. Lightning strike? Planes get hit by lightning more often than people think. However, planes are equipped to deal with that, and because lightning needs to be grounded to do real damage, a plane up in the sky may suffer at worst some burning of the skin. Besides, there were no reports of lightning in the area on the morning of the crash. Birds? Show me a bird that flies at 35,000 feet and is large enough to take off an L-500's wing, and then maybe we'll discuss it. It sure as hell didn't collide with another plane. It sure as hell didn't. Kaplan's voice was rising with each word. He paused to catch his breath and to look once more at the metal remains. "So where does that leave us, George?" Sawyer calmly asked. Kaplan looked back up. He sighed. "Next, we look at possible mechanical or non-design structural failure. Catastrophic results on an aircraft usually stem from two or more failures happening almost simultaneously. I listened to the transmission record between the pilot and the tower. The captain radioed in a mayday several minutes before the crash, although it was clear from what little she said that they were unsure what had happened. The plane's transponder was still kicking the radar signals back until impact, so at least some of the electrical systems were working up until then. But let's say we had an engine catch on fire at the same time a fuel leak occurred. Most people might assume fuel leak. Flames from the engine, wham, you got yourself an explosion and there goes the wing. Or there might not have been an actual explosion, although it sure as hell looks like there was. The fire could have weakened and finally collapsed the spar and the wing gets torn off. That could explain what we think happened to Flight 3223, at least at this early stage." Kaplan did not sound convinced. "But," Sawyer looked at him. Kaplan rubbed at his eyes, the frustration clear in his troubled features. "There's no evidence that anything was wrong with the damned engine. Except for the obvious damage caused from its impact with the terrain and ingesting debris from the initial explosion, nothing leads me to believe that an engine problem played a role in the crash. If there was an engine fire, standard procedure would dictate cutting off the fuel flow to that engine and then turning off the power. The L-500 engines are equipped with automatic fire detection and extinguisher systems, and more importantly, they're mounted low, so no flames would fly toward the wings or the fuselage. So even if you have twin catastrophes, a flaming engine and a fuel leak, the design features of the aircraft and the environmental conditions prevailing at 35,000 feet and an airspeed of over 500 miles per hour would pretty much ensure that the two shall not meet." He rubbed his foot against the wing. "I guess what I'm saying is I wouldn't bet the farm on a bad engine having crashed this bird." He paused. "There's something else." Kaplan once again knelt beside the jagged edge of the wing. "Like I said, there is clear evidence of an explosion. When I first checked the wing, I was thinking some type of improvised explosive device, like Semtex wired to a timer or altimeter device. Plane hits a certain altitude, the bomb goes off. The blast fractures the skin. You got almost immediate rivet failure. Hundreds of miles per hour winds hitting it. That wing's going to open right up at the weakest point, like unzipping your fly. Spar gives way, and bam. Hell, the weight of the engine on the section of the wing would have guaranteed that result." He paused, apparently to study the interior of the wing more closely. "The twist is, I don't think a typical explosive device was involved." "Why is that?" Sawyer asked. Kaplan pointed inside the wing to the exposed section of the fuel tank near the fuel panel. He held his light over the spot. "Look at this." A large hole was clearly visible. All around the perforation were light brown stains, and the metal was warped and bubbled. "I noticed those earlier," Sawyer said. "There is no way in the world a hole like this could have been naturally generated. In any event, it would have been caught on routine inspection before the plane took off," Kaplan said. Sawyer put on his gloves before touching the area. "Maybe it happened during the explosion. If it did, it was the only spot it happened to. There were no other markings like this on this section of the wing, although you got fuel everywhere. That pretty much rules out the explosion having caused it. But I do believe something was put on the fuel tank wall." Kaplan paused and nervously rubbed his fingers together. "I think something was put on it deliberately to cause that hole." "Like a corrosive acid?" Sawyer asked. Kaplan nodded. "I'll bet you a dinner that's what we find, Lee. The fuel tanks are of an aluminum alloy structure consisting of the front and rear spars and the top and bottom of the wings. The thickness of the walls varies around the structure. A number of acids will eat right through a soft alloy metal like that." "Okay, acid. But depending on when it was applied, it was probably slow-acting to let the plane get up in the air, right?" Kaplan answered immediately. "Right. The transponder continually sends the plane's altitude to air traffic control, so we know the plane had reached its cruising altitude shortly before the explosion." Sawyer continued his line of thought. "Tank gets pierced at some point during the flight. You got jet fuel spilling out. Highly flammable, highly explosive. So what ignited it? Maybe the engine wasn't on fire, but how about just the standard heat thrown off from the engine? No way. You know how cold it is at 35,000 feet? It'll make Alaska feel like the Sahara. Besides, the engine housing and coolant systems pretty much dissipate the heat thrown off from the engine, and any heat it does generate sure as hell ain't going to end up inside the wing. Remember, you got a damn fuel tank in there. It's pretty well insulated. On top of that, if you got a fuel leak, because of the plane's airspeed, the fuel will flow backward and not toward the front of the wing and below where the engine is located. Now, if I were inclined to take down a plane this way, no way would I count on engine heat being my detonator. I'd want something a lot more reliable." Sawyer had a sudden thought. If there was a leak, wouldn't it be contained? In some sections of the fuel tank, the answer to that would be yes. In other areas, including where we got this hole, the answer is no. "Well, if it went down like you say, and right now I'm inclined to think you're right, George, we're going to have to focus on everybody who had access to that aircraft at least 24 hours before its final flight. We're going to need to go easy. It looks to be an insider, so the last thing we need is to spook him. If anybody else is involved in this, I want every last son of a bitch." Sawyer and Kaplan walked back to their cars. Kaplan looked over at the FBI agent. "You seem to accept my sabotage theory pretty readily, Lee." Sawyer was aware of one fact that made the bombing theory infinitely more plausible. "It'll need to be substantiated," he replied, without looking at the NTSB man. "But yeah, I think you're right. I was pretty sure it was that as soon as the wing was found. Why the hell would someone do that? I mean, I can understand terrorists taking out an international flight, but this was a plain vanilla domestic. I just don't get it." As Kaplan was about to get into his car, Sawyer leaned on the door. "It might make sense if you wanted to kill someone in particular, in a spectacular fashion." Kaplan stared at the agent. "Down an entire plane to get to one guy? Who the hell was on that thing?" "Does the name Arthur Lieberman ring any bells?" the FBI agent asked quietly. Kaplan searched his brain but came up empty. "Sounds damn familiar, but I can't place it." "Well, if you were an investment banker or a stockbroker or a congressman on the Joint Economic Committee, you'd know. Actually, he's the most powerful person in America, maybe the entire world." "I thought the most powerful person in America was the president." Sawyer smiled grimly. "No, it's Arthur Lieberman, with the big S on his chest." "Who the hell was he?" "Arthur Lieberman was the chairman of the Federal Reserve Board. Now he's a homicide victim along with 180 others. And my hunch is he's the only one they wanted to kill." Chapter 13. Jason Archer had no idea where he was. The limo had seemed to drive around for hours. He couldn't be sure, and DePazza, or whoever the hell he really was, had blindfolded him. The room he was now in was small and bare. Water corner was Lieberman was mole. He sat there across from the one door. There were no windows. The only light came from a naked overhead bulb. He could hear someone on the other side of the door. They had taken his watch, so he had no idea what time it was. His captors brought him food at very irregular intervals, which made it difficult to ascertain how much time had passed. Once, when food was brought to him, Jason had noticed his laptop computer and cellular phone resting on a small table just on the other side of the door. Other than that, the outer room was much like the one he was in. The silver case had been taken from him. There had been nothing in it, he was now reasonably certain. What was going on was beginning to become clear to him. Christ, what a sucker! He thought of his wife and child, and how desperately he wanted to be with them again. What Sidney must be thinking had happened to him. He could barely comprehend the emotions she must be feeling right now. If only he had told her the truth, she would be in a position to help him. He sighed. But the bottom line was that telling her anything would have put her in danger. That was something he would never do, not even if it meant never seeing her again. He wiped the tears from his eyes as the image of eternal separation fixed itself in his head. He stood up and shook himself. He wasn't dead yet, although the grimness of his captors was far from reassuring. However, they had made one mistake, despite their obvious care. Jason took off his glasses, placed them on the concrete floor, and carefully scrunched them with his foot. He picked up one jagged piece of glass, positioned it carefully in his hand, then walked over to the door and pounded on it. "Hey, can I get something to drink?" "Shut up in there." The voice sounded annoyed. It wasn't DePazza, probably the other man. "Listen, damn it, I've got medication to take, and I need something to take it with." "Try your own spit." It was the same man's voice. Jason could hear a chuckle. "The pills are too big," Jason shouted, hoping someone else might hear him. "Too bad." Jason could hear the pages of a magazine being leisurely turned. "Great, I won't take them, and I'll just keel over dead right here. It's for high blood pressure, and right now mine's clear through the roof." Now Jason could hear a chair scraping the floor, keys jangling. "Step back from the door." Jason did so, but only a short distance. The door swung open. The man held the keys in one hand, his gun in the other. "Where are the pills?" he asked, his eyes narrowing. "In my hand." "Show 'em to me." Jason shook his head in disgust. "I don't believe this." As he stepped forward, he opened his hand and held it out. The man glanced at it. Jason swung his leg up, connected with the man's hand, and sent the gun flying. "Shit!" the man yelled. He hurtled toward Jason, who met him with a perfect uppercut. The jagged glass caught the man right across the cheek. He howled in pain and staggered back, blood streaming down from the grisly wound. The man was large, but his muscle had long since started to turn to fat. Jason exploded into him like a battering ram, smashing the older man flat against the wall. They briefly struggled, but the far stronger Jason was able to hurl the man around until he collided face first with the cinder block wall. One more serious head thrust into the wall, and two vicious punches to the man's kidneys, and he slumped to the cold floor, unconscious. Jason picked up the gun and ran through the open doorway. With his free hand, he scooped up his laptop and cell phone. Stopping for a moment to gauge his surroundings, he spotted another doorway, and, pausing to listen for any sound, he hurried through it. He stopped and let his eyes adjust to the darkness. He swore under his breath. He was in the same warehouse, or one identical to it. They must have been driving in circles. He cautiously slipped down the steps and onto the main floor. The limo was nowhere in sight. He suddenly heard a sound from the direction he had just come. He raced to the overhead door, searching frantically for the switch to open it. His head jerked around as he heard running footsteps. He ran across the warehouse to the opposite end. Hidden in a corner behind some 50-gallon drums, he carefully placed the gun on the floor and clicked open his laptop. The laptop was a sophisticated model, complete with a built-in phone modem. He turned on the computer's power switch and used a short cable housed in his laptop's case to hook his computer's modem to his cellular phone. Sweat poured from his brow as the machine took a few seconds to warm up. Using his mouse, he clicked through the necessary function screens, and then, in the darkness, his fingers guided by strong familiarity with the keys, he typed his message. So intent was he on sending it, Jason did not hear the footsteps behind him. He began to type in the email address of the recipient. He was sending the message to his own America Online mailbox. Unfortunately, like people who couldn't remember their own phone number because they never called it, Jason, who never sent email to himself, didn't have his email address programmed into his laptop. He did remember it, but typing it cost him a few precious seconds. While his finger hovered over the keys, a light flashed over him, a strong arm locked around his neck. Jason managed to click on the send command. The message leaped electronically off the screen. For one brief moment, then, a hand slashed in front of his face, grabbed the laptop from him, the cell phone dangling precariously in the air at the end of the short cable. Jason could see the thick fingers hitting the necessary keys to cancel the email. Jason swung a short, brutal punch that connected with his assailant's jaw. The grip relaxed on the laptop, and Jason was able to snatch it and the cell phone away. He slammed a foot into his attacker's abdomen and raced off, leaving the man face down on the floor. Unfortunately, he left the 9mm behind as well. Heading toward a distant corner of the warehouse, Jason now could hear racing feet coming from all directions. There would be no escape for him, that was clear. But he could still do something. He dodged behind some metal stairs, dropped to his knees, and started typing. A shout nearby made him jerk his head up. His flying fingers, so accurate now, failed him as his right index finger hit the wrong keystroke when typing the recipient's email address. He began typing the message, the sweat pouring down his face, stinging his eyes. His breath came in big clumps. His neck ached from the stranglehold. It was so dark he couldn't even see the keyboard. He alternated between staring at the tiny electronic images on the screen to desperately scanning the warehouse as the shouts and running feet came nearer and nearer to his location. He didn't realize that the small amount of light thrown off by the computer screen was like a laser show in the dark warehouse. The sound of men running hard toward him, barely 10 feet away, made him cut short his message. Jason hit the send button and waited for the confirming signal. Then he deleted both the file he had sent and the name of the recipient. He did not look at the email address as his finger held down the delete key. He then slid the laptop and cell phone across the floor and underneath the steps until they stopped far back in the corner. He had time to do nothing more as multiple searchlights hit him squarely in the face. He slowly stood up, his breathing heavy, but his eyes defiant. A few minutes later, the limo pulled out of the warehouse. Jason was slumped over in the back seat, several lacerations and deep bruises on his face, his breathing irregular. Kenneth Scales had the laptop open and was cursing loudly as he stared at the small screen, powerless to reverse what had occurred minutes earlier. In a fit of rage, he tore Jason's cell phone free from the cable and repeatedly smashed it against the door of the limo until it dropped to the floor in jagged pieces. Then he pulled a small, secured-line cellular phone from his inner jacket pocket and punched in a number. Scales spoke slowly into the phone. Archer had contacted someone, sent some message. There were a number of possible recipients, and they would all have to be checked out and appropriately dealt with. But that potential problem would just have to keep. Other matters would now demand his time. Scales clicked off and looked over at Jason. When Jason managed to look up, the pistol's muzzle was almost against his forehead. "Who, Jason? Who'd you send the message to?" Jason managed to catch his breath as he gripped his painfully bruised ribs. "No way. Not in a million years, pal." Scales pushed the muzzle flush against Jason's head. "Pull the trigger, you asshole!" Jason screamed. Scales's fingers started to press down on the Glock's trigger, but then he stopped and roughly pushed Jason back against the seat. "Not yet, Jason. Didn't I tell you? You've got another gig to do." Jason stared up helplessly at him as Scales smiled wickedly. Special Agent Raymond Jackson's eyes took in the area with one efficient sweep. He moved into the room, shutting the door behind him. Jackson shook his head in quiet amazement. Arthur Lieberman had been described to him as a fortune builder with a career several decades long. This hovel did not conform to that description. He checked his watch. The forensics team would be here shortly to conduct an in-depth search. Although it seemed unlikely that Arthur Lieberman personally knew who had blown him out of a peaceful Virginia sky, on investigations of this magnitude, every possibility had to be explored. Jackson went into the tiny kitchen and quickly determined that Arthur Lieberman did not cook or eat here. There were no dishes or pans in any of the cupboards. The only visible occupant of the refrigerator was a light bulb. The stove, though old, showed no signs of recent use. Jackson scanned the other areas of the living room and then walked into the small bathroom. With his gloved hand, he carefully edged open the door to the medicine cabinet. It contained the usual toiletries, nothing of significance. Jackson was about to close the mirrored door when his eye caught the small bottle edged in between the toothpaste and the deodorant. The prescription label had dosage and refill information and the physician who had prescribed it. Agent Jackson was unfamiliar with the name of the drug. Jackson had 3 kids and was an informal expert on prescription and over-the-counter drugs for a host of ailments. He wrote down the name of the medication and closed the door to the medicine cabinet. Lieberman's sleeping chamber was small, the bed little more than a cot. A small desk sat against the wall nearest the window. After examining the closet, Jackson turned his attention to the desk. Several photos on the desk showed 2 men and 1 woman ranging in age from what looked to be late teens to mid-20s. The photos appeared several years old. Lieberman's kids, Jackson quickly concluded. 3 drawers confronted him. One was locked. It took Jackson only a few seconds to open the locked drawer. Inside was a bundle of handwritten letters held together with a rubber band. The handwriting was careful and precise, the contents of the letters decidedly romantic. The only strange part was that they were all unsigned. Jackson muddled over that one for a moment, then replaced the letters in the drawer. He spent a few more minutes looking around until a knock on the door announced the arrival of the forensics unit. Chapter 14. During the time Sidney had been alone in her house, she had explored every crevice of the place, driven by a force that she could not come close to identifying. She sat for hours in the small window seat in the kitchen, her mind racing through her years of marriage. Every detail of those years, even moments of relative insignificance, came surging up from the depths of her subconscious. At times her mouth curled in amusement as she recalled a particularly funny memory. Those instances were brief, however, and were always followed by racking sobs as the realization that there would be no more fun times with Jason came crashing down on her. Finally stirring, she rose and walked up the stairs, drifted slowly down the hallway, and entered Jason's small study. She looked around at the spare contents, then sat down in front of the computer. She moved her hand across the glass screen. Jason had loved computers ever since she had known him. She was computer functional, but aside from word processing and checking her email, her knowledge of the world of computer hardware and software was extremely limited. Jason did quite a bit of correspondence by email and normally checked his electronic mailbox every day. Sidney hadn't checked it since the plane crash. She decided it was time to do so. Many of Jason's friends had probably sent messages. She turned the computer on and watched the screen as a series of numbers and words trooped across that were in large part meaningless to her. The only one she did recognize was available memory. There was a lot of it. The system had been customized for her husband and was bursting with power. She stared at the available memory number. With a jolt, she realized that the last 3 digits, 7, 3, and 0, constituted the date of Jason's birthday, July 30th. A deep breath prevented a quick relapse into tears. She slid open the desk drawer and idly fumbled through its contents. As an attorney, she well knew the number of documents and procedures that would have to be gone through as Jason's estate was settled. Most of their property was jointly held, but there were still many legal hoops. Everyone eventually had to face such things, but she couldn't believe she had to confront them so soon. Her fingers sifted over papers and miscellaneous office paraphernalia in a drawer, closing over one object, which she pulled out. Although she was unaware of the fact, she was holding the card Jason had thrust there before leaving for the airport. She looked at it closely. It looked like a credit card, but stamped on it was the name Triton Global, followed by Jason Archer, and finally the words, Code Restricted, Level 6. Her brow furrowed. She had never seen it before. She assumed it was some type of security pass, although it did not have her husband's photo on it. She slipped it into her pocket. The company would probably want it back. She accessed America Online and was greeted by the computerized voice announcing that mail was indeed present in their electronic mailbox. As she had thought, it contained numerous messages from their friends. She read through them, crying freely. Finally, she lost all desire to complete the task and started to exit out of the computer. She jumped as another email suddenly flashed on the screen. It was addressed to archiejw2@aol.com, which was her husband's email address. In the next instant, it was gone, like a mischievous inspiration scurrying through one's head before disappearing. Sidney hit some function keys and quickly checked the computerized mailbox again. Her brow tightened into a sea of wrinkles when she discovered it was completely empty. Sidney continued to stare at the screen. A creeping sensation was pushing her to the conclusion that she had just imagined the entire episode. It had happened so damn quickly. She rubbed at her painful eyes and sat there for another few minutes, anxiously waiting to see if the performance would be repeated, although she had no idea of its meaning. The screen remained blank. Moments after Jason Archer had resent his message, another email was announced by the computerized voice saying, "You've got mail." This time the message held and was duly logged into the mailbox. However, this computer mailbox was not located at the old stone and brick house, nor was it at Sidney's desk at the offices of Tyler Stone. And currently there was no one home to read it. The message would just have to keep. Sidney finally rose and left the study. For some reason, the sudden flash across the computer screen had given her an absurd hope, as if Jason were somehow communicating to her from wherever he had gone after the jet had plunged into the ground. Stupid, she told herself. That was impossible. An hour later, after another episode of wrenching grief, her body dehydrated, she gripped a picture of Amy. She had to take care of herself. Amy needed her. She opened a can of soup, turned on the stove, and a few minutes later ladled out a small quantity of beef barley into a bowl and carried it over to the kitchen table. She managed to ingest a few spoonfuls while she looked at the walls of the kitchen that Jason had planned to paint that weekend after much nagging from her. Everywhere she turned, a new memory, a fresh pang of guilt, battered her. How could it not? This place contained as much of them, as much of him, as was possible for an inanimate shell to hold. She could feel the hot soup passing through her system, but her body still shuddered, as though it were almost out of fuel. She grabbed a bottle of Gatorade from the refrigerator and drank straight from the container until the shakes stopped. Yet, even as the physical side started to calm down, she could feel the inner forces building once again. She jumped up from the table and walked into the living room. She turned on the TV. Numbly channel-hopping, she ran across the inevitable live news coverage of the crash. She felt guilty about her curiosity regarding an event that had ripped her husband from her. However, she could not deny that she craved knowledge about the event, as if her approaching it from a coldly factual angle would at least temporarily lessen the terrible hurt that tore at her. The newswoman was standing near the crash site. In the background, the collection process was being dutifully conducted. Sidney watched the debris being carried and sorted into various piles. Suddenly, she almost fell out of her chair. One worker had passed directly behind the newswoman as she rambled on with her story. The canvas bag with the crisscross pattern barely looked damaged, only singed and dirtied at the edges. She could even make out the large initials written in the bold black print. The bag was placed in a pile of similar items. For one awful moment, Sidney Archer couldn't move. Her limbs were completely locked. The next moment, she was all action. She ran upstairs, changed into jeans and a thick white sweater, put on low, warm boots, and hurriedly packed a bag. In a few minutes, she was backing the Ford out of the garage. She glanced once at the Cougar convertible parked in the other garage bay. Jason had lovingly kept it running for almost 10 years, and its battered look had always been underscored by their memory of the sleek elegance of the Jag. Even the Explorer looked brand new by comparison with the Cougar. The contrast had always amused her before. Tonight it did not, as a new cascade of tears blurred her vision and made her slam on the brakes. She beat her hands on the dashboard until jarring pain shot up to her elbows. Finally, she laid her head against the steering wheel as she struggled to regain her breath. She thought she would be nauseous as the taste of beef barley made its way into her throat, but it finally receded into the depths of her quivering stomach. Moments later she was heading down the quiet street. She looked back briefly at her home. They had lived there almost 3 years. A wonderful place built almost 100 years ago, with large proportioned rooms, wide crown moldings, random with oak plank flooring, and enough secret nooks that you didn't have to try very hard to find a quiet place to lose yourself on a gloomy Sunday afternoon. It had seemed a terrific place to raise kids, they had both decided. So much they had wanted to do. So much. She felt another wave of sobs climbing diligently toward the surface. She sped up and turned onto a main road. In 10 more minutes, she was looking at the red and yellow colors of the neighborhood McDonald's. She pulled into the drive-thru and ordered a large coffee. As she pressed the window button, she was staring into the freckled face of a gangly teenage girl, her long auburn hair tied back in a ponytail, who would more than likely grow up into a lovely young woman, just as Amy would. Sidney hoped the girl still had her father. It jolted her again to think that Amy was now fatherless. Within an hour, she was headed west on Route 29, a narrow black strip of road that split gentle rolling Virginia countryside as it cut a roughly 45-degree angle through Virginia and on across the North Carolina border. Sidney had traveled the road many times while she attended law school at the University of Virginia in Charlottesville. It was a beautiful drive past long, silent Civil War battlefields and old yet still functioning family farms. In the fall and spring, the colors of the foliage rivaled any painting she had ever seen. Names like Brightwood, Locust Dale, Madison, and Montpelier flashed by on the road signs, and Sidney thought back to the many trips she and Jason had taken to Charlottesville to attend some function or other. Now, no part of the familiar road or countryside felt comforting. The night swept on. Sidney looked at the dashboard clock and was surprised to see it was nearing 1 in the morning. She accelerated, and the truck flew down the empty road. Outside, the temperature continued to drop as she headed into higher elevations. Thick clouds had settled in, and the spread of her headlights was the only contrast to the pitch blackness. She turned up the truck's heat even more and hit her high beams. An hour later, she glanced at the map resting next to her on the front seat. Her turnoff was coming up. She held her body rigid as she drew nearer to her destination. She started to count the miles on her odometer. At Ruckersville, she headed west. She was now in Greene County, Virginia, rustic and rural, far removed from the pace of life Sidney knew and had thrived in. The county seat was the town of Standardsville, whose emotional climate was now anything but, with an impact crater and scorched earth appearing on television screens all over the world. Sidney finally pulled off the road and peered around to try to fix her location. The darkness of the countryside enveloped her. She flicked on the reading light and held the map close to her face. Getting her bearings, she continued down the slash of road another mile until she rounded a bend of partially naked, slender elms, knotty maples, and towering oaks, after which the vista opened up to stark, flat farmland. At the end of the road, a police cruiser was parked near a rusted-leaning mailbox. To the right of the mailbox was a dirt road that snaked its way back with full, well-tended evergreen hedges bordering the dirt road on either side. In the distance, the earth seemed to glow like a huge phosphorus cave. She had found the place.
This ends Disc 3. Total Control, Disc 4.
In the swirl of the Explorer's headlights, Sidney noticed that it was lightly snowing. As she pulled up closer, the door of the police car opened, and a uniformed officer wearing a neon orange all-weather slicker stepped from the vehicle. He walked over to the Ford, pointed his flashlight at the license plate, and then swept it over the Explorer's exterior before its beam came to rest on the driver's side window. Sidney took a deep breath, hit the window switch, and the glass slowly slid down. The officer's face appeared at her shoulder. His upper lip was partially covered by a bushy mustache streaked with gray. The corners of his eyes were heavily stacked with wrinkles. Even under the orange raincoat, the bulky strength of his shoulders and chest were evident. The officer made a perfunctory scan of the interior, and then settled on Sidney. "Can I help you, ma'am?" The voice was tired, and not just physically. I came," she faltered. Her mind suddenly went blank. She looked at him. Her mouth moved, but no words came out. The cop's shoulders sagged. "Ma'am, it's been one hell of a long day up here, you know, and I've had a lot of people just happen on by here that really have no business being here." He paused and studied her features. "Are you lost?" His tone made it clear that he did not believe she had strayed 1 inch off her intended course. She managed to shake her head. He looked at his watch. "The TV trucks finally headed out on down to Charlottesville about an hour ago. They went to get some sleep. I suggest you do the same. You can see and read all you want on the TV and in the papers, believe me." He straightened back up, signaling that their conversation, one-sided as it was at an end. "Can you find your way back out?" Sidney slowly nodded, and the cop lightly touched the brim of his cap and headed back to his car. Sidney turned the truck around and started to drive away. She looked in the rearview mirror and abruptly stopped. The strange glow beckoned to her. She opened the truck door and got out. She opened the rear door of the Ford, pulled out her overcoat, and put it on. The cop watched her walk toward the patrol car, and he got out too. His slicker was wet from the snow's moisture. Sidney's blonde hair was covered by flakes as the winter storm stepped up its intensity. Before the cop could open his mouth, Sidney held up one hand. "My name is Sidney Archer. My husband, Jason Archer." Her voice began to waver here as the full effect of the words she was about to speak hit her. She bit her lip hard and continued. "He was on the plane. The airline offered to bring me down here, but I decided to come down on my own. I'm really not sure why, but I did." The cop stared at her. His eyes had softened considerably. The heavy mustache drooped like a weeping willow. His erect shoulders slumped down. "I'm really sorry, Miss Archer, I really am. Some of the other family have already come by. They didn't stay very long. The FAA people don't want anybody up there right now. They're coming back tomorrow to walk the area, looking for..." His voice trailed off, and he looked down at the ground. "I just came to see." Her voice failed her, too. She looked at him, her eyes a blistering red, her cheeks hollow, her forehead frozen into a vertical column of wrinkles. Although tall, she seemed childlike in her overcoat, her shoulders hunched forward, hands plunged deeply into pockets, as though she were disappearing as well, along with Jason. The cop looked embarrassed, his vacillation evident. He glanced up the dirt road, then down at his shoes, and then back at her. "Hold on a minute, Miss Archer." He ducked back inside his patrol car. Then his head popped back out. "Ma'am, come on in here out of the snow, please, before you catch something." Sidney climbed inside the patrol car. It smelled of cigarette smoke and spilled coffee. A rolled-up People magazine was tucked inside a crevice in the front seat. A small computer screen sat atop a stack of electronic hardware. The cop rolled down his window and swept the patrol car's searchlight across the rear of the Explorer. He rolled the window back up and proceeded to hit a number of keys on the keyboard and then studied the screen. He looked at Sidney. "Just punching in your license plate. Gotta confirm your identity, ma'am. Not that I don't believe you. I mean, you didn't drive up here in the middle of the night for a vacation. I know that, but I got rules to go by." "I understand." The screen filled with information which the officer quickly studied. He pulled the clipboard off the dash and ran through a list of names. He looked up at her briefly, embarrassment again displayed on his features. "You said Jason Archer was your husband?" She slowly nodded. "Was?" The word was numbing to her. She felt her hands begin to shake uncontrollably, the vein in her left temple to pulse spasmodically. "I just had to make sure there was another Archer on the plane, too, a Benjamin Archer." For a moment her hopes soared, but reality threw her immediately back down. There had been no mistake. If there had been, Jason would have called. He had been on that plane. As much as she had willed him not to be, he had been. She looked over at the distant lights. He was there now. Still there. She cleared her throat. "I have some photo identification, officer." She opened her wallet and handed it across. He noted the driver's license, and then his eyes caught on a photo of Jason, Sidney, and Amy, taken barely a month ago. He stared at it for several moments. Then he handed the wallet back quickly. "I don't need to check anything else, Miss Archer." He looked out the window. "There's a couple of other deputies stationed along up the road and a slew of National Guard all around. Some of the guys from Washington are still up there. That's what all the lights are for." He looked at her. "I really can't leave my post, Miss Archer." He looked down at his hands. Her eyes trailed his. She saw the wedding ring on his left hand, the ring finger swollen by time so that the simple gold band would never come off without taking the digit with it. The officer's eyes crinkled, and a faint bit of moisture appeared on his cheek. He looked away suddenly, his hand quickly rising to his face, and then back down. He started the car and put it in gear. He looked over at her. "I can understand why you came up here, but I don't recommend that you stay long, Miss Archer. It's not that kind of a place." The patrol car swayed and bumped over the dirt road. The officer stared intently ahead toward the blinding lights. "There's a devil in hell and a Lord God above, and while the devil had his way with that plane, all those people are with the Lord right now, Miss Archer. Every last one of them. You believe that. And don't let anybody ever tell you different." Sidney found herself nodding at his words, wanting so badly to believe that they were true. As they approached the lights, Sidney felt her mind recede farther and farther into the distance. There was a bag, canvas, with blue crisscross stripes. It was my husband's. It has his initials on it, JWA. I actually bought it for him for a trip we took several years ago. She briefly smiled as the memory washed over her. It was really for a joke. We had sort of had an argument, and it was the ugliest bag I could find at the time. Of course, as it turned out, he loved it. She abruptly looked up and caught the officer's surprised look. I saw it on the TV. It didn't even look damaged. Is there any way I could see it?" "I'm sorry, Miss Archer. Whatever's been collected has already been taken away. The truck came just about an hour ago to take away the last shipment for the day." "Do you know where it goes?" The officer shook his head. "It wouldn't matter if I did. They wouldn't let you near it. After the investigation is complete, they'll return it, I expect, but from the looks of this one, that could be years. Again, I'm sorry." The patrol car finally stopped a few feet away from another uniformed policeman. The officer got out of the car and conferred briefly with his colleague, pointing twice in the direction of the police cruiser while Sidney sat there, unable to take her eyes off the lights. She was startled when the officer leaned his head in the car. "Miss Archer, you can get out here." Sidney opened the car door and got out. She briefly looked at the other officer, and he nervously nodded toward her, pain in his eyes. There was pain, apparently, everywhere. These men, too, would have rather been home with their families. Here there was death. It was everywhere. It seemed to cling to her clothes, much like the snowfall. "Miss Archer, when you're ready to leave, you tell Billy over there and he'll radio me. I'll come right up and get you." As he started to get back in his cruiser, she called to him, "What's your name?" The officer looked back. "Eugene, ma'am. Deputy Eugene McKenna." "Thank you, Eugene." He nodded and touched the brim of his cap. "Please don't stay too long, Miss Archer." As the car drove away, Billy led her toward the lights. He kept his eyes straight ahead. Sidney didn't know how much Officer McKenna had told his partner, but she could feel the distress emanating from his body. He was a slender straw of a man, young, barely 25, she thought, and he looked sickened and nervous. He finally stopped walking. Up ahead, Sidney could see people moving slowly across the property. Barricades and yellow police tape were everywhere. Under the artificial daylight, Sidney could see the utter devastation. It resembled a battlefield, the earth seemingly inflicted with a terrible surface wound. The young police officer touched her arm. "Ma'am, you ought to stay back around here. Those folk from Washington are real particular about people messing around up here. They're afraid somebody might stumble over, mess up stuff." He took a deep breath. "There's just things everywhere, ma'am. Everywhere. I ain't never seen anything like it, and I hope I never do again so long as I live." He looked off in the distance again. "When you're ready, I'll be down there." He pointed in the direction from which they had come and then headed back down. Sidney wrapped her coat around her and brushed the snow from her hair. She unconsciously moved forward, then stopped, then started advancing again. Directly under the umbrella of light, mounds of dirt had been thrown up. She had seen that on the news now countless times. The impact crater. They said the entire plane was in there, and though she knew it to be true, she could not believe it was possible. The impact crater. Jason was in there, too. It was a thought that had become so deep, so wrenching, that instead of sending her into hysterics, it simply incapacitated her. She clenched her eyes shut and then reopened them. Thick tears rolled down her cheeks, and she did not bother to wipe them away. She did not expect to ever smile again. Even when she forced herself to think of Amy, of the wonderful little girl Jason had left her, not a trace of happiness was able to break through her utter sorrow. She stared ahead as cold winds buffeted her, her long hair swirling around her head. While she continued to watch, several large pieces of equipment headed over to the crater, engines whining, black, smoky exhaust gushing up from their bowels. Steam shovels and earth movers attacked the pit with great force, lifting up huge mouthfuls of earth and depositing them in waiting dump trucks, which headed out on special routes over terrain that had already been searched. Speed was the overriding concern, even paramount to the risk of further damaging the aircraft's remains. What everyone wanted desperately to uncover was the FDR. That was more important than worrying about turning a quarter-inch fragment into something smaller by the accelerated excavation work. Sidney noticed the snow was adhering to the ground, an obvious concern to the investigators, she assumed, as she saw a number of them racing around with searchlights, only stopping long enough to stick small flags in the rapidly whitening earth. When she moved closer, she made out the green-clad figures of the National Guardsmen as they patrolled their sectors, rifles slung over their shoulders, their heads turning constantly in the direction of the crater. Like an omnipotent magnet, the crash site seemed inexorably to demand everyone's attention. The price to be paid for the innumerable joys of life, it seemed, was the constant threat of swift, inexplicable death. As Sidney moved forward again, her foot caught on something covered by the snow. She bent down to see what it was, and the words of the young policeman came back to her. There are things everywhere, everywhere. She froze, but then continued to search with the innate curiosity of human beings. A moment later she was running down the dirt road, her feet fumbling and slipping in the snow, her arms jerking awkwardly forward, violent sobs exploding from her lungs. She never saw the man until she collided headlong into him, buckling his legs. They both went down, he as surprised as she, perhaps even more so. "Damn!" Lee Sawyer grunted as he landed on a clod of dirt, the wind knocked out of him. Sidney, however, was on her feet in a second and continued sprinting down the twisting path. Sawyer started to go after her until his knee locked, a recurring condition, compliments of his chasing down an athletic bank robber on hard pavement for 20 long blocks many years before. "Hey!" he yelled after her as he awkwardly hopped around on one foot, rubbing at his knee. He shone his flashlight in her direction. When Sidney Archer turned her head, he caught her profile in the arc of the light. A second later he snatched a glimpse of her horror-filled eyes. Then she was gone. He gingerly stepped over to the area where he had first spotted her. He shone his flashlight on the ground. Who the hell was she? And what was she doing up here? Then he shrugged. Probably a curious area resident who had seen something she wished she hadn't. A minute later Sawyer's light confirmed his suspicions. He bent down and picked up the small shoe. It looked tiny and helpless in his big paw. Sawyer looked back in Sidney Archer's direction and sighed deeply in the darkness. His large body began to tremble in almost uncontrollable rage as he stared at the terrible hole in the earth dead ahead. He fought back an urge to scream at the top of his lungs. There had only been a handful of times in his career with the FBI that Lee Sawyer wanted to deny the persons he had run to ground the opportunity of a trial by their peers. This was one of those times. He silently prayed that when he did find those responsible for this horrendous act of violence, they would try something, anything, that would provide him with the tiniest fraction of an opening, allowing him to spare the country the cost and media circus any such trial would entail. He slipped the shoe into his coat pocket, and nursing his injured knee, walked off to check in with Kaplan. Then he would head back to town. He had an appointment in Washington that afternoon. His investigation of Arthur Lieberman would now start in earnest. A few minutes later, Officer McKenna looked anxiously at Sidney as he helped her out of the patrol car. Miss Archer, are you sure you don't want me to call somebody to come get you? Sidney, eggshell pale, limbs convulsing, her hands and clothes dirty from where she had fallen, shook her head hard. No, I'm all right. She leaned up against the cruiser. Her arms and shoulders still twitched involuntarily, but at least her balance had somewhat stabilized. She closed the door of the police cruiser and started to walk unsteadily toward her Ford. She hesitated and then turned around. Officer McKenna was beside his cruiser, watching her closely. Eugene? Yes, ma'am? You were right. It's not a place where you should stay too long. The words were said in the hollow tone of one entirely vacant of spirit. She turned and slowly walked toward the Ford and got in. Deputy Eugene McKenna slowly nodded, his prominent Adam's apple sliding quickly up and down as he briefly fought the tears welling in his eyes. He opened the door of the police cruiser and fell rather than sat in the front seat. He closed the door so the sounds he was about to make would go no farther. As Sidney retraced her route back, the cellular phone in her car buzzed. The totally unexpected sound made her jerk so badly she almost lost control of the Explorer. She looked down at the phone as complete disbelief spread over her features. No one knew where she was. She looked around at the darkness as if someone were watching her. The shorn trees were the only witnesses to her journey back home. As far as she could tell, she was the only living person around. Her hand slowly reached down to pick up the phone. Chapter 15. My God, Quentin, it's 3 a.m. I wouldn't be calling unless it was really important. I'm not sure what you want me to say. Sidney's hand slightly trembled as she held the cellular phone. Sidney slowed the car. Her foot had steadily pressed down on the accelerator as the conversation continued until she was traveling at a dangerous rate of speed on the narrow roadway. Like I said, I heard you and Gamble talking on the trip back from New York. I thought you would have come to me, Sidney, not Gamble. The voice was soft, but contained a certain edge. I'm sorry, Quentin, but he asked questions you didn't. I was trying to give you some space. I appreciate that. I really do. It's just that Gamble confronted me. I mean, he was nice about it, but I had to tell him something. And so you told him you didn't know why Jason was on that plane? That was your answer? That you had no idea he was even on the plane? She could discern certain unspoken thoughts in his words. How could she tell Rose something different from what she had told Gamble? And even if she revealed Jason's story for going to Los Angeles, how could she tell Rose that she now knew Jason hadn't gone to interview with another company? She was in an impossible situation, and right now there seemed to be no way out of it. She decided instead to change the subject. How did you think to call me in the car, Quentin? It made her feel slightly creepy that he had been able to trace her. I tried the house, then the office. Only place left was the car, he said simply. To tell you the truth, I was kind of worried about you, and... His voice abruptly stopped, as if he had decided an instant too late not to communicate the thought. And what? Roe was hesitant on the line, but then he quickly finished his thought. Sidney, you don't have to be a genius to figure out the question we all want answered. Why was Jason going to L.A.? Roe's tone was clear enough. He wanted an answer to that question. Why would Triton care what he does on his own time? Roe let out a deep sigh. Sid, everything Triton does is highly proprietary. There are whole industries out there who spend all day long trying to steal our technology and people. You know that. Sidney flushed. Are you accusing Jason of selling Triton's technology to the highest bidder? That's absurd, and you know it. Her husband was not here to defend himself, and she damn sure wasn't going to let that insinuation go by. Rose sounded hurt. I didn't say I was thinking it, but others here are. Jason would never, ever do anything like that. He worked his butt off for that company. You were his friend. How could you even make that allegation? Okay, explain what he was doing on a plane to L.A. instead of painting the kitchen, because I'm about to make the one acquisition that will allow Triton to lead the world into the 21st century, and I cannot allow anything or anyone to destroy that opportunity. It will never be repeated. The tone in his voice was just enough to ignite every molecule of rage in Sidney Archer's body. I can't explain it. I'm not even going to try to explain it. I don't know what the hell's going on. I just lost my husband, God damn it. There's no body, there's no clothes. There's nothing left of him, and you're sitting there telling me you think he was ripping you off? Damn you! The Ford swerved slightly off the road, and she had to struggle to bring it back on. She slowed down once again as the vehicle hit a major rut. The jolt went through her entire body. It was getting harder to see in the swirling snow. Sid, please calm down. Rose's voice was suddenly panicked. Listen, I didn't mean to upset you further. I'm sorry. He paused and quickly added, Can I do anything for you? Yeah. You can tell every friggin' person at Triton to drop dead. Why don't you go first? She clicked the off button and tossed the phone down. The tears were pouring so fast, she finally had to pull off the road. Shaking as if she had just been plunged into ice, Sidney finally undid her seat restraint and lay across the front seat, one arm covering her face for several minutes. Then she put the Ford back into gear and took to the road once more. Despite her evident exhaustion, her thoughts moved as fast as the V6-powered Explorer. Jason had been terrified of her upcoming meeting with Triton. He probably had the job interview story ready in case of an emergency. Her meeting with Nathan Gamble and Company had qualified as such, but why? What could he possibly have been involved in? All those late nights, his reticence? What had he been doing? She looked at the dashboard clock and noted the time creeping relentlessly toward 4 a.m. While her mind was functioning in high gear, the rest of her wasn't. Her eyes would now barely stay open, and she had to address the obvious concern of where she would spend what was left of the night. She was coming up to Route 29. When she turned onto the highway, she went south instead of retracing her route north. A half hour later, Sidney cruised through the empty streets of Charlottesville. She drove past a Holiday Inn and other possibilities for lodging and finally turned off Route 29 onto Ivy Road. She soon entered the parking lot of the Boar's Head Inn, one of the area's best-known resorts. Within 20 minutes, she had signed in and was slowly pushing her near-immobile limbs between the sheets in a well-appointed room with beautiful vistas that at the moment she cared nothing about. What a day of nightmares, all of them absolutely real. It was her last conscious thought. 2 hours before dawn, Sidney Archer finally fell asleep. Chapter 16. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Seattle time, the thick clouds spilled open and delivered still more rain to the area. The guard huddled in a small guard shack, his feet and hands close to the floor heater. In one corner of the structure, a steady stream of water trickled down the wall, forming a puddle on the ragged green carpet. The guard wearily checked the time. 4 hours to go before his watch was over. He poured out the last of the hot coffee from his thermos and longed for a warm bed. Each building was leased by different companies. Some of the buildings simply stood empty, but all were secure regardless of their contents, with armed guards on site 24 hours a day. The high metal fence had barbed wire at the top, although not the deadly razor wire favored at prison facilities. Video monitors were discreetly placed throughout the area. It would be a difficult place to break into. Difficult, but far from impossible. The figure was clad head to foot in black. It took him less than a minute to climb the fence in the back of the warehouse facility, expertly avoiding the sharp wire. Once over the fence, he slipped in and out of the shadows as the rain continued to pour down, completely covering the slight sounds that his quick-moving feet made. On his left sleeve was a miniature electronic jamming device. He passed 3 video cameras on the way to his destination. None of them captured his image. Reaching the side door of Building 22, he pulled a slender wire-like device from his knapsack and inserted it in the sturdy padlock. 10 seconds later, the lock hung loose. He took the metal steps 2 at a time, after making a visual sweep of the building's interior with his night vision goggles. He opened the door to a room, illuminating the small space with his flashlight. He unlocked the filing cabinet and removed the surveillance camera. He placed the videotape in one part of his knapsack, reloaded the camera, and replaced it in the cabinet. 5 minutes later, the area was once again quiet. The guard had not yet finished his last cup of coffee. At the crack of dawn, a Gulfstream 5 lifted off from the Seattle airport. The black-clad figure was now dressed in jeans and a sweatshirt, and was fast asleep in one of the luxurious cabin chairs, his dark hair falling into his youthful face. Across the aisle, Frank Hardy, head of a firm specializing in corporate security and counter-industrial espionage, intently read every page of a lengthy report as the plane soared through the now clear morning sky. The last vestiges of the previous night's storm system had finally pushed on. Inside a metal briefcase was the videotape that had been removed from the camera in the file cabinet. The case was within easy reach of his hand. A steward appeared and poured out another cup of coffee for the plane's one awake passenger. Hardy's eyes rested on the metal briefcase. His brow wrinkled, and, from long habit, his fingers traced and retraced the worry lines stamped across his forehead. Then Hardy put the report down, leaned back in his seat, and stared out the cabin window as the aircraft headed east. He had a lot to think about. He was not a happy man right now. Both his jaw and his gut clenched and unclenched as the sleek jet raced on. The Gulfstream hit its cruising altitude on a flight that would culminate in Washington, D.C. The rays of the rising sun reflected off the familiar company logo emblazoned on the aircraft's empennage. The soaring eagle represented an organization like no other. More recognized worldwide than even Coca-Cola, more feared than most of the world's largest conglomerates, which, by comparison, were aging dinosaurs awaiting the constant pull of extinction. It was the complete package as the 21st century hurtled toward them, just like the bold eagle symbol that was rapidly making its way into the four corners of the world and everywhere in between. Triton Global would have it no other way. Chapter 17. A uniformed security guard escorted Lee Sawyer through the massive lobby of the Mariner Eccles building, the Constitution Avenue home of the Federal Reserve Board. Sawyer thought that the premises were in keeping with the enormous clout of their occupant. After walking up to the second floor, Sawyer and his escort stopped at a thick wooden door, and the escort knocked. The words, "Come in," filtered out to them. Sawyer moved through the doorway to a large, cozily furnished office. The floor-to-ceiling bookcases, dark furniture, and ornate moldings made a somber impression. The thick drapes were closed. A green banker's lamp glowed on the large, leather-topped partner's desk. The smell of cigars hovered everywhere. Sawyer could almost see gray wisps of smoke hanging in the air like ghostly apparitions. It reminded him of the scholarly studies of some of his old college professors. A small fire burning in the fireplace threw both warmth and light into the room. When a man of massive girth swiveled around in the chair behind the desk, Sawyer's attention was instantly riveted upon him. A corpulent red face housed light blue eyes hiding behind lids reduced to slits by sagging facial skin and the overgrowth of a pair of eyebrows as thick as Sawyer had ever seen. The hair was white and abundant, the nose was wide, and the tip was even redder than the rest of the face. For one brief moment, Sawyer jokingly wondered if he was confronting Santa Claus. The man rose from behind the desk, and his big, cultured voice, flowing across the room to envelop Lee Sawyer, dispelled all such thoughts. "Agent Sawyer, I'm Walter Burns, Vice Chairman of the Federal Reserve Board." Sawyer moved forward to grip the flabby hand. Burns matched the 6'3" Sawyer in height, but carried at least 100 more pounds on his frame than did the powerfully built FBI agent. Sawyer took the leather chair indicated by Burns. When Burns sat back down, Sawyer noted that he moved with a grace that was not uncommon to large men. "I appreciate you seeing me, sir." Burns shot the FBI man a penetrating glance. "I take it that your agency's involvement in this matter means it was not merely a mechanical or other similar problem that befell that plane." "We're checking through all possible scenarios. Nothing has been ruled out right now, Mr. Burns." Sawyer's features were impassive. "My name is Walter, Agent Sawyer. Since we're both members of the sometimes unwieldy system known as the federal government, I think that allows us the pleasure of a first-name basis." Sawyer grinned. "Mine's Lee." "How can I help you, Lee?" The clatter of freezing rain assaulted the window, and a chill seemed suddenly to pervade the air. Burns rose and walked over to the fireplace, beckoning Sawyer to pull his chair over. While Burns placed some small pieces of kindling taken from a brass bucket onto the fire, Sawyer flipped open his notebook and briefly studied some notes. When Burns sat down across from him, Sawyer was ready. I realize that a lot of people have no idea what the Fed does. I mean, people outside the financial markets. Burns rubbed at one eye, and Sawyer almost heard a chuckle escape the other man's lips. If I were a betting man, I would be inclined to lay money on the fact that fully half the population of this country have no idea of the existence of the Federal Reserve System, and that 9 out of 10 have no clue as to what our actual purpose is. I must confess I find that anonymity enormously comforting. Sawyer paused, and then leaned toward the older man. Who would benefit from Arthur Lieberman's death? I don't mean personally. I'm focusing on his professional side, as chairman of the Fed. Burns's eyes widened until the slits reached the shape of half-moons, about the limits of their range. You're implying that someone blew up that plane in order to kill Arthur? If you don't mind my saying so, that seems awfully far-fetched. I didn't say that was the case. That is, we're looking at everything right now. Sawyer spoke in low tones, as though he feared he would be overheard. The fact is, I've combed through the passenger manifest, and your colleague was the only VIP aboard. If it was a deliberate sabotage, then one reason that jumps out would be killing the Fed chairman. Or just a planned terrorist attack, and Arthur simply had the misfortune to be on board. Sawyer shook his head. If we're looking at sabotage, then I don't believe Lieberman being on the plane was a coincidence. Burns leaned back in his chair and slowly put his feet out toward the fire. My God, he finally said as he stared into the fire. Although he would have looked quite at home in a three-piece suit replete with watch chain, his current attire, camel hair sport coat, dark blue crew sweater with a white button-down shirt collar peeking out, gray pleated slacks and comfortable black loafers, did not look so out of place on his frame. Sawyer noted that the man's feet were surprisingly small for his size. Neither man spoke for at least a minute. Sawyer finally stirred. I know I don't have to tell you that anything I say to you tonight is extremely confidential. Burns's head swiveled around to the FBI agent. Secrets are something I am quite good at keeping, Lee. So getting back to my question, who benefits? Burns considered the query for some moments and then took a deep breath. The United States economy is the largest in the world. Hence, as America goes, so goes the world. If another country hostile to America desired to damage our economy or disrupt the world financial markets, perpetrating an atrocity such as this could well have that effect. I have no doubt that the markets will take a staggering blow if it turns out his death was premeditated. The vice chairman shook his head sadly. I just never thought I would live to see the day. How about anyone in this country who might like to see the chairman dead? Sawyer asked again. As long as the Fed has existed, there have been conspiracy theories painted so vividly about the institution that I'm quite sure there are more than a handful of people in this country who take them, however nonsensical they are, quite seriously. Sawyer's eyes narrowed. Conspiracy theories? Burns coughed and then loudly cleared his throat. There are those who believe that the Fed is actually a tool for wealthy families around the globe to keep the poor in their place, or that we take our marching orders from a small group of international bankers. I've even heard one theory that has us being the pawns of alien beings who have infiltrated all the highest positions of government. My birth certificate says Boston, Massachusetts, by the way. Sawyer shook his head. Christ, that's pretty wacko. Exactly.
as if a $7 trillion economy employing well over 100 million people could be secretly run by a handful of waistcoated tycoons. So one of these conspiracy groups could have plotted to kill the chairman in retaliation for perceived corruption or injustice? Well, few governmental institutions are more misunderstood and feared out of ignorance than the Federal Reserve Board. When you first mentioned the possibility, I said it was far-fetched. Having thought about it for a few minutes, I have to say my initial reaction was probably not correct. But blowing up a plane... Burns shook his head wearily. Sawyer jotted down some notes. I'd like to know more about Lieberman's background. Arthur Lieberman was an immensely popular man in the major financial circles. For years he was one of the top moneymakers on Wall Street, before turning to public service. Arthur called things as he saw them, and he was usually right in his judgment. With a series of masterful maneuvers, he shook up the financial markets almost from the moment he became chairman. He showed them who was boss. Burns stopped to put another piece of wood on the fire. In fact, he led the Fed in a way that I would like to think I would, if ever given the opportunity. Any idea who might succeed Lieberman? Burns shook his head. No. Around the time he left for Los Angeles, had anything unusual occurred at the Fed? Burns shrugged. We had our FOMC meeting on the 15th of November, but that was a regularly scheduled event. Sawyer looked puzzled. FOMC? Federal Open Market Committee. It's our policy-making board. What goes on at those meetings? Well, in a shorthand version, the 7 members of the Board of Governors and the presidents of 5 of the 12 Federal Reserve banks look at all pertinent financial data on the economy and decide whether any actions are required with respect to money supply and interest rates. Sawyer nodded. When the Fed raises or lowers interest rates, for instance, then that affects the entire economy, contracts or expands it. At least we think so, Burns replied sardonically, although our actions have not always had the results we intended. So was there anything unusual at this FOMC meeting? No. Nevertheless, could you give me a rundown of exactly what was said and by whom? It might seem irrelevant, but getting a motive could really help us track down whoever did this. Burns's voice went up an octave. Impossible. The actual deliberations of FOMC meetings are absolutely confidential and cannot be divulged to you or anyone else. Walter, I won't push it now, but with all due respect, if any information discussed at these meetings is relevant to the FBI's investigation, rest assured that we will have access to it. Sawyer stared at him until Burns dropped his gaze. A brief report detailing the minutes of the meeting is released 6 to 8 weeks after the meeting is held, Burns said slowly, but only after the occurrence of the next meeting. The actual results of the meetings, whether any action was taken or not, are released to the news media the same day. I read in the paper where the Fed left the interest rates the same. Burns pursed his lips and then eyed Sawyer. That's right. We didn't adjust the interest rates. How exactly do you adjust rates? There are actually 2 interest rates that are directly affected by the Fed, Lee. The federal funds rate is the interest rate banks charge other banks who borrow funds to meet reserve requirements. If that rate goes up or down, interest rates on bank CDs, T-bills, mortgages, and commercial paper will soon follow. The Fed sets the target federal funds rate at the FOMC meetings. Then the New York Federal Reserve Bank, through its domestic trading desk, buys or sells government securities, which in turn restricts or expands the supply of money available to banks to ensure that that interest rate is maintained. We call that adding or subtracting liquidity. That's how Arthur took the bulls by the horns when he became chairman, by adjusting the Fed funds rate in ways the market didn't anticipate. The second interest rate which can be affected by the Fed is the discount rate, the rate charged by the Fed to banks for loans by the Fed. However, the discount rate is tied to loans for what amounts to emergency purposes, thus it's known as the window of last resort. Banks who frequent that window too often will come under increased regulatory scrutiny, since it's seen as a sign of weakness in banking circles. For that reason, most banks will borrow money from other banks at a slightly higher federal funds rate, since there is no stigma attached to that channel of credit.
Sawyer decided to change direction. Okay, had Lieberman been acting strangely? Anything bothering him? Any threats that you know of? Burns shook his head. This trip to L.A. that Lieberman was taking, was it a regular thing?
Very regular. Arthur was meeting with Charles Tiedemann, president of the San Francisco Federal Reserve Bank. Arthur was very good about making the rounds of the presidents, and he and Charles were old friends.
Wait a minute. If Tiedemann is head of the San Francisco Bank, why was Lieberman flying into L.A.?
There's a branch office of the Fed there. Also, Charles and his wife live in Los Angeles, and Arthur would stay with them.
But he would have just seen Tiedemann at the November 15th meeting.
That's right, but Arthur's trip to L.A. was planned well in advance. It was only a coincidence that it occurred shortly after the FOMC meeting. However, I do know he was anxious to talk to Charles.
Do you know what about?
Burns shook his head. You'd have to ask Charles.
Anything else that might help me?
Burns considered the question briefly and then shook his head again. I can't think of anything in Arthur's personal background that would have led to this abomination.
Sawyer rose and shook Burns's hand. I appreciate the information, Walter. When Sawyer turned to leave, Burns gripped his shoulder.
Agent Sawyer, the information we have at the Fed is so enormously valuable that the slightest slip could reap incredible profits for undeserving individuals. I guess I've become extremely tight-lipped over the years to prevent just such an occurrence.
I understand. Burns put a flabby hand on the door as Sawyer buttoned up his coat.
So, do you have any suspects yet?
The agent turned back to Burns. Sorry, Walter. We have secrets at the FBI, too. Henry Wharton sat behind his desk, nervously tapping his foot on the carpeted floor. The managing partner of Tyler Stone was small in stature but large in legal ability. Partially bald, with a trim gray mustache, he looked every bit the senior partner in a major law firm. After 35 years of representing the elite of American business, Wharton was not easily intimidated. However, if anyone came close, it was the man currently seated across from him. So that's all she told you? That she was unaware her husband was on the plane at all? Wharton asked. Nathan Gamble's eyes were half closed as he looked down at his hands. He now looked up at Wharton. The movement made the attorney jerk slightly.
That's all I asked her.
Wharton shook his head sadly.
Oh, I see. Well, I know when I spoke with her she was devastated, poor thing. Such a shock, right out of the blue like that, and...
Wharton broke off speaking, as Gamble stood up and went over to the window behind the lawyer's desk. He studied the Washington landscape in the late morning sunlight.
It occurred to me, Henry, that further questioning might better come from you.
Gamble put one big hand on Wharton's narrow shoulder and gently squeezed. Wharton quickly nodded.
Yes, I can understand your thinking on that point.
Gamble strolled over to peruse numerous diplomas from prestigious universities, neatly lining one wall of Wharton's expansive quarters.
Very impressive. I never finished high school. I don't know if you knew that or not.
He looked over his shoulder at the lawyer. I didn't, Wharton said quietly.
I guess I did okay for a dropout.
Gamble shrugged his thick shoulders. Quite the understatement. Your success is unparalleled, Wharton said quickly.
Hell, I started with nothing, probably end up that way.
I hardly think that. Gamble took a moment to straighten one of the diplomas. He turned back to Wharton.
Getting to particulars, it was obvious to me that Sidney Archer knew her husband was on that plane.
Wharton started. You're saying you think she lied to you? No disrespect, Nathan, but I can't believe that. Gamble returned to his chair. Wharton was about to speak again, but Gamble fixed the lawyer with a gaze that froze him. Gamble resumed speaking. Jason Archer was working on a major project for me, organizing all of Triton's financial records for the Cybercom deal. Guy's a friggin' computer genius. He had access to everything. Everything! Gamble slowly pointed a finger across the desk. Wharton nervously rubbed his hands together, but kept silent. Now, Henry, you know that Cybercom is a deal I have to have. At least everyone keeps telling me that. Absolutely brilliant match, Wharton ventured. Something like that. Gamble pulled out a cigar and took a minute to light up. He blew smoke in Wharton's general direction. Anyway, on the one hand, I've got Jason Archer privy to all my stuff, and on the other, I've got Sidney Archer heading up my deal team. You following me? Wharton's brow collapsed in puzzlement. I'm afraid, no, There are other companies out there who want Cybercom as badly as I do. They'd pay a lot of money to get their hands on my deal terms. Then they'd come in and screw me. I don't like to get fucked. At least not that way. You understand? Yes, certainly, Nathan, but how? And you also know that one of the companies who'd like to get their hands on Cybercom is RTG. Nathan, if you're suggesting... Your firm also represents RTG. Nathan, you know we've taken care of that. This firm is not representing RTG on their bid for Cybercom in any way, shape, or form. Philip Goldman's still a partner here, isn't he? And he's still RTG's top gun, isn't he? Of course, we couldn't exactly ask him to leave. It was merely a client conflict, and one that has been more than adequately compensated for. Philip Goldman is not working with RTG on its bid for Cybercom. You're sure? Positive, Wharton said quickly. Gamble smoothed down the front of his shirt. Are you having Goldman followed 24 hours a day, his phone lines tapped, his mail read, his business associates shadowed? No, of course not. Then you can hardly be positive he's not working for RTG and against me, can you? I have his word, Wharton said curtly, and we have certain controls in place. Gamble played with an elegantly shaped ring on one of his fingers. Much the same, you can't know what your other partners are really up to, including Sidney Archer, can you? She has the highest integrity of anyone I've ever met, not to mention one of the sharpest minds. Wharton was bristling now. And yet she's completely ignorant of her own husband climbing on a plane to Los Angeles, where RTG happens to have its U.S. headquarters. That's quite a coincidence, don't you think? You can't blame her husband's actions on Sidney. Gamble took the cigar out of his mouth and deliberately removed a bit of fuzz from his suit coat. What are the Triton billings up to per year now, Henry? 20 million? 40 million? I can get the exact number when I get back to the office. It's in that ballpark, wouldn't you say? Gamble stood up. Now, you and I go back a few years. You know my style. Somebody thinks they got the best of me, they're wrong. It may take me some time, but the knife comes back at you and cuts twice as deep as the hit I took. Gamble put the cigar in Wharton's desk, placed his hands palm down on the leather surface, and leaned forward so that he was barely a foot from Wharton's face. If I lose Cybercom because my own people sold me out, when I come back at the persons responsible, it'll be like the big old Mississippi flooding its banks. A whole lot of potential victims out there, most of them entirely blameless, only I'm not going to take the time to sort them out. Do you understand me? Gamble's tone was low and calm, and yet it slammed into Wharton like a giant fist. Wharton swallowed hard as he stared into the intense brown eyes of the Triton chief. I believe I do, yes. Gamble put on his overcoat and picked up his cigar stub. Have a good day, Henry. When you talk to Sidney, tell her I said hello. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon when Sidney pulled the Ford out of the parking lot of the Boar's Head and quickly made her way back toward Route 29. She drove past the old Memorial Gymnasium where she had once grunted and sweated and hit tennis balls in between the rigors of law school. She pulled her car into a parking garage at the corner, a favored hangout of the college crowd, with its numerous bookstores, restaurants, and bars. She slipped into one of the cafes and purchased a cup of coffee and a copy of the day's Washington Post. She sat down at one of the small wooden tables and looked over the paper's headlines. She almost fell out of her chair. The type was bold, thick, and marched across the page with the urgency its contents deserved. Federal Reserve Board Chairman Arthur Lieberman killed in airplane crash. Next to the headline was a photo of Lieberman. Sidney was struck by the man's penetrating eyes. Sidney quickly read the story. Lieberman had been a passenger on Flight 3223. He took regular monthly trips to Los Angeles to meet with the San Francisco Federal Reserve Bank president, Charles Tiedemann, and the ill-fated Western Airlines flight had been one of those regular excursions. 62 years old and divorced, Lieberman had headed the Federal Reserve for the last 4 years. The article devoted a great deal of space to Lieberman's illustrious financial career and the respect he commanded across the globe. Indeed, the official news of his death had not been reported until now, because the government was doing its best to prevent a panic in the financial community. Despite those efforts, the financial markets all over the world had begun to suffer. The story ended with a notice of a memorial service for Lieberman the following Sunday in Washington. There was an additional story about the plane accident farther back in the front section. There were no new developments, only that the NTSB was still investigating. It could be over a year before the world knew why Flight 3223 had ended up in a farmer's plowed-under cornfield instead of on the tarmac at LAX. Weather, mechanical failure, sabotage, and everything in between was being considered, but for now, it was all just speculation. Sidney finished her coffee, discarded the newspaper, and pulled her portable phone out of her bag. She dialed her parents' house and spoke for some time to her daughter, coaxing a few words out of Amy. Her daughter was still shy on the phone. Then Sidney spent a few minutes talking with her mother and father. She next called her answering machine. There were numerous messages, but one that plainly stood out from the rest. Henry Wharton. Tyler Stone had generously allowed her all the time off she needed to deal with this personal catastrophe. Sidney was convinced that the rest of her life would not be long enough. Henry had sounded worried, nervous even. She knew what that meant. Nathan Gamble had paid him a visit. She quickly dialed the familiar number and was put through to Wharton's office. She tried her best to steady her nerves while she waited for him to pick up. Wharton could be a holy terror or awe-inspiring mentor, depending on whether you were in favor or not. He had always been one of Sidney's biggest supporters. But now? She took a deep breath when he came on the line. "Hello, Henry." "Sid, how are you holding up?" "I'm still numb, to tell you the truth." "Maybe that's best. For now, you'll get through this. It might not seem like it, but you will. You're strong." "Thanks for the support, Henry. I do feel bad for leaving you in the lurch. What with Cybercom and all." "I know, Sidney. Don't worry about that." "Who's taking the lead on it?" She wanted to avoid diving right into the Gamble issue. Wharton didn't answer right away. When he did, his voice was lower. "Sid, what do you think of Paul Brophy?" The question caught her by surprise, but it brought some welcome relief. Perhaps she had been wrong about Gamble talking to Wharton. "I like Paul, Henry." Yes, I know that. He's a pleasant enough fellow, talented rainmaker, talks a good game." Sidney spoke slowly. "You want to know whether he can head the Cybercom deal." "As you know, he's been involved up until now, but it's stepped up to another level. I want to keep the circle of attorneys with access as limited as possible. You know why. It's no secret about our potential problem with Goldman and his representation of RTG. I don't want even the hint of an impropriety. I also only want guns on that team that can contribute real substance to the process. I'd like your opinion on him under those circumstances." "This conversation is confidential?" "Absolutely." Sidney spoke with authority, grateful to be analyzing for the moment something other than her personal loss. "Henry, you know as well as I do that deals as complex as this one are like chess games. You have to see 5 or 10 moves ahead, and you don't get second chances. Paul has a bright future at the firm, but he does not possess the breadth of vision for the deal or attention to detail. He does not belong on the final negotiating team for the Cybercom acquisition." "Thank you, Sidney. Those were my thoughts precisely." "Henry, I don't think my comments are exactly earth-shattering news to you. Why was he being considered?" "Let's just say he expressed a very strong interest in heading the deal. Not hard to see why. It would be a lucrative feather in anyone's cap." "I see. I'm going to put Roger Egert in charge. He's a first-rate transaction attorney. He was very complimentary of your work on the matter thus far. Perfectly positioned, I think were his words. Wharton paused for a moment. I hate to ask this, Sidney. I really do. What, Henry? She heard him let out a long breath. Well, I promised myself I wouldn't do this. It's just that you're so damn indispensable. He paused again. Henry, please, what is it? Could you take a moment to talk to Egert? He's almost up to speed, but a few minutes with you on the strategic and tactical issues would be invaluable. I know that it would. I certainly wouldn't ask it, Sidney, if it weren't vitally important. In any event, you'll also have to provide him with the passcode for the master computer file. Sidney covered the phone and sighed. She knew Henry meant well, but business always came first with him. I'll call him today, Henry. I won't forget, Sidney. Her cellular was drowning in static. Sidney walked out of the cafe to get better reception. Outside, Henry Wharton's tone had changed slightly. I received a visit from Nathan Gamble this morning. Sidney stopped walking and leaned up against the brick wall of the cafe. She closed her eyes and grit her teeth until they hurt. I'm surprised he waited so long, Henry. He was a little distraught, Sid, to say the least. He firmly believes you lied to him. Henry, I know this looks bad. She hesitated and then decided to come clean. Jason told me he had a job interview in Los Angeles. He obviously didn't want Triton to know. He swore me to secrecy. That's why I didn't tell Gamble. Sid, you're Triton's lawyer. There are no secrets. Come on, Henry. This is my husband we're talking about. His taking another job isn't going to damage Triton, and he doesn't have a non-compete. Still, Sidney, it hurts me to say this, but I'm not sure you exercised the best judgment in the matter. Gamble suggested quite strongly to me that he suspected Jason of stealing corporate secrets. Jason would never do that. That's not the point. It's how the client perceives it. Your having lied to Nathan Gamble does not help matters. Do you know what would happen to the firm if he were to pull the Triton account? And don't think he wouldn't. Wharton's voice was rising steadily. Henry, when Gamble wanted to teleconference Jason in, I had maybe 2 seconds to think about it. Well, for God's sake, why didn't you tell Gamble the truth? As you said, he wouldn't care. Because a few seconds later, I found out my husband was dead. Neither one said anything for a moment. However, immense friction was clearly present. Some time has passed now, Wharton reminded her. If you didn't want to tell them, you could have confided in me. I would have taken care of it for you. Now I believe I can still patch things up. Gamble can't hold it against us that your husband wanted to change jobs. I'm not sure Gamble will be too excited about your working on his matters in the future, Sidney. Perhaps it's good you're taking some time off. It'll pass over, though. I'll call him right now. When she spoke, Sidney's voice was barely audible. It felt as though a large fist was wedged down her esophagus. You can't tell Gamble about the job interview, Henry. Excuse me? You can't do it. Would you mind telling me why not? Because I found out that Jason wasn't interviewing with any other company. Apparently... She paused and forced back a sob. Apparently, he lied to me. When Wharton again spoke, his tone was one of barely suppressed anger. I cannot tell you the irreparable damage that this situation may cause, and may well already have caused. Henry, I don't know what's going on. All I'm telling you is what I know, which isn't much. What exactly am I supposed to tell Gamble? He's expecting an answer. Put the onus on me, Henry. Tell him I can't be reached. I'm not returning calls. You're working on it, and I won't be back at the office until you get to the bottom of the matter. Wharton thought that over for a moment. I guess that might work, at least temporarily. I appreciate your taking responsibility for the situation, Sidney. I know it's not of your making, but the firm certainly shouldn't suffer. That's my chief concern. I understand, Henry. In the meantime, I'll do my best to find out what was going on. You're sure you're up to that? Under the circumstances, Wharton felt compelled to ask the question, although he was certain of the answer. Do I have a choice, Henry? Our prayers are with you, Sidney. Call if you need anything. We're a family at Tyler Stone. We take care of each other. Sidney clicked off her phone and put it away. Wharton's words had hurt her deeply, but maybe she was just being naive. She and Henry were professional colleagues and friends, to a point. Their phone conversation had underscored to her just how superficial most professional relationships are. As long as you were productive, didn't cause waves, kept the sum of the whole thriving, you had nothing to worry about. Now, suddenly, a single mom, she had to be careful that her legal career didn't abruptly vanish. She would have to pile that one next to all the other problems she currently had. She took the brick walkway, cut across Ivy Road, and headed over to the university's famed Rotunda building. She made her way through the equally famous lawn portion of the campus grounds, where the university's elite students lived in one-room quarters that had changed little from Thomas Jefferson's time, with fireplaces the only source of heat. The simple beauty of the campus had enthralled her whenever she had visited before. Now, framed against a pristine late-fall morning, it was barely noticed. She had many questions, and it was time she started getting some answers. She sat down on the steps of the rotunda and once again pulled her phone from her purse. She punched in the required numbers. The phone rang twice. Triton Global. Kay? Sidney asked. Sid? Kay Vincent was Jason's secretary. A plump woman in her 50s, she had adored Jason and had even served as a babysitter for Amy on several occasions. Sidney had liked her from the start, both sharing common perspectives on motherhood, work, and men. Kay, how are you? I'm sorry I haven't called before. How am I? Oh, Lord, Sid, I'm so sorry. So damn sorry. Sidney could hear the tears welling up in the older woman's voice. I know, Kay, I know. It's all been so sudden, so... Sidney's voice trailed off, and she steeled herself. She had to know some things, and Kay Vincent was the most honest source she could think of. Kay, you know that Jason took some time off from the office. Right, he said he was going to paint the kitchen and fix up the garage. He's been talking about it for a week. He never mentioned the trip to Los Angeles to you? No, I was shocked to hear he was on that plane. Has anyone been in to talk to you about Jason? Lots of people. Everyone's devastated. How about Quentin Rowe? He's been by several times. Kay paused and then said, Sid, why all these questions? Kay, this needs to be kept between us, okay? All right. She sounded very reluctant. I thought Jason was going to L.A. for a job interview with another company because that's what he told me. I recently found out that that wasn't true. My God! While Kay slowly digested the news, Sidney ventured another question. Kay, is there any reason you could think of why Jason would have lied about that? Was he acting strange at work? There was a considerable pause now. Kay? Sidney fidgeted on the steps. The cold from the bricks had begun to chill her. She abruptly stood up. Sid, we have really strict rules about discussing any of the company's business. I don't want to get into trouble. I know that, Kay. I'm one of Triton's attorneys, remember? Well, this is a little bit different. Kay's voice abruptly disappeared from the line. Sidney wondered if she had hung up, but then the voice reappeared. Can you call me later tonight? I don't really want to talk on company time about this. I'll be home around 8. You still have my home phone? I've got it, Kay. Thanks. Kay Vincent hung up without saying anything else. Jason rarely discussed Triton's business with Sidney, although, as an attorney at Tyler Stone, she was immersed in numerous matters for the company. Her husband took the ethical responsibilities of his position very seriously. He had always been careful not to put his wife in an awkward situation, at least until now. She slowly walked back to the parking garage. After paying the attendant, she started toward her car. Suddenly she turned, but by then the man had disappeared around the corner. She walked rapidly back to the street next to the garage and peered down it. No one was in sight. There were numerous shops along there, though. Someone could have disappeared into any one of them in a few seconds. She had first noticed him looking at her while she was seated on the steps of the rotunda. He had been standing behind one of the many trees sprinkled around the lawn. Busy talking to Kay, she had quickly dismissed him as some guy just checking her out for the obvious reason. He was tall, at least 6 feet, lean, and dressed in a dark overcoat. His face had been partially covered by sunglasses, and the overcoat's collar had been turned up, further hiding his features. A brown hat had covered his hair, although she had managed to note that it was light in color, reddish-blonde, perhaps. For a brief moment, she wondered if paranoia had been added to her growing list of problems. She couldn't worry about it right now. She had to get home. Tomorrow she would pick up her daughter. She then remembered that her mother had mentioned a memorial service for Jason. The details of that would have to be gone over. Amid all the mystery surrounding her late husband's last day, the recollection of the memorial service had brought back the crushing knowledge that Jason was indeed dead. No matter how he had deceived her, or for what reason he had done so, he was gone. She headed back home.
This ends Disc 4. Total Control, Disc 5.
Chapter 18. Under drifting cloud cover that was quickly overtaking the razor-blue sky, a chilly wind whipped through the crash site. Armies of people walked the grounds, marking debris with red flags, forming a mass of crimson in the cornfield. Near the crater sat a crane with a dangling bucket large enough to hold 2 grown men. Another such crane hovered over the crater, its long cable and bucket disappearing into the depths of this shallow hell. Other cables, connected to motorized winches set on flatbed trucks, snaked down into the pit. Heavy equipment was lumbering nearby in preparation for the final excavation of the impact crater. The most critical piece, the flight data recorder, had not yet been unearthed. Outside the yellow barricades, a number of tents had been raised. They served as depositories of collected evidence for on-site analysis. In one such tent, George Kaplan was pouring hot coffee from his thermos into 2 cups. He briefly scanned the area. Luckily, the snow had stopped as quickly as it had started. However, the temperature had remained cool, and the weather forecast called for more precipitation. He knew that was not good. Snow would make a logistical nightmare even more daunting. Kaplan handed one of the steaming cups to Lee Sawyer, who had followed the NTSB investigator's gaze around the crash site. "That was a good call on the fuel tank, George. The evidence was very slight, but lab results show it was an old, reliable hydrochloric acid. Tests indicated that it would have eaten through the aluminum alloy in about 2 to 4 hours, faster if the acid was heated. Doesn't look like it was accidental." Kaplan grunted loudly. "Shit, like a mechanic would be walking around with acid and just accidentally smeared on a fuel tank." "I never thought it was an accident, George." Kaplan threw up his hand in apology. "And you can carry hydrochloric acid in a plastic container. Could even use a squirt bottle with a modified tip so you can gauge how much you're applying. Plastic won't trip a metal detector. It was a good choice." Kaplan's face twisted in disgust. He looked out at the crash site for a few more seconds and then stirred, turning to Sawyer. "Nailing down the timing that close is good. Cuts down the list of possible suspects who would have had access." Sawyer nodded in agreement. "We're following that up right now." He took a long sip of the coffee. "You really think somebody blew up an entire plane load of people to take out one guy?" "Maybe." "Christ almighty, I don't mean to sound callous, but if you want to kill the guy, why not just grab him off the street and put a bullet in his head? Why this?" He pointed at the crater and then slumped back in his seat, his eyes half closed, one hand rubbing viciously at his left temple. Sawyer sat in one of the folding chairs. "We're not sure that's the case, but Lieberman was the only passenger on the plane warranting that kind of special attention." "Why the hell go to all this trouble to kill the Fed chairman?" Sawyer pulled his coat tighter around him as the cold wind swirled inside the tent space. "Well, the financial markets took a tremendous beating when the news broke of Lieberman's death. The Dow lost almost 1,200 points, or about 25% of its total, in 2 days. That makes the crash of 1929 look like a hiccup. The overseas markets are being battered, too. Sawyer stared pointedly at Kaplan. And wait until news leaks that the plane was sabotaged. That Lieberman might have been deliberately killed. Who the hell knows what that will trigger? Kaplan's eyes widened. Jesus, all that for one guy? Like I said, somebody killed Superman. So you got a lot of potential suspects. Foreign governments, international terrorists, crap like that, right? Kaplan shook his head as he contemplated the number of bad people on the increasingly small sphere they all called home. Sawyer shrugged. Let's just say it's not going to be your run-of-the-mill street criminal. The two men fell silent and again stared over at the crash site. They watched the crane's cable reverse its direction, and within 2 minutes a bucket carrying 2 men appeared above the pit. The crane swung around and gently rested the bucket on the ground. The 2 men clambered out. Sawyer and Kaplan watched with growing excitement as the pair raced toward them. The first to arrive was a young man whose white blonde hair partially obscured a choir boy's features. In his hand was clenched a plastic baggie. Inside the baggie was a small, metallic, rectangular object heavily charred. The other man lumbered up behind him. He was older, and his red face and labored breathing spoke of the rarity of his finding himself racing across wide cornfields. "I couldn't believe it," the younger man almost shouted. "The starboard wing, or what was left of it, was sitting right on top, pretty much intact. I guess the left side took the brunt of the explosion with the full tank. Looks like when the nose burrowed into the ground, it created an opening slightly larger than the circumference of the fuselage. When the wings hit the sides of the pit, they crumbled back and over the fuselage. Damn miracle, if you ask me." Kaplan took the baggie and stepped over to the table. "Where'd you find it?" "It was attached to the wing's interior side, right next to the access panel for the fuel tank. It must have been placed inside the wing on the inboard side of the starboard engine. I'm not sure what it is, but I can damn sure tell you it doesn't belong on a plane." "So it was placed to the left of where the wings sheared off?" Kaplan asked. "Exactly, Chief. Another couple inches, and it would have been gone, too." The older man spoke. "From the looks of it, the fuselage shielded the starboard wing from a good deal of the initial post-crash explosion. When the sides of the crater collapsed, all the dirt must have cut off the fire almost immediately." He paused and then added solemnly, "But the forward section of the cabin's gone. I mean, nothing's left, like it was never there." Kaplan handed the baggie over to Sawyer. "You know what the hell this is?" Sawyer's face broke into a dark scowl. "Yeah, I do." Chapter 19. Sidney Archer had driven to her office and was now seated at her desk. Her office door was closed and locked. It was a little after 8 in the evening, but she could hear the faint buzz of a fax machine in the background. She picked up the phone and dialed Kay Vincent's number at home. A man answered. "Kay Vincent, please. It's Sidney Archer." "Just a minute." As Sidney waited, she looked around the confines of her office. A place normally of deep comfort to her, it looked strangely out of focus. The diplomas on the wall were hers, but at this moment she could not seem to remember when or where she had earned them. She had become purely reactive, battered by one shock after another. She wondered if a new surprise was awaiting her at the other end of the phone line. "Sidney?" "Hello, Kay." The voice sounded ashamed. "I feel so bad. I didn't even ask you this morning about Amy. How is she?" "She's at my parents' right now." She swallowed hard and then added, "She doesn't know, of course." "I'm sorry I acted the way I did at work. You know how that place is. They get uptight if they think you're taking personal calls on their time." "I know, Kay. I didn't know who else to talk to over there." She didn't add whom she could trust. "I understand, Sid." Sidney took a deep breath. She might as well get right down to it. Had she looked up, she might have noticed the doorknob on her door slowly turn and then stop as the locking mechanism prohibited further movement. "Kay, is there something you wanted to tell me about Jason?" There was a perceptible pause on the other end of the line before Kay answered. "I couldn't have asked for a better boss. He worked real hard, was moving up fast, but he still took the time to talk to everybody, spend time with them." Kay stopped talking, perhaps trying to collect her thoughts before plunging ahead. Sidney wasn't sure. When Kay didn't say anything, Sidney floated a question. "Well, did that change? Was Jason acting differently?" "Yes." The word was blurted out so quickly Sidney almost didn't catch it. "How so?" "It was a bunch of little things, really. The first thing that had me concerned was Jason ordering a lock for his door." "The lock on an office door isn't so unusual, Kay. I have one on mine." Sidney glanced over at her own office door. The doorknob was now motionless. "I know that, Sid. The thing is, Jason already had a lock on his door." "I don't understand, Kay. If he already had a lock, why did he order another one?" "The lock he had on his door was a pretty simple one, a pop-out lock on the doorknob. Yours is probably one of those." Sidney again glanced at her door. "That's right, it is. Aren't all office door locks pretty much the same?" "Not these days, Sid. Jason had a computerized lock put on his system that required a smart card." "Smart card?" "You know, a plastic card with a microchip thing in it. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but you need it to get into the building here, and certain restricted access areas, among other things." Sidney fumbled through her purse and pulled out the plastic card she had taken from Jason's desk at home. "Does anyone else at Triton have those kinds of locks on their office doors?" "About a half dozen. Most of them are in finance, though." "Did Jason tell you why he had ordered the additional security for his office?" "I asked him because I was concerned that maybe there had been a break-in and nobody told us. But Jason said he had taken on some additional responsibilities with the company and had some items in his keeping that he wanted additional protection for." Tired of sitting, Sidney stood up and paced. She looked out the window into the darkness. Across the street, the lights of Spencer's, a posh new restaurant, gleamed back at her. A stream of taxis and luxury cars disgorged elegantly dressed parties who sauntered into the establishment for a night of fine food, drink, and the latest city gossip. Sidney pulled the blind down. She let out her breath and sat on her credenza, slipping out of her shoes and absently rubbing sore and tired feet. "Why didn't Jason want you to tell anyone that he had taken on additional responsibilities?" "I don't know. He's been promoted 3 times already in the company, so I know it wasn't that. You wouldn't be secretive about something like that anyway, would you?" Sidney pondered this information for a few seconds. Jason hadn't mentioned the promotion to her, and it was inconceivable that he would not. "Did he tell you who had given him the additional responsibilities?" "No, and I really didn't want to pry." "Did you tell anyone else what Jason had told you?" "No one," Kay said firmly. Sidney tended to believe her. She shook her head. "What else had you concerned?" "Well, Jason kept a lot more to himself lately. He also made excuses for missing staff meetings, things like that. This had been going on for at least a month." Sidney stopped rubbing nervously at her foot. "Jason never mentioned testing the waters with another company?" "Never." Sidney could almost feel the firm shake of Kay's head through the phone line. "Did you ever ask Jason if anything was bothering him?" "I did once. Only he wasn't real receptive. He was a good friend, but he was also my boss. I didn't want to push it." "I understand, Kay." Sidney slid off the credenza and replaced her shoes. She noticed a shadow pass under her door, and then it stopped. She waited for a few more seconds, but the shadow did not budge. She clicked the button on her receiver to portable use and disconnected the cord. A thought had occurred to her. "Kay, has anyone actually been into Jason's office?" "Well?" Kay's hesitation allowed Sidney to come up with another inquiry. "But how could they, with all the extra security measures on his office door?" "That's the problem, Sid. No one had the code or Jason's security card. The door's 3 inches of solid wood set on a steel frame. Mr. Gamble and Mr. Rowe haven't been in the office this week, and I think no one else really knew what to do." "So no one's been in Jason's office since it
it happened.
Sidney looked down at the smart card. Nobody. Mr. Rowe was in late today. He's having the company that installed the lock come tomorrow to open it. Who else has been around? Sidney could hear Kay let out her breath. They had someone over from SecureTech. SecureTech? Sidney shifted the phone receiver to her other ear as she continued to eye the shadow. She inched toward the door. She was not concerned that it was an intruder. Plenty of people were still working at the office. That's Triton's security consultant, isn't it? Yes, I was wondering why they were called in. The word is, it's pretty normal procedure when something happens like this. Sidney was now to the right of the door, her free hand inching toward the doorknob. Sidney, I've got some things of Jason's at my workstation. Photos, a sweater of his he let me borrow one time, some books. He tried to get me interested in 18th and 19th century literature, although I'm afraid I never did. He did the same thing with Amy until I pointed out it would probably help to have her learn her ABCs before she plunged headlong into Voltaire. The two women laughed together, which felt very good under the awful circumstances. You can come by whenever you want to pick them up. I will, Kay. Maybe we can have lunch and talk some more. I'd like that a lot. I really appreciate what you've told me, Kay. You've been a big help. Well, I cared a lot for Jason. He was a good, decent man. Sidney felt the tears start to bubble to the surface, but when she looked at the shadow under her door again, her nerves hardened. Yes, he was. The last word she uttered contained a dead, cold finality. Sid, you need anything, and I mean anything. You just call, you hear me? Sidney smiled. Thank you, Kay. I may just take you up on that. As soon as she clicked off the phone and laid it down, Sidney yanked her office door open. Philip Goldman did not appear startled. He stood there calmly staring at Sidney with his balding head, expressive face, protruding eyes, slender, rounded shoulders, and the beginnings of a belly. His clothing appeared to be, and was, indeed, very expensive. Standing in her shoes, Sidney was taller than Philip by 2 inches. Sidney, I was passing by and noticed the light on. I had no idea you were here. Hello, Philip. Sidney eyed him closely. Goldman was a slender notch below Henry Wharton in the Tyler Stone partnership pecking order. He had a substantial client base, and his life was focused on his own professional career enhancement. I must say I'm surprised to see you here, Sidney. Going home right now isn't such an appealing idea, Philip. He slowly nodded his head. Yes, I can well understand that. He glanced over her shoulder at the phone receiver lying on the shelf of one of the bookcases. Talking with someone? Personal. There are a lot of details I need to go over now. Of course. Death is terrible enough to confront. Sudden death is even more so. He continued to stare pointedly at her. Sidney felt her face flushing. She turned away, grabbed her bag off the couch, and pulled her coat from behind the door, partially closing the door on Goldman, who had to step back quickly to avoid being struck. She put on her coat and poised her hand over the light switch. I've got an appointment I'm late for. Goldman stepped back into the hallway. Sidney made a show of locking her office door before shutting it. This may be an awkward time, Sidney, but I wanted to congratulate you on your handling of the Cybercom transaction. She jerked her head around. I'm certain we should not be discussing that subject, Philip. I know, Sidney, he said. However, I still read the Wall Street Journal, and your name has been mentioned several times. Nathan Gamma must be very pleased. Thank you, Philip. She turned to face him. I have to go now. Let me know if there's anything I can do for you. Sidney quickly nodded and then moved past Goldman. She walked down the hallway toward the firm's main entrance and disappeared around the corner. Goldman strode quickly down the hallway in time to see Sidney enter the elevator. He then walked casually back down the corridor to Sidney's office. After looking in both directions, he pulled out a key, inserted it in the lock, opened the door, and went inside. The lock clicked into place, and then there was silence. Chapter 20. Sidney pulled the Ford into Triton's vast parking lot and got out. She buttoned up her coat against the chilly wind, checked her purse once more to make sure the plastic card was there, and walked as normally as she could to the 15-story building that housed Triton's World headquarters. She identified herself into the speaker located next to the entrance. A video camera mounted over the doorway was pointed directly at her head. Then a compartment next to the speaker swung open, and she was directed to insert her thumb into the fingerprint scanner that was now revealed. Triton's after-hours security measures probably matched those of the CIA, she surmised. The glass and chrome doors slid noiselessly open. She walked into the building's lobby, which featured a soft waterfall, soaring atrium, and enough polished marble to have emptied a good-sized quarry. When she walked toward the elevator, the lighting automatically illuminated her path. Gentle music also followed her, and the elevator doors opened as she approached them. Triton's headquarters building had received the full benefit of the company's immense technological muscle. She rode the elevator to the 8th floor and got off. The security officer on duty there rose and walked over to her, grasping her hand. There was pain in the man's eyes. "Hello, Charlie."
"Sidney, ma'am, I'm so sorry."
"Thank you, Charlie."
Charlie shook his head. "On his way to the top, worked harder than anybody here. A lot of times it was just him and me in the whole building. He'd bring me coffee and a little something to eat from the lunchroom. Never asked him to, he just did it. Wasn't like some of the big shots here who think they're better than you are."
"You're right, Jason wasn't like that."
"No, ma'am, he wasn't. Now, what can I do for you? You need something, you just tell old Charlie what it is."
"Well, I was wondering if Kay Vincent was still here." Charlie stared blankly at her.
"Kay? I don't think so. I come on duty at 9. She's usually gone around 7, so I wouldn't have seen her leave. Let me check."
Charlie strode over to the console. The holster housing his revolver flapped against his side, and the keys clipped to his gun belt jangled as he walked. He put on a headset and punched a button on the console. After a few seconds, he shook his head.
"I'm just getting her voicemail, Sidney."
"Oh, well, she had some things of Jason's that I wanted to pick up." Sidney looked down at the floor, apparently unable to continue speaking. Charlie walked back over to her. He touched her arm.
"Well, maybe she has them at her desk."
Sidney looked up at him. "She probably does, I would think." Charlie hesitated. He knew this was against all the rules. But then, rules shouldn't always apply. He went back over to the console, hit a couple of buttons, and Sidney watched as the red light next to the door leading into the office corridor turned to green. He walked back over and, pulling keys from his belt, unlocked the door.
"You know how they freak out over security here, but I think this situation is a little different. Nobody's back there anyway. Usually this place is buzzing up until about 10, but it's the holiday week and all. I've got to make rounds now on the 4th floor. You know where she sits, right?"
"I do, Charlie. I really appreciate this." He gave her hand another squeeze.
"Like I said, your husband was a good man."
Sidney moved down the softly lit corridor. Kay's cubicle was about halfway down, with Jason's office diagonally across from it. While Sidney walked down the hallway, she looked carefully around. All was quiet. She turned the corner and saw Kay's darkened cubicle. In a box next to her desk chair was a sweater and some framed photos. She probed underneath and lifted out a finely bound book with gilt edges. David Copperfield. It was one of Jason's favorites. She put the things back in the box and placed it next to the chair. She looked around again. The corridor was also empty. Charlie had said everyone was gone, but then again he hadn't been certain about Kay. Satisfied that she was alone at least for now, Sidney reached her husband's office door. Her hopes sank when she spied the numeric keypad. Kay hadn't mentioned that device. She thought for a moment, pulled the plastic card out of her pocket, looked around once more, and then slid it into the slot. A light on the keypad clicked on. Sidney read the word "ready" next to the light. She thought quickly and punched in some numbers. However, the light didn't budge from its position. She became frustrated. She didn't even know how many digits to punch in, much less what they were. She tried a few more combinations without success. She had almost decided to give up when she noted that there was a small digital screen in one corner of the numeric keypad. Apparently it was a time counter, and it was now on 8 seconds. The alarm light on the pad started to glow a brighter and brighter crimson. "Oh, shit," she hissed. "An alarm." The counter was now at 5 seconds. She stood frozen. Flashing across her mind were all the results that would occur were she found here attempting to infiltrate her husband's office. None of them rated less than a complete disaster. As her eyes locked on the counter, which was now at 3 seconds, she broke out of her inertia. One more possible combination rocketed across her brain. Mouthing a silent prayer, her fingers punched in the numbers 0616. She hit the last digit right as the counter clicked to 0. Waiting for the piercing alarm to explode, Sidney held her breath for one long instant. The alarm light turned off, and the door's locks clicked free. Sidney steadied herself against the wall as she slowly started breathing normally again. June 16th was Amy's birthday. Triton probably had a policy about not using personal numbers for security codes, too easy to crack. For Sidney, it was proof positive that the little girl was never really out of her father's thoughts. She removed the plastic card from the slot. Before grasping the doorknob, she pulled a handkerchief from her purse and wound it around her hand to avoid leaving any prints. Acting the part of an intruder both exhilarated and terrified her. She felt her pulse hammering in her ears. She entered the office and quickly closed the door behind her. The flashlight she pulled from her bag was small but effective. Before turning it on, she checked to make sure that the window blinds were all the way down and completely closed. The thin light swept around the office. She had been here before, several times, in fact, to have lunch with Jason, although they had not stayed long in his office. Usually it was just to snatch a quick kiss behind closed doors. Her light skipped to bookcases filled with technical tomes far beyond her realm of comprehension. The technocrats really did rule, she mused for a moment, if only because they were the only ones who could fix the damn things when they broke down. The light fell upon the computer, and she quickly went over to it. It was off, and the presence of another keypad made her decide not to push her luck in attempting to turn it on. She would be hopelessly lost even if she was fortunate enough to log on, since she had no idea what she was looking for or where to search. It wasn't worth the risk. She noted the microphone attached to the computer monitor. A number of desk drawers were locked. The few that weren't revealed nothing of interest. In stark contrast to her office at the law firm, there were no diplomas on the walls or other personal touches in her husband's office. She did note with a glistening eye that a photo of Jason and his family held a prominent position on his desk. As she looked around the office, it suddenly occurred to her that she had taken enormous risks for nothing. She whirled around at a sudden noise from somewhere within the office space. The flashlight collided with the microphone, and, to her horror, the slender device bent in half. She stood completely still, listening for the sound to be repeated. Finally, after a minute of sheer terror, she turned her attention back to the slender microphone. She spent a couple of minutes trying to return it to its original shape without much success. Finally, she gave up, wiped her prints from it, retreated to the door, and turned off her flashlight. Using the handkerchief to grip the doorknob, she listened at the door for a moment and then exited the office. She heard the footsteps coming as soon as she reached Kay's desk. For an instant, she thought it might be Charlie, except there was no jangling of keys against his gun belt. She looked quickly around to determine which way the sounds were coming from. Clearly, the person was back farther in the office. She slipped across to Kay's cubicle and knelt down behind her desk. Trying to breathe as quietly as possible, she waited as the footsteps came closer. Then they stopped. A minute went by, and they did not resume. Then Sidney heard a slight clicking sound, as though something was being rotated back and forth, but only in a limited radius. Unable to stop herself, she cautiously peered around the corner of Kay's cubicle. A man's back was barely 6 feet away from her. He was slowly turning the doorknob on Jason's office door back and forth. The man took a card out of his shirt pocket and started to insert it into the slot. Then he hesitated over the keypad as if deciding whether to chance it or not. Finally, his courage failed, and he put the card back in his pocket and turned away. Quentin Rowe did not look pleased. He retreated down the hallway the way he had come.
Sidney slipped out from her hiding place and walked in the opposite direction. She was moving rapidly when she rounded the corner, and her purse hit the wall. The noise, while not loud, seemed to echo like an explosion through the quiet hallways. Her breath caught in her throat when she heard the retreating footsteps stop and then turn as Quentin Rose started to head rapidly in her direction. She hurried as fast as she could down the hallway, reached the main office door, was through it in an instant, and found herself back in the reception area, staring at Charlie, who looked back at her anxiously. "Sidney, you okay? You look white as a ghost." The footsteps were nearing the door. Sidney put one finger to her lips, pointed in the direction of the door, and motioned Charlie to go behind his console. He rapidly caught both the sounds of the footsteps and her meaning, and quickly followed her instructions. Then Sidney slipped over to the restroom door that stood to the right of the entrance to the lobby. She opened her purse, poised herself at the door to the ladies' room, which she held partially open with one hand, and kept an eye on the door to the hallway. As soon as it opened and Roe appeared, Sidney pretended to stroll out of the ladies' room, fumbling with something in her purse. When she looked up, Roe was staring at her. He held the door to the secured area open with one hand. "Quentin?" She said it with as much surprise as she could muster. Roe looked from Sidney to Charlie, suspicion written all over his features. "What are you doing here?" He did not try to hide his displeasure. "I came to see Kay. We had talked earlier. She had some things of Jason's, some personal effects she wanted me to have." Roe snapped back. "Nothing can leave the premises without prior authorization. Certainly nothing having to do with Jason." Sidney looked at him squarely. "I know that, Quentin." Her response surprised him. She looked at Charlie, who stared at Roe with unfriendly eyes. "Charlie already informed me of that, though in a much less offensive way than you just did, and he wouldn't let me back into the office area because we all know that's against the company's security policy." "I apologize if I was a little abrupt. I've been under a lot of pressure lately." Charlie's voice was tense with a mixture of anger and incredulity. "And she hasn't? She just lost her husband, for God's sake." Before Roe could answer, Sidney cut in. "Quentin and I have already covered that topic, Charlie, in an earlier conversation. Haven't we, Quentin?" Roe seemed to dissolve under her withering gaze. He decided it best to change subjects. "I thought I heard a noise." He again looked accusingly at Sidney. Sidney answered immediately. "So did we. Right before I went to the ladies' room, Charlie went to check it out. I guess he heard you and you heard him. He didn't think anyone was still in the office, but you were." Her tone matched his in its accusatory implications. Roe bristled. "I'm the president of this company. I can be here at any time of the day or night, and it's nobody's business but my own." Sidney stared him down. "I'm sure you can. However, I would think that you would be working late on their behalf, rather than conducting personal business, even though it's long after regular business hours. I'm just speaking as a legal representative of the company, Quentin." Under normal circumstances, she never would have uttered those words to a client's senior executive. Rose started to sputter. "Well, of course, I meant I was working for the company. I know all—" Rose stopped abruptly when Sidney walked over to Charlie and took his hand. "Thank you very much, Charlie. I understand that rules are rules." Roe could not see the look she gave the elderly security guard, but it brought a grateful smile to Charlie's face. As she turned to leave, Roe said, "Good night, Sidney." She didn't answer him, nor did she even look at him. After she disappeared into the elevator, Roe looked angrily over at Charlie, who was getting up to head out the door. "Where are you going?" he demanded. Charlie's expression was calm. "I've got rounds to make. That's part of my job." He bent down to the smaller man's height when he said it. Charlie started out the door and then turned back. "Oh, it might help avoid confusion in the future if you let me know you're still around." He touched his sidearm. "We don't want no unfortunate accidents, you know." Roe went pale at the sight of the gun. "You hear any more noises, you come get me, okay, Mr. Roe?" After Charlie turned away, he broke out in a broad smile. Roe stood at the doorway for a minute longer, thinking intently. Then he turned and went back into the office. Chapter 21.
Lee Sawyer eyed the small 3-story apartment building, which was located about 5 miles from Dulles International Airport. Residents enjoyed a complete fitness center, Olympic-sized pool and jacuzzi, and huge party room. It was home to mostly young single professionals who got up early to make the traffic-stifling trek into downtown. The parking lot was littered with low-end Beamers, Saabs, and the occasional Porsche. Sawyer was interested in only one of the occupants of this community. He was not a young lawyer, marketing executive, or a holder of an MBA. Sawyer briefly spoke into his walkie-talkie. 3 other agents were seated in the sedan with him. Stationed around the area were 5 other teams of FBI agents. A black-clad squadron of the elite FBI Hostage Rescue Team, HRT, was also zeroing in on Sawyer's target. A battalion of local authorities was backing up the federal lawman. A lot of innocent people were around, and great pains were being taken to ensure that if anyone was going to get hurt, it would be only the man whom Sawyer believed had already killed almost 200 people. Sawyer's plan of attack was textbook FBI. Bring overwhelming force to a completely unsuspecting target, force so overpowering in a situation so totally controlled that resistance was useless. Controlling the situation completely meant you could control the outcome, too. Or so the theory went. Every agent carried a 9mm semi-automatic pistol with extra clips. Each team of agents also had one member with an appropriately named Frankie Law 12 semi-automatic shotgun and another member sporting a Colt assault rifle. The HRT members all carried heavy-caliber automatic weapons, most with electronic laser sights. Sawyer gave the signal to move in, and the teams moved forward. In less than 1 minute, members of the HRT had reached the door of apartment number 321. 2 other teams covered the only other possible escape, the 2 back windows of the apartment that overlooked the pool area. Snipers had already set up there, their laser sights fixed immovably on the twin apertures. After listening intently at the door of 321 for a few seconds, the HRT members exploded through the opening. No gunfire disturbed the peaceful stillness of the night. Within a minute, Sawyer received the all-clear signal. He and his men hurried up the stairs of the apartment building. Sawyer was met by the leader of the HRT. "Nest empty?" Sawyer asked. The HRT man shook his head. "Might as well be. Someone beat us to it." He jerked his head in the direction of the small bedroom at the rear of the apartment. Sawyer walked quickly back there. A shiver hit him right between the shoulder blades. The place was like the insides of a freezer. The overhead light in the bedroom was on. 3 HRT members looked down at the small space between the bed and the wall. Sawyer followed their gaze, and his spirits sank. The man was lying face down. Multiple gunshot wounds in the back and head were plainly visible. So were the firearm and the 12 pieces of brass that littered the floor. Sawyer, with the aid of 2 HRT members, carefully lifted the body, turning it sideways before returning it exactly to the spot where it had been before. Sawyer rose, shaking his head. He barked into his walkie-talkie. "Tell the state guys to get a medical examiner out here, and I want the forensics team here yesterday." Sawyer looked down at the body. Well, at least the guy wouldn't be sabotaging any more planes, although a full clip into his body didn't seem like nearly enough punishment for what the son of a bitch had done. But a dead man couldn't talk, either. Sawyer moved out of the room, his walkie-talkie squeezed tightly in his hand. In the empty hallway, he noted that the air conditioning had been turned on full blast. The apartment's temperature hovered around 30 degrees. He quickly jotted down the precise temperature setting, and then, using the point of a pencil so as not to destroy any possible fingerprints, he turned the heat back on. He wasn't about to let his men freeze to death while they investigated the crime scene. He slumped against the wall, momentarily depressed. While he'd known the odds were long that they would find the suspect at his apartment, the fact that they had found him murdered clearly indicated that someone was a couple of steps ahead of the FBI. Was there a leak somewhere? Or had this murder been part of some master plan? He gripped the walkie-talkie and headed back to the bedroom. Chapter 22. Sidney exited the Triton building and started across the parking lot. She was so deep in thought she didn't see the black stretch limousine until it careened to a halt directly in front of her. The rear door opened, and Richard Lucas stepped out. He was dressed in a dark blue, conservative, single-breasted suit. His face was chiefly distinguished by a pug nose and a pair of small eyes that were too close together by about an inch. His breadth of shoulders and the omnipresent hump under his suit coat made him an imposing physical presence. "Mr. Gamble would like to meet with you." His tone was even. He held the door open, and Sidney could see the holstered pistol under his coat. She froze, swallowed hard, and then her eyes blazed. "I'm not sure that fits into my schedule right now." Lucas shrugged. "As you wish. However, Mr. Gamble thought it best to speak directly with you, to get your version of the facts before he decides upon any type of action. He felt the sooner the meeting took place, the better for all concerned." Sidney took a deep breath and looked at the limo's black-tinted windows. "Where is this meeting to take place?" "Mr. Gamble's estate in Middleburg." He checked his watch. "Our ETA is 35 minutes. We will, of course, take you back to your car after the meeting is concluded." She eyed him sharply. "Do I really have a choice?" "A person always has choices, Miss Archer." Sidney pulled her coat tighter around her and climbed in. Lucas sat across from her. She didn't ask any more questions, and he ventured nothing further. His eyes, however, remained squarely upon her. Sidney was dimly aware of an enormous house of stone surrounded by meticulously landscaped and tree-lined grounds. "You can make it through this," she thought. Interrogation was often a two-way street. If Gamble wanted answers from her, she would do her best to get some from him. She followed Lucas through a double-door entryway, down an impressive hallway, and into a large chamber of polished mahogany and comfortable seating. Original oil paintings portraying distinctly masculine subjects covered the walls. A small fire burned in the hearth. On a table situated in one corner, a dinner with two settings was laid out. Although she had no appetite, the aroma was enticing, nevertheless. In the center of the table, a bottle of wine was chilling. The door closed behind her with a click. She went over and confirmed that it was indeed locked. She whirled around as she heard a slight movement behind her. Nathan Gamble, dressed casually in an open-collared shirt and cuffed slacks, came around the corner of a high wing-back chair that had been turned toward the far wall. His penetrating gaze made her draw her coat more closely around her. He moved over to the food. "You hungry?" "Not really, thanks." "Well, if you change your mind, there's plenty to eat. Hope you don't mind if I do." "It's your house." Gamble sat down at the table and started fixing his plate. Then she watched as he poured 2 glasses of wine. "When I bought this place, it came with a wine cellar and 2,000 very dusty bottles of wine. Now, I don't know crap about wine, but my people tell me it's a first-rate collection, not that I intend on collecting. Where I come from, you collect stamps. This stuff you drink." He held up a glass for her. "I really don't think—" "I hate to drink alone. Makes me think I'm the only one having fun. Besides, it worked for you on the plane, right?" She finally nodded, slowly removed her coat, and took the glass from him. The room was soothingly warm, but she remained on her guard. It was SOP when in the vicinity of active volcanoes and people like Nathan Gamble. She sat down at the dinner table and eyed him while he started eating. He looked at her and motioned to the food. "You sure you're not interested?" She held up her glass. "This is fine, thanks." He shrugged, gulped his wine, and then proceeded to slice up a hefty piece of steak. "I talked to Henry Warden recently. Nice guy, always looking out for his people. I appreciate that in an employer. I look out for my people, too." He sopped gravy onto a roll and bit a chunk off. "Henry has been a wonderful mentor to me." "That's interesting. I never had a mentor coming up. That might have been nice." He chuckled lightly. Sidney glanced around the elegant room. "It doesn't look like it hurt you any." Gamble raised his wine glass, tapped it to hers, and then resumed eating. "You holding up? You look like you've lost some weight from the last time I saw you." "I'm doing okay. Thanks for asking." She flicked at her hair while watching him carefully, trying to keep her nerves in check. She was waiting for the inevitable moment when the small talk would abruptly end. She would have preferred to have gotten right down to business.
Gamble was merely playing with her. She had seen him do it dozens of times with other people. Gamble poured himself another glass of wine, and despite her protests, he topped off Sidney's glass. 20 minutes of innocuous conversation later, Gamble wiped off his mouth with his napkin, stood up, and led Sidney over to an oversized leather sofa in front of the fire. She sat down and crossed her legs and took an invisible, deep breath. He remained standing by the fireplace mantel and looked at her from under hooded eyelids. She studied the fire for a moment, sipped the wine, and then looked up at him. If he wasn't going to start, she decided she would. I spoke with Henry, too, apparently soon after you did. Gamble nodded absently. I thought Henry might give you a buzz after our little talk. Underneath her opaque exterior, Sidney felt herself growing angry at how Gamble manipulated and bullied people to get what he wanted. Gamble produced a cigar from a humidor perched on the mantel. You mind? As I said, it's your house. Some people say cigars aren't habit-forming. I'm not so sure about that. You have to die from something, right? She took another sip of wine. Lucas said you wanted to meet. I'm not privy to the agenda, so would you like to begin? Gamble took several short puffs on his cigar to get it going before answering. You lied to me on the plane, didn't you? His tone was not one of anger, which surprised her. If anything, she had assumed that a man like Nathan Gamble would have exhibited unbridled fury at such an offense. I wasn't completely truthful. No. A faint twitch moved across Gamble's features. You're so damn pretty. I keep forgetting you're an attorney. I guess there's a difference between lying and not being completely truthful, although, frankly, I'm not all that interested in the distinction. You lied to me, that's all I'm going to remember. I can understand that. Why was your husband on that plane? The question shot out of Gamble's mouth, but his features remained impassive as he stared at her. Sidney hesitated, then decided to answer fully. It was going to come out at some point. Jason told me he had been offered an executive position at another technology company based in Los Angeles. He said he was going out for a last round of meetings. What company, RTG? It wasn't RTG. It wasn't a direct competitor of yours at all. That's why I didn't think it important to tell you the truth. But as it turns out, it really doesn't matter which company it was. Why not? Gamble looked surprised. Because what Jason told me wasn't the truth. There was no job offer, no meetings. I just found that out. She said this as calmly as she could. Gamble finished his wine and made considerable progress on his cigar before he spoke again. Sidney had noted this trait with other clients who possessed vast wealth. Nothing hurried them. Your time was their time. So your husband lied to you and you lied to me. And I'm now supposed to accept what you're telling me as the gospel? His tone remained even, but his incredulity was unmistakable. Sidney remained silent. She couldn't actually blame him for not believing her. You're my lawyer. Advise me on how I should handle this situation, Sidney. Do I accept what the witness is saying or not? Sidney spoke hurriedly. I'm not asking you to accept anything. If you don't believe me, and you probably have reason not to, then there's nothing I can do about that. Gamble nodded thoughtfully. Okay. What else? There is no what else. I've told you all I know. Gamble flicked his cigar into the fire. Come on, in the course of my 3 divorces, I've found, much to my dismay, that pillow talk does happen. Why should you be any different? Jason didn't discuss Triton business with me. What he did at your company was confidential as far as I was concerned. I don't know anything. I have a lot of questions myself, but no answers. Her tone was suddenly bitter, but then she quickly calmed down. Has anything happened at Triton, anything that involved Jason? Gamble didn't say anything. I'd really like an answer to that. I'm not inclined to tell you anything. I don't know whose side you're on, but I doubt if it's mine. Gamble was eyeing her so severely that she felt her face growing red. She uncrossed her legs and looked up at him. I know you're suspicious,
Gamble broke in heatedly. "You're goddamn right I'm suspicious. With RTG breathing down my neck, with everybody telling me my company will be an also-ran unless I do a deal with Cybercom, how would you feel?" He didn't allow her to answer. He swiftly sat next to her and gripped one of her hands. "Now, I'm really sorry your husband is dead, and under any other circumstances, his getting on a plane wouldn't be any of my business. But when everybody starts lying to me at the same time my company's future is blown in the wind, then it very much becomes my business." He let her hand drop. Tears pulled at the corners of Sidney's eyes as she jumped up and grabbed her coat. "Right now, I don't give a damn about your company or you, but I can tell you that neither my husband nor I have done anything wrong. You got that?" Her eyes blazed at him, her chest heaving. "And now I want to leave." Nathan Gamble studied her for a long moment, then went over to a table in the far corner of the room and picked up the phone. She couldn't hear what he said. In a moment, the door opened, and Lucas appeared. "This way, Miss Archer." Walking out, she looked back at Nathan Gamble. He lifted his wine-glass in a salutary manner. "Let's keep in touch," he said quietly. The delivery of those 4 simple words sent a shiver through her entire body. The limousine reversed its trek, and less than 45 minutes later, Sidney was deposited in front of her Ford Explorer. She quickly got in and drove off. She punched a speed dial on her portable phone. A sleepy voice answered. "Henry, it's Sidney. Sorry if I woke you." "Sid, what time? Where are you?" "I wanted you to know that I just met with Nathan Gamble." Henry Wharton was fully awake now. "How did that come about?" "Let's just say it was at Nathan's suggestion." "I've been trying to cover for you." "I know, Henry. I appreciate it. So how did it go?" "Well, probably as well as it could have under the circumstances. In fact, he was pretty civil." "Well, that's good." "It might not last, though, but I wanted you to know I just left him." "Maybe this whole thing will just blow over," he added hurriedly. "Of course, I don't mean about Jason's death. I don't mean in any way to minimize that horrible tragedy." Sidney quickly cut him off. I know, Henry. No offense taken." "So how did you leave it with Nathan?" She took a deep breath. "We agreed to keep in touch." The Hay Adams Hotel was only a few blocks from Tyler Stone's offices. Sidney awoke early. The clock showed it to be barely 5 in the morning. She quietly reassessed the progress of the night before. The visit to her husband's office had yielded nothing useful, and the meeting with Nathan Gamble had badly scared her. She hoped she had appeased Henry Wharton. For now. After grabbing a quick shower, she called room service and ordered a pot of coffee. She had to be on the road by 7 to pick up Amy. She would discuss the memorial service with her parents then. By the time she was dressed and packed, it was 6:30. Her parents were habitual early risers, and Amy did not ordinarily sleep past 6. Sidney's father answered the phone. "How is she?" "Your mother's got her. She just finished getting a bath. Just came marching in our bedroom this morning, pretty as you please, like she owned the place." Sidney could hear the deep pride in her father's voice. "How you holding up, sweetie? You sound a little better." "I'm holding, Dad. I'm holding. Finally got some sleep. I'm not sure how." "Well, your mother and I are coming back up with you, and we're not taking no for an answer. We can take care of stuff around the house, field calls, run errands, help with Amy." "Thanks, Dad. I'll be at your place in a couple of hours." "Here comes Amy, looking like a baby chick caught in the rain. I'll put her on." Sidney could hear the receiver being coddled by the small hands. A few chortles drifted over the line. "Amy, sweetie, it's Mommy." In the background, Sidney could hear gentle coaxing coming from her mother and father. "Hi, Mommy?" "That's right, sweetie, it's Mama." "You talking to me?" Then the little girl laughed uncontrollably for a moment. This was a favorite phrase right now. Amy always hopped off the ground when she said it. Her daughter proceeded to cradle the phone and rattle off her own version of life in a language most of which Sidney could easily decipher. This morning it was pancakes and bacon and a bird that she had seen go after a cat outside. Sidney smiled. Her smile abruptly vanished with Amy's next words. "Daddy. I want my daddy." Sidney closed her eyes. One of her hands moved across her forehead, brushing some hair back. She felt a painful mound of air muscling its way to her throat. She held her hand over the phone so the sound would not carry. Recovered, she again spoke into the phone. "I love you, Amy. Mommy loves you more than anything. I'll see you in a little while, okay? Love, Chew. My daddy? Come over now." Sidney heard her father tell Amy to say bye-bye. "Bye-bye, baby. I'll be there soon." The tears fell freely now, their salty taste very familiar to her. "Honey?" "Hello, Mom." Sidney rubbed her sleeve across her face. The wetness sprung back immediately, like a stubborn layer of old paint seeping through the fresh coat. "I'm sorry, honey. I guess she can't talk to you without thinking about Jason." "I know. She's been sleeping all right, at least." "I'll see you soon, Mom." Sidney hung up the phone and sat with her head in her hands for a few minutes. Then she drifted over to the window where she pulled open the curtains a notch and peered out. A three-quarters moon, together with the multiple streetlights, illuminated the area exceedingly well. Even with that, Sidney didn't see the man standing in an alleyway across the street. A small pair of binoculars held in his hands and pointed in her direction. He was dressed in the same coat and hat he had been wearing in Charlottesville. He dutifully watched as Sidney absently scanned the streets below. From years of pulling this kind of duty, his eyes took in every detail. Her face, her eyes in particular, was weary. Her neck was long and graceful, like a model's, but her neck and shoulders were arched back, obviously filled with tension. When she turned away from the window, he lowered his binoculars. A very troubled woman, he concluded. After having observed the suspicious actions of Jason Archer at the airport the morning of the plane crash, the man felt Sidney Archer had every reason to be worried, nervous, perhaps even fearful. He leaned up against the brick wall and continued his sentinel. Chapter 23. Lee Sawyer was staring out the window of his small apartment in southeast D.C. In the daylight, he would be able to see the dome of Union Station from his bedroom window, but daylight was still at least 30 minutes away. Sawyer had not arrived home from investigating the plane fueler's death until almost 4:30 in the morning. He had allowed himself 10 minutes under a hot shower to work out the kinks and grogginess. Then he had quickly dressed, put on a pot of coffee, cooked up a couple of eggs and a slice of ham that he probably should have tossed a week ago, and toasted some bread. He ate the simple meal on a TV tray in his living room, a small table lamp the only light. The soothing darkness allowed him to sit quietly and think. With the wind rattling against the windows, Sawyer turned his head to study the simple configurations of his home. He grimaced. Home? This was not really his home, although he had been here over a year. Home was in the tree-lined Virginia suburbs. A split level with vinyl siding, a two-car garage, and a brick barbecue in the backyard. This small apartment was where he ate and occasionally slept, mainly because after the divorce it was really the only thing he could afford. But it was not and never would be his home, despite the few personal effects he had brought with him, chief of which were the photographs of his 4 children that peeked out at him from everywhere. He picked up one of the photos. Looking back at him was his youngest, Meg. Meggie, she was called by nearly everyone. Blonde and good-looking, she had inherited her father's height, slender nose, and full lips. His career as an FBI agent had taken off during her formative years, and he had been on the road for much of her adolescence. Paybacks were hell, though. They were not speaking now. At least she wasn't. And he, big as he was, and despite what he did for a living, was too terrified to try anymore. Besides, how many different ways could you say you were sorry? He rinsed off the dishes, wiped the sink clean, and threw some dirty laundry in a mesh bag for deposit at the cleaners. He looked around for anything else that needed to be done. Really, there was nothing. He cracked a weary smile. Just killing time. He checked his watch. Almost 7. He would leave for the office shortly. Although he had regular duty shifts, he was typically there at all hours. Not too difficult to understand, since being an FBI agent was really the only thing he had left.
There would always be another case. Isn't that what his wife had said that night, the night their marriage had disintegrated? She'd been right, though. There would always be another case. In the end, what more could he really ask for or expect? Tired of waiting, he put on his hat, holstered his gun, and walked down the stairs to his car. Barely a 5-minute ride from Sawyer's apartment sat the FBI headquarters building on Pennsylvania Avenue between 9th and 10th Streets Northwest. It was home to approximately 7,500 employees of the FBI's total workforce of 24,000. Of the 7,500, only about 1,000 were special agents. The rest were support and technical personnel. In the headquarters building, one prominent special agent was sitting at a large conference room table. Other FBI personnel were scattered around the table, dutifully going over stacks of files or screens on their laptops. Sawyer took a moment to look around the room and stretch his limbs. They were in the Strategic Information Operations Center, or SIOC, a restricted access area composed of a block of rooms separated by glass walls and shielded from all known types of electronic surveillance. The SIOC was used as the command post for major FBI operations. On one wall was a line of clocks, delineating different time zones. A cluster of large screen TVs lined another wall. The SIOC had secure communications to the White House Situation Room, the CIA, and a myriad of federal law enforcement agencies. With no external windows and thick carpeting, it was a very quiet place used to organize mammoth investigations. A small galley kept the personnel here functioning through exhaustive work hours. Presently, fresh coffee was brewing. Caffeine and brainstorming seemed to go hand in hand. Sawyer looked across the table to where David Long, a long-time member of the FBI's bomb squad, sat staring at a file. To the left of Long was Herb Barracks, an agent from the Charlottesville Resident Agency, the closest FBI office to the crash site. Next to Barracks was an agent from the Richmond office, the FBI field office in nearest proximity to the disaster. Across from them were two agents from the Washington Metropolitan Field Office at Buzzard Point, which until the late 80s had been simply the Washington Field Office, until the Alexandria, Virginia Field Office had been collapsed into it. The director of the FBI, Lawrence Malone, had left an hour earlier after being briefed on the murder of one Robert Sinclair, most recently employed as an aircraft fueler at Vector Fueling Systems, and now an occupant of a Virginia morgue. Sawyer felt sure that a fingerprint run through the FBI's Automated Fingerprint Identification System, or AFIS, would give the late Mr. Sinclair another name. Conspirators in a scheme as large as Sawyer figured this one was rarely used their real names in securing employment positions they would later use to down an airliner. More than 250 agents had been assigned to the bombing of Flight 3223. They were following up leads, interviewing family members of the victims, and undertaking an excruciatingly detailed investigation of all persons having the motive and opportunity to sabotage the Western Airlines jet. Sawyer figured Sinclair had done the actual dirty work, but he wasn't taking any chances on overlooking an accomplice at the airport. While rumors had been floating in the press for some time, the first major story actually declaring the downing of the Western flight as being caused by an explosive device would be in the next morning's edition of the Washington Post. The public would demand answers, and they would want them soon. That was fine with Sawyer, only results weren't always obtained as fast as one would like. In fact, they almost never were. The FBI had latched on to the Vector line soon after the NTSB team members had found that very special piece of evidence in the crater. After that, it was a simple matter to confirm that Sinclair had been the fueler on Flight 3223. Now Sinclair was dead, too. Someone had made sure he would never have an opportunity to tell them why he sabotaged the plane. Long looked at Sawyer. "You were right, Lee. It was a heavily modified version of one of those new portable heating elements. The latest rage in cigarette lighters. No flame, just intense heat from a platinum coil, pretty much invisible." "I knew I'd seen it before. Remember that arson case involving the IRS building last year?" Sawyer said. "Right. Anyway, this thing is capable of sustaining about 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit.
And it wouldn't be affected by wind or cold, even if doused by the jet fuel or anything like that. 5-hour supply of fuel rigged so that if it went out for any reason, it would automatically relight. One side was affixed with a magnetic pad. It's a simple but perfect way to do it. Jet fuel comes spewing out when the tank gets penetrated. Sooner or later, it's going to get within range of the flame, and then boom. He shook his head. Pretty damn ingenious. Carry it in your pocket. Even if it's detected on the surface, it's a damn cigarette lighter. Long sifted through some more pages as the other agents closely watched him. He ventured a further analysis. And they didn't need a timer or altimeter device. They could roughly gauge the timing by the acid's corrosiveness. They knew it would be up in the air when it went. 5-hour flight, plenty of time. Sawyer nodded. Kaplan and his team found the black boxes. The casing of the flight data recorder was split open, but the tape was relatively intact. Preliminary conclusions indicate that the starboard engine and the controls running through that section of the wing were severed from the plane seconds after the CVR recorded a strange sound. They're doing spectrum sound analysis on it now. The FDR showed no drastic change in cabin pressure, so there was definitely no explosion inside the fuselage, which makes sense since we now know the sabotage occurred on the wing. Before that, everything was operating smoothly. No engine problems, level flight, ordinary control surface movements. But once things went bad, they never had a chance. The pilot's recording on the CVR give any clues? Long asked. Sawyer shook his head. Usual expletives. The Mayday they radioed in. The FDR showed the plane was in a 90-degree dive for almost 30,000 feet, with the left engine going at almost full power. Who knows if they could even have remained conscious under those conditions? Sawyer paused. Let's hope none of them were, he said solemnly.
This ends Disc 5. Total Control, Disc 6.
Now that it was clear that sabotage had downed the plane, the FBI had officially taken over the investigation from the NTSB. Because of the complexities of the case and its massive organizational challenges, FBI headquarters would be the originating office, and Sawyer, his first-rate work on the Lockerbie bombing still fresh in the minds of FBI leadership, would be the case agent, meaning he would run the investigation. But this bombing was a little different. It had occurred over American airspace, had left a crater on American soil. He would let others at the Bureau handle the press inquiries and issue statements to the public. He much preferred doing his work in the background. The FBI devoted large resources of personnel and money to infiltrate terrorist organizations operating in the United States, ferreting out plans and grand schemes to wreak destruction in the name of some political or religious cause before they had a chance to come to fruition. The bombing of Flight 3223 had come right out of the blue. There had been no trickles of information from the FBI's vast network that anything of this magnitude was on the horizon. Having been unable to prevent the disaster, Sawyer would now devote every waking moment and probably suffer through many a nightmare in his quest to bring those responsible to justice. Well, we know what happened to that plane, Sawyer said. Now we just have to find out why and who else is involved. Let's start with motive. What else did you dig up on Arthur Lieberman, Ray? Raymond Jackson was Sawyer's young partner. He had played college football at Michigan before hanging up his cleats and eschewing an NFL career for one in law enforcement. A shade under 6 feet, the thick-shouldered black man possessed intelligent eyes and a soft-spoken manner. Jackson flipped open a 3-ring notebook. A lot of info here. For starters, the guy was terminal. Pancreatic cancer. It was in an advanced stage. He had maybe 6 months, maybe. All treatment had been discontinued. Dude was on massive painkillers, though. Schlesinger's solution, a combo of morphine and a mood elevator, probably cocaine, one of his few legit uses in his country. Lieberman was outfitted with one of those portable units that dispense drugs directly into the bloodstream. Sawyer's face betrayed his astonishment. Walter Burns and his secrets. The Fed chairman has 6 months to live and nobody knows? Where'd you get the info? I found a bottle of chemotherapy drugs in the medicine cabinet at his apartment. Then I went right to the source, his personal physician. Told him we were just doing routine background inquiries. Lieberman's personal calendar evidenced a lot of doctor visits. Some visits to Johns Hopkins, another to the Mayo Clinic.
Then I mentioned the medication I'd found. The doc was nervous when I asked him about it. I subtly suggested that not telling the whole truth to the FBI could land his keister in a shitload of trouble. When I mentioned a subpoena, he cracked. He probably figured the patient was dead. What the hell would he care? What about the White House? They had to know. If they're playing straight with us, they were in the dark, too. I talked with the chief of staff about Lieberman's little secret. I don't think he believed me at first. I had to remind him FBI stands for fidelity, bravery, and integrity. I also sent over a copy of the medical records to him, where it is the president went apeshit when he saw them. That's an interesting twist, Sawyer said. I always understood Lieberman was some financial god, solid as a rock. And yet he forgets to mention he's about to check out with cancer and leave the country in a lurch? That doesn't make much sense. Jackson grinned. Just reporting the facts. You're right about the guy's abilities. He's a bona fide legend. However, personally, he wasn't in such great shape financially. What do you mean? Sawyer asked. Jackson turned the pages of his fat notebook and then stopped. He flipped the notebook around and slid it across to Sawyer. Sawyer stared down at the information while Jackson continued his report. Lieberman was divorced about 5 years ago after 25 years of marriage. Apparently he was a naughty boy caught fooling around on the side. The timing could not have been worse. He was just about to go through Senate confirmation hearings for the Fed position. His wife threatened to shred him in the papers. The Fed chairmanship, which I'm told Lieberman coveted, would have gone bye-bye real quick. To get rid of the problem, Lieberman gave just about everything he had to his ex. She died just a couple of years ago. To complicate matters, rumor has it his 20-something girlfriend had expensive tastes. The Fed job is prestigious, but it doesn't pay the Wall Street bucks, not anywhere near. Fact is, Lieberman was up to his ass in debt. Lived in a crummy apartment over on Capitol Hill while trying to crawl out of a financial hole the size of the Grand Canyon. The stack of love letters we found at the apartment apparently came from her. What happened to the girlfriend? Sawyer asked. Not sure. It wouldn't surprise me if she'd walked out when she found out her little pot of gold was full of a big C. Any idea where she is now? Jackson shook his head. From all accounts, she's been out of the picture for some time now. I tracked down several colleagues of Lieberman's back in New York. The woman was beautiful but brainless, according to them. It's probably a waste of time, but make some more inquiries on her anyway, Ray. Jackson nodded. Sawyer looked at Barracks. Any word from the Hill on who's going to take Lieberman's slot? When Barracks answered, Sawyer was rocked for the second time in less than a minute. General consensus, Walter Burns. Sawyer stared at Barracks for several moments, and then wrote the name Walter Burns in his notebook. In the margin next to it, he scribbled the word asshole, and then the word suspect with a question mark next to it. Sawyer looked up from his notebook. Sounds like our Mr. Lieberman was riding a streak of particularly bad luck. So why kill him? Lots of reasons, Barracks spoke up. The Fed chairman is a symbol of American monetary policy. Make a nice little target for some third-world crap can of a country with a big green monster on its shoulder, or pick from about a dozen active terrorist groups who specialize in plane bombings. Sawyer shook his head. No group has claimed responsibility for the bombing yet. Barracks snorted. Give him time. Now that we've confirmed it was a bombing, whoever did it will be phoning in, blowing Americans out of the sky to make a political statement. That's what those assholes live for. God damn it! Sawyer slammed his massive fist down on the table, stood up, and started pacing, his face a sheet of vivid red. It seemed as though every 10 seconds the image of the impact crater swept across his thoughts. Added to that now was the smaller but even more devastating vision of the tiny singed shoe he had held in his hand. He had cradled each of his children in one big hand upon their birth. It could have been any of them. Any of them. He knew that vision would never fully leave his thoughts for as long as he remained on this earth. The agents eyed him anxiously. Sawyer had a well-deserved reputation as being one of the sharpest agents among a legion of them at the Bureau. Through 25 years of seeing fellow humans gallop a crimson path through the country, he had continued to attack each case with the same zeal and rigor he had shown from day one on the job. He ordinarily chose carefully worded analysis over scattergun hyperbole.
However, most of the agents who had worked with him over the years understood crystal clearly that his temper was contained by a very slender catch. He stopped his pacing and looked at Barracks. "There's a problem with that theory, Herb." His voice was once again calm. "What's that?" Sawyer leaned against one of the glass walls, crossed his arms, and rested them on his broad chest. "If you're a terrorist looking to make a big splash, you sneak a bomb on the plane, which, let's face it, isn't all that hard to do on a domestic flight, and you blow the plane into a million pieces, bodies pouring down, crashing through roofs, interrupting Americans eating breakfast. Leave no room for doubt that it was a bombing." Sawyer paused and intently looked at the face of each agent. "That did not happen here, gentlemen." Sawyer resumed his pacing. All eyes in the room followed his progress. The jet was virtually intact on its way down. If the right wing hadn't come off, all of it would be in that crater. Mark that point. The fueler from Vector is presumably paid to sabotage the plane. Surreptitious work performed by an American who is not, at least as far as we know, linked to any terrorist group. It would be hard for me to believe that Middle Eastern terrorist groups have started admitting Americans into their ranks to perform their dirty work. We had the damage on the fuel tank, but that could as easily have been caused by the explosion and fire. The acid was almost all burned away. A little more heat and maybe we would have found nothing. And Kaplan has confirmed that the wing didn't have to come off the fuselage in order to crash the plane in the same manner. The starboard engine was destroyed from debris ingestion. Critical flight control hydraulic lines were severed by the fire and explosion, and the aerodynamics of the wing, even if it had remained intact, was destroyed. So, if we hadn't found the igniter in the crater, this thing might have gone down as some horrific mechanical failure. And make no mistake about it, it was a damned miracle that the igniter was found. Sawyer looked through one of the glass walls and continued. "So, you add that all up and what do you have? Arguably, someone who blows up a plane but maybe doesn't want it to look that way. Not your typical terrorist M.O., but then the picture gets even more cloudy. The logic starts to cut the other way. First, our fueler ends up with a full clip in him. His bags were packed, half a disguise on, and his employer presumably changes the plan on him. Second, we have Arthur Lieberman on the same flight." Sawyer glanced at Jackson. "The man went to L.A. every month, like clockwork. Same airline, same flight each month, right?" Jackson, eyes narrowed to slits, nodded slowly. Each agent was unconsciously leaning forward as they followed Sawyer's logic. "So the odds of the guy being on the flight by accident are so high it's not worth debating. Looking at it cold, Lieberman had to be the target unless we're missing something really big. Now, put the two pieces together. Initially, our bombers may have tried to make it look like an accident. Then the fueler ends up dead. Why?" Sawyer looked sharply around the room. David Long finally spoke up. "Couldn't risk it. Maybe the chances are it goes down like an accident, and maybe not. They can't wait around until the papers report it one way or another. They have to take the guy out right away. Besides, if the original plan was to have the guy take a hike, him not showing for work would raise suspicion. Even if we didn't think sabotage, the guy skipping town would sure as hell turn us in that direction." "Agreed," Sawyer replied. "But if you want the trail to end there, why not make it look like the fueler's some fanatical zealot? Put a bullet into his temple, leave the gun and some BS suicide note behind, filled with I hate America language, and let us think the guy's a loner. You fill him full of holes, leave behind evidence pointing to the guy getting ready to run. Now we know there are others involved. Why the hell bring yourself that kind of trouble?" Sawyer rubbed his chin. The other agents leaned back in their chairs, looking confused. Sawyer finally looked at Jackson. "Any word from the M.E. on our dead guy?" "They promised a top priority. We'll know soon." "Anything else turn up at the guy's apartment?" "One thing that didn't turn up, Lee." Sawyer flashed a knowing look. "No ID. Docs." "Yep," Jackson said. "Guy getting ready to hit the road after blowing up a plane will not be running as himself. Way this was probably planned out, he had to have phony docs, good phony docs, ready.
True, Ray, but he could have had them stashed someplace else.
Or whoever killed him might have taken them, too,
Barracks ventured. No argument there, Sawyer said. On those words, the door to the SIOC opened, and through it stepped Marcia Reed. Petite and motherly-looking, with salt and pepper hair cut short and glasses riding on a chain over her black dress, she was one of the Bureau's top fingerprint personnel. Reed had tracked down some of the worst criminals on the planet through the esoteric world of arches, loops, and whorls. Marcia nodded to the other agents in the room, and then sat down and opened the file she had carried in. "APHIS results hot off the presses," she said, her tone businesslike but laced with a touch of humor. Robert Sinclair was actually Joseph Philip Riker, currently wanted in Texas and Arkansas on murder and related weapons charges. His arrest sheet is 3 pages long. His first arrest was for armed robbery at age 16. His last was for second-degree murder. He served 7 years, was released 5 years ago. Since then, he's been implicated in numerous crimes, including 2 murders for hire. An extremely dangerous man. His trail went cold about 18 months ago. Not a peep from him since, until now. Every agent at the table looked stunned. How does a guy like that get a job fueling planes? Sawyer's tone was incredulous. Jackson answered the query. "I spoke with representatives from Vector. They're a reputable company. Sinclair, or rather Riker, had been with them only about a month. He had excellent credentials. Worked at several aircraft fueling companies in the Northwest and in Southern California. They did a background check on him under the name Sinclair, of course. Everything came out okay. They were as stunned by this as anyone else." "What about fingerprints?" "They had to check his fingerprints. That would have told them who the guy really was." Reed eyed Sawyer. She spoke with authority. "Depends on who's taking the prints, Lee. A borderline competent tech can be fooled, you know that. There's synthetic material out there you'd swear was skin. You can buy prints on the street, put it all together, and a career criminal becomes a respectable citizen." Barracks piped in. "And if the guy was wanted on all those other crimes, he probably had a new face put on. 5 gets you 10. The face in that morgue isn't a face on those wanted posters." Sawyer looked at Jackson. "How did Riker end up fueling Flight 3223? "About a week ago, he asked to be switched to the graveyard shift, 12 to 7. Flight 3223's scheduled departure time was 6:45, same time every day. Log shows the plane was fueled at 5:15. That put it on Riker's rounds. Most people don't volunteer for that shift, so Riker got it pretty much by default." Another question occurred to Sawyer. "So where's the real Robert Sinclair?" "Probably dead," said Barracks. "Riker took over his identity." No one commented on that theory until Sawyer pursued the issue with a startling query. "Or what if Robert Sinclair doesn't exist?" Now even Reed looked puzzled. Sawyer looked deep in thought when he spoke. "There are a lot of problems with taking over a real person's identity. Old photos, co-workers or friends who show up unexpectedly and blow your cover. There's another way to do it." Sawyer pursed his lips and raised his eyebrows as he thought his idea through. "I've got a gut feeling on this one that's telling me we need to redo everything that Vector did when they performed their background check on Riker. Get on that, Ray, like yesterday." Jackson nodded and jotted down some notes. Reed looked at Sawyer. "Are you thinking what I think you are?" Sawyer smiled. "It wouldn't be the first time a person was invented out of whole cloth. Social security number, job history, past residences, photo identification, bank accounts, training certifications, fake phone numbers, dummy references." He looked at Reed. "Even false prints, Marcia." "Then we're talking some pretty sophisticated guys," she replied. "I never doubted they were anything less, Ms. Reed," Sawyer rejoined. Sawyer looked around the table. "I don't want to stray from SOP, so we'll still continue to conduct interviews of family members of the victims, but I don't want to waste too much time on that. Lieberman is the key to this whole thing." He suddenly changed gears. "Rapid start running smoothly?" he asked Ray Jackson. "Very." Rapid Start was the FBI's version of the show on the road, and Sawyer had used it successfully in the past. The premise of Rapid Start was the veracity of an electronic clearinghouse for every bit of information, leads, and anonymous tips involved in an investigation that otherwise would become unorganized and muddled. With an integrated investigation and pretty close to real-time access to information, the chances of success, the Bureau believed, were immeasurably increased. The Rapid Start operation for Flight 3223 was housed in an abandoned tobacco warehouse on the outskirts of Standardsville. Instead of tobacco leaves stored floor to ceiling, the building now housed the latest in computer and telecommunications equipment, manned by dozens of agents working in shifts who inputted information into the massive databases 24 hours a day. We're going to need every miracle it can produce, and even that might not be enough. Sawyer was silent for a moment and then snapped to attention. Let's get to work. Chapter 24. Quentin? Sidney stood at the front door of her house, the surprise evident on her face. Quentin Rose stared back at her through his oval glasses. May I come in? Sidney's parents were out grocery shopping. While Sidney and Quentin headed toward the living room, a sleepy Amy wandered into the room dragging Pooh. Hi, Amy, Rose said. He knelt down and put out a hand to her, but the little girl drew back. Rose smiled at her. I was shy when I was your age, too. He looked up at Sidney. That's probably why I turned to computers. They didn't talk back at you or try to touch you. He paused, seemingly lost in thought. Then he started and looked up at her. Do you have time to talk? Sidney hesitated. Please, Sidney? Let me put this little girl down for a much-needed nap. I'll be back in a few minutes. Sidney carried her out. While she was gone, Rose slowly walked around the room. He studied the many photos of the Archer family scattered across the walls and tabletops. He looked over as Sidney came back into the room. Beautiful little girl you have there. She is something, a terrific something. Especially now, right? Sidney nodded. Roe kept his eyes on her. I lost both my parents in a plane crash when I was 14. Oh, Quentin. He shrugged. It was a long time ago. But I think I can understand a little better than most how you're feeling. I was an only child. There really wasn't anyone left for me. I guess I'm fortunate in that regard. You are, Sidney. Keep reminding yourself of that. She took a deep breath. Would you like something to drink? Tea, if you have it. A few minutes later, they were settled on the living room sofa. Roe balanced his saucer on his knee while he sipped delicately at his tea. He put his cup down and looked over at her, his awkwardness apparent. First, I want to apologize to you. Quentin, he put up one hand. I know what you're going to say, but I was way out of line. The things I said, the way I treated you, sometimes I don't think before I speak. In fact, I'm often that way. I'm not all that good at presenting myself. I know I come off as geeky and uncaring sometimes, but I'm really not. I know that, Quentin. We've always had a good relationship. Everyone at Triton thinks the world of you. I know that Jason did. If it makes you feel any better, I find you far easier to relate to than Nathan Gamble. You and the rest of the world, Rose said quickly. With that said, I guess I should explain by saying that I was under a great deal of pressure, what with Gamble balking at doing Cybercom, the chance that we could lose it all. Well, I think Nathan understands what's at stake. Roe nodded absently. The second thing I wanted to tell you is how truly sorry I am about Jason. It just shouldn't have happened. Jason was probably the one person I could truly connect to at the company. He was as talented as I was on the technology side, but he was also able to present himself well in an area, as I said, I'm lacking in. I think you handle yourself very well. Roe brightened. You do? Then he sighed. Next to Gamble, most people, I guess, seem like wallflowers. I wouldn't disagree, but I also wouldn't recommend that you emulate him. Roe put his tea down. I know it seems like he and I are strange bedfellows. It's hard to argue with the success you two have had. His tone was suddenly bitter.
Right. The great measuring stick of money. When I first started out, I had ideas, wonderful ideas, but no capital. Then along came Nathan.
His expression was not a pleasant one. It's not only that, Quentin. You have a vision for the future. I understand that vision to the extent a technology neophyte can. I know that vision is what's driving the Cybercom deal.
Rowe smacked his fist into the palm of his hand. Exactly, Sidney, exactly. The stakes are so incredibly high. Cybercom's technology is so dramatically superior, so monumental. It's like the second coming of Graham Bell.
He seemed to shiver with anticipation as he looked at her.
Do you realize that the one thing holding back the limitless potential of the Internet is the fact that it's so large, so all-consuming that navigating it efficiently is often a horrendous exercise in futility for even the most adept computer users?
But with Cybercom that will change?
Yes, of course.
I have to confess, despite working on this deal for so many months, I'm really not certain what exactly Cybercom has come up with. Lawyers rarely get into those nuances, particularly those who never excelled in the sciences, such as myself. She smiled. Rowe sat back, his slender frame assuming a comfortable tilt when the conversation veered toward technical issues.
In layman's terms, Cybercom has done nothing less than create artificial intelligence, so-called intelligent agents that will initially be used to effortlessly navigate the myriad tributaries of the Internet and its progeny.
Artificial intelligence? I thought that existed only in the movies.
Not at all. There are degrees of artificial intelligence, of course. Cybercom's is by far the most sophisticated I've ever seen.
How exactly does it work?
Let's say you want to find out about every article written on some controversial subject, and you also want a summary of those articles, listing those in favor and opposed, the reasons therefore, the analysis behind it, and so on. Now, if you attempted that on your own, through the unwieldy labyrinth the Internet has become, it would take you forever. As I said, the overwhelming amount of information contained on the Internet is its greatest drawback. Human beings are ill-equipped to deal with something on that scale, but you get around that obstacle, and suddenly it's as though the surface of Pluto becomes alive with sunshine.
And that's what Cybercom has done?
With Cybercom in our fold, we will initiate a wireless, satellite-based network that will be seamlessly coordinated with proprietary software that will soon be on every computer in America and eventually the world. The software is easily the most user-friendly I've ever seen. It asks the user precisely what information is needed. It will ask additional questions as it deems necessary. Then, tapping into our satellite-based network, it will explore every molecule of the conglomeration of computers we call the Internet until it assembles in picture-perfect form the answer to every single question you asked, and many more you weren't perceptive enough to think of. Best of all, it's chameleon-like in that the intelligent agents can adapt to and communicate with any network server in existence. That's another drawback to the Internet, systems' inability to communicate with each other. And it will perform this task 1 billion times faster than any human could. It will be like minutely examining every drop of the Nile River in a few minutes, even faster. Finally, the vast sources of knowledge that are out there and growing exponentially with every passing day can actually be efficiently linked up to the one entity which really needs them. He looked pointedly at her. Humanity. And it doesn't stop there. The network interface with the Internet is only one small part of the overall puzzle. It also elevates the encryption standard to unparalleled heights. Imagine fluid responses to attempts to illegally decrypt electronic transmissions.
Responses that can not only adjust to fend off a hacker's multi-thrust attacks, but aggressively pursue the intruder and track him down. Do you think that would be popular with law enforcement agencies? This is the next milestone in the technological revolution. This will dictate how all data is transmitted and used in the next century. How we build, teach, think. Just envision computers that are not merely dumb machines reacting to precise instructions keyed in by humans. Picture computers using their vast intellectual muscle to think on their own, to problem solve for us in ways unthinkable today. It will make so much obsolete, including much of Triton's existing product line. It changes everything, like the internal combustion engine did to the era of the horse-drawn carriages, but even more profoundly. My God, Sidney exclaimed. And I guess the potential profits. Yes, we'll make billions from sales of software, the network charges. Every business in the world will want to be online with us, and that's only the beginning. Rose sounded distinctly uninterested in this side of the equation. And yet, with all that, Gamble still won't see, is incapable of understanding. He stood up in his anxiety, his arms flailing. He caught himself and sat back down, his face carrying a red sheen. I'm sorry. Sometimes I get carried away. It's okay, Quentin. I understand. Jason shared your excitement about the Cybercom deal, I know that. We had many pleasant discussions about it. And Gamble is acutely aware of the consequences of another company acquiring Cybercom. I have to believe that he will come to his senses over the records issue. Rowe nodded. One can only hope, he said quickly. Sidney glanced at the diamond studs in his earlobe. They seemed to be the only extravagance about the man, and a small one at that. A millionaire several hundred times over, Rowe lived much like the impoverished college student he had been 10 years ago. Finally, Rowe broke the silence. Jason and I talked about the future a lot, in fact. He was a very special person. He seemed to share the depths of Sidney's misery whenever Jason's name was mentioned. I guess you won't be working on the Cybercom matter anymore? The attorney who's replacing me is top-notch. You won't miss a beat. Oh, God. He sounded extremely unconvinced. She rose and gripped his shoulder. Quentin, this deal will get done. She noted his empty teacup. Would you like some more tea? What? No. No, thanks. He collapsed back into deep thought, rubbing his thin hands nervously. When he snatched a look at her, Sidney thought she knew what was on his mind. I had an impromptu meeting with Nathan recently. Rose slowly nodded. He told me something of it. So you know about Jason's trip? That he told you he was going for a job interview? Yes. What company? The question was asked very matter-of-factly. Sidney hesitated and then decided to answer. Allegraport Technology. Rose snorted. I could have told you that was a joke. Allegraport will be out of business in less than 2 years. They were on the cutting edge a while back, but they let the industry pass them by. You grow and keep innovating in this field or you die. Jason would never have seriously considered going with them. As it turned out, he didn't. They had never heard of him. Rowe was obviously already privy to this information. Could it have been something else? I don't quite know how to put this. Personal? Another woman? Like an embarrassed child, Rowe mumbled, I shouldn't have said that. It's none of my business. No, it's all right. I can't tell you that the thought never crossed my mind. However, our relationship recently was the best it's ever been. So he never indicated to you that anything was going on in his life, nothing that would have prompted him to take a trip to L.A. and not to tell you the truth about it? Sidney looked wary. Was this all a fishing expedition? Had Gamble perhaps sent his second-in-command over to glean some information? When she looked at Rose's troubled expression, she swiftly concluded that he had come here on his own in an attempt to figure out what had happened to his employee and friend. Nothing. Jason never really talked to me about work. I have no idea what he was doing. I wish to God I did. It's the not knowing that's killing me. She debated whether to ask Roe about the new locks on Jason's door and Kay Vincent's other concerns, but finally decided not to. After an awkward silence, Roe stirred. I have those personal items of Jason's you came to the office for in the car. After I was so rude to you, I thought it best to bring them myself. Thank you, Quentin. Believe me when I tell you I harbor no hard feelings. It's a rough time for us all. Roe thanked her with a smile as he stood up. I have to be going. I'll go get the box. If you need anything, just let me know. After bringing in the items, Rose said his goodbyes and turned to leave. Sidney touched him on the shoulder. Nathan Gamble won't be looking over your shoulder forever. Everyone knows who's really behind the success of Triton Global. He looked surprised. You really think so? It's hard to hide genius. He breathed deeply. I don't know. Gamble seems to keep surprising me in that regard. He turned and walked slowly back to his car. Chapter 25. It was nearly midnight when Lee Sawyer's head hit the pillow after a hastily eaten dinner. His eyes, however, failed to close, although a massive weariness tugged at him. He looked around the tiny living space and abruptly decided to get up. He padded through the hallway in his bare feet, undershorts and T-shirt, and plopped down on a beaten-up recliner in the living room. The typical career of an FBI agent didn't often lend itself to long-standing domestic tranquility. Too many missed anniversaries, holidays, birthdays. Gone for months at a time, no end in sight. He had been severely wounded in the line of duty, a traumatic situation for any spouse. There had been threats to his family from the human waste he had dedicated his life to eradicating. All for the cause of justice, of making the world, if not better, at least momentarily safer. A noble goal that didn't sound so special when you were trying to explain to your 8-year-old over the phone why Daddy was going to miss another baseball game, another recital or school play. He had known that going in. Peg had too. Being so much in love, they truly believed they could beat the odds, and they had for a long time. Ironically, his relationship with Peg was now better than it had been in years. The kids, though, were a different matter. He had taken the full brunt of the blame for the breakup, and maybe he deserved it, he thought. Only now were his 3 oldest kids beginning to talk to him on anything approaching a consistent basis. Maggie was completely gone from him. He didn't know what was going on in her life. That's what had hurt the most. The not knowing. Everyone had choices to make, and he had made his own. He had enjoyed a very successful career at the Bureau, but that success had come with a cost. He walked to the kitchen, pulled out a cold beer, and plopped back down in the recliner. His magical sleeping potion of choice. At least he wasn't into the hard liquor. Yet. He finished the beer in several large gulps, lay back in a chair, and closed his eyes. An hour later, the telephone ringing roused him from a deep sleep. He was still sitting in the recliner. He picked up the telephone receiver on the table next to his chair. Yeah. Lee? Sawyer's eyelids fluttered briefly, then opened. Frank? Sawyer looked at his watch. You're not with the Bureau anymore, Frank. I thought the private sector lets you keep more regular hours. On the other end of the line, Frank Hardy was fully dressed and sitting in a nicely furnished office. On the wall behind him hung numerous mementos depicting a long and distinguished career with the FBI. Hardy smiled. Too much competition out here, Lee. Just having 24 hours in a day doesn't seem fair. Well, I'm not ashamed to admit it's about my limit. What's up? You're plane bombing, Hardy said simply. Sawyer sat straight up, fully awake now, his eyes focusing in the darkness. What? I've got something here you're going to need to see, Lee. I'm not clear on exactly what it all means yet. I'm about to brew a pot of coffee. How long will it take you to get here? Give me 30 minutes. Just like old times.
In 5 minutes, Sawyer was fully dressed. He slipped his 10mm pistol into its holster and went down to the street to fire up his sedan. On the drive over, he reported into headquarters to alert them to this recent development. Frank Hardy had been one of the best agents the Bureau had ever produced. When he left to start his own security firm, every agent had felt the loss. But no one begrudged Hardy the opportunity after his many years of service. He and Sawyer had been partners for 10 years before Hardy made his exit. They had been a prolific team, beating the odds in a number of high-profile cases and bringing to justice criminals who had gone far underground. Many of their targets were now serving life sentences without parole at various maximum security federal prisons around the country. More than a handful, several of them serial killers, had been executed. If Hardy thought he had something on the plane bombing, then he did. Sawyer sped up and within 10 minutes pulled his car into a vast parking lot. The 14-story building in Tyson's Corner housed a number of businesses, none of them involved in anything nearly as exciting as Hardy's concern. Sawyer was cleared through security after showing his FBI credentials and rode the elevator up to the 14th floor. Stepping out of the elevator, he found himself in the modern-looking reception area. Soft cove lighting illuminated the otherwise darkened expanse of the area. Behind the receptionist's desk were 6-inch-high white letters, proclaiming the name of the establishment, SecureTech. Chapter 26. Sidney Archer watched the methodical rise and fall of the small chest. Her parents were sleeping soundly in the guest bedroom down the hall, while Sidney sat in the rocking chair in Amy's room. Finally, Sidney rose and went to the window to look out. She had never been much of a night person. Hectic days had demanded that when the time came to sleep, she slept. Now the darkness seemed powerfully soothing to her, like a gentle cascade of warm water. It made recent events seem less real, less terrifying than she knew them actually to be. When the daylight came, though, the calming quiet of the night would leave her again. Tomorrow also would bring the memorial service for Jason. People would be coming to the house to pay their respects, to reflect on what a good life her husband had led. Sidney wasn't sure if she would be up to it, but that was a worry that she would allow to lie for a few more hours. She kissed Amy on the cheek, quietly exited the room, and moved down the hallway to Jason's small study. She reached above the door jamb and pulled down half a bobby pin, which she inserted in the lock on the door. At 2 years old, Amy Archer could get into anything: mascara, pantyhose, jewelry, Jason's ties, shoes, wallets, and purses. They had once found the title to Jason's Cougar crammed in the pancake mix along with the house keys they had been frantically searching for. Once, she and Jason had awoken to find a full box of dental floss wrapped around their four-poster bed. Turning doorknobs was a simple matter for the youngest Archer, hence most doors in the place had a bobby pin or bent paper clip riding above them. Sidney went in and sat down in front of the desk. The computer screen stared back at her, its flat face dark and silent. A part of her waited for another email to burst on the screen, hoping beyond hope, but it did not happen. She looked around the small room. Being wholly Jason's, it seemed continually to draw her. She touched certain favorite items of his, as if they would, by osmosis, reveal to her the secrets her husband had left behind. The phone, ringing, broke her thoughts. It rang again, and she quickly picked it up, not knowing what to expect. For a moment, Sidney did not recognize the voice. Paul? I'm sorry for calling so late. I've been trying to reach you the last few days. I left messages. She hesitated. I know, Paul. I'm sorry. There's been so much... Jesus, Sid, I didn't say that to make you feel guilty. I was just worried about you. Finding out about Jason like that, I don't know how you're holding up. You're stronger than I am. She smiled weakly. I don't feel so strong right now. Paul Brophy's voice was earnest. You've got a lot of people at Tyler Stone pulling for you, and one New York-based partner in particular who is available 24 hours a day to help. The support is touching, it really is. I'm flying down for the memorial service tomorrow. You don't have to do that, Paul. You must be swamped. Not really. I don't know if you were aware, but I made a run at taking the helm on the Cybercom deal. Really? Sidney did her best to keep her voice even. Yeah, only I didn't get it. Wharton was rather blunt in rejecting my offer. I'm sorry, Paul. Sidney felt momentary guilt. There will be other deals, though. I know, but I really thought I could do it. I really did. He paused. Sidney prayed that he would not ask her whether Wharton had sought her advice on the matter. When he finally did speak, she felt more guilty still. I am coming tomorrow, Sid. I can't think of any place I'd rather be. Thank you. Sidney pulled her robe closer around her. Is it okay if I come directly to your house from the airport? That's fine. Get some sleep, Sid. I'll see you first thing in the morning. You need anything, any time, day or night. You just have to call. Okay? Thank you, Paul. Good night. Sidney put the phone down. She had always gotten along with Brophy, but she was certainly aware that under his ultra-smooth exterior lurked a pure opportunist. She had told Henry Wharton that Paul did not belong in the Cybercom deal, and now he was coming down to be with her in her time of grief. Well, she may be grieving, but she didn't believe in coincidences that big. She wondered what his true motive could be. As he hung up the phone, Paul Brophy surveyed the broad expanse of his luxurious apartment. When you were 34, single and good-looking, with a mid-six-figure income, New York City was a great place to be. He smiled and ran his hand through thick hair. 6 figures that would, with a little luck, turn into 7. Much in life depended on whom you allied yourself with. He picked up the phone and dialed. The phone was answered after one ring. The voice was quick and businesslike after Brophy identified himself. "Hello, Paul. I was hoping to hear from you tonight," Philip Goldman said. Chapter 27. Frank Hardy loaded the videotape into the VCR resting under the widescreen TV in one corner of the conference room. It was almost 2 o'clock in the morning. Lee Sawyer sat in one of the plush chairs, nursing a cup of hot coffee and admiring the surroundings. "Damn, business must be really good, Frank. I keep forgetting how far you've risen in the world." Hardy laughed. "Well, if you'd ever take my offer to join me, Lee, I wouldn't have to keep reminding you. I'm just so set in my ways, Frank." Hardy grinned. "Renee and I are thinking of going to the Caribbean over Christmas. You could join us. Maybe even bring somebody else along." Hardy looked at his former partner expectantly. "Sorry, Frank, there really isn't anybody right now. It's been 2 years. I just thought, after Sally walked out, I thought I was going to die. Didn't want to go through the dating process again. Then Renee happened along. I couldn't be happier. Seeing as how Renee could pass as Michelle Pfeiffer's twin, I can see how you must be a very happy man." Hardy laughed. "You might want to reconsider. Renee has some girlfriends who adhere strictly to her level of aesthetics, and the women go nuts over you tall, strong types, I'm telling you." Sawyer grunted. "Right. Not to detract from you, handsome old buddy, but I don't have the bucks in the bank you do. Consequently, my attraction level has dimmed a little over the years. Besides, I'm still only a government employee. Coach class and Kmart are about my limit, and I don't think you travel in those circles anymore." Hardy sat down and picked up a coffee mug with one hand and the VCR remote with the other. "I was planning on picking up the whole tab, Lee," he said quietly. "Call it an early Christmas present. You're so damned hard to shop for." "Thanks anyway. Actually, I'm thinking about trying to spend some time with the kids this year, if they'll have me." Frank nodded. "I hear you. Now, what do you have for me?" Hardy said, "We've been Triton Global's chief security consultant for the last several years." Sawyer picked up his coffee cup. "Triton Global? Computer, telecommunications, they're Fortune 500, aren't they?" "Technically, they don't qualify for the list. Why is that?" "They're a non-public company. They dominate their field, expanding like crazy and doing it all without capital from the public markets." "Impressive. How does that tie into a plane taking a nosedive into the Virginia countryside?" "Several months ago, Triton suspected that certain proprietary information was being leaked to a competitor. They called us in to verify the suspicion and, if true, to discover the leak." "Did you?" Hardy nodded. "We first narrowed down the list of those competitors who were most likely to participate in such a scheme. Once we had those nailed down, we undertook surveillance.
That must have been tough. Big companies, thousands of employees, hundreds of offices.
It was a daunting challenge at first. However, our information led us to believe the leak was fairly senior, so we kept our eye on high-level Triton people. Lee Sawyer settled farther back in his chair and sipped his coffee.
So you identified some other unofficial places where the exchange might take place and set up your snooping shop?
Hardy smiled. Sure you don't want that job? Sawyer shrugged off the compliment.
So what happened?
We identified a number of these unofficial locations, property owned by our suspect companies and which seemed to have no legitimate operational purpose. At each of these sites, we set up surveillance. Hardy smiled sardonically at his former colleague.
Don't read me the riot act over trespassing and other related legal violations, Lee. Sometimes the ends do justify the means.
Not arguing with you there. I wish we could take shortcuts sometimes. But then we'd have 100 lawyers screaming unconstitutional, and there goes my pension. Anyway, 2 days ago, a routine inspection was made of a surveillance camera set up inside a warehouse building located near Seattle.
What led you to stake out that particular warehouse?
Information we developed led us to believe that the building was owned through a string of subsidiaries and partnerships by the RTG Group. They're one of Triton's major global competitors.
What was the nature of the information Triton believed was being leaked? Technology?
No, Triton was involved in negotiations for the acquisition of a very valuable software company called Cybercom. We believe that information on those negotiations was being leaked to RTG, information that RTG could use to step in and buy the company itself, since it would know Triton's terms and negotiating position. Based on the video you're about to see, we've made subtle noises to RTG. They've denied everything, of course. They're claiming that the warehouse was leased last year to an unaffiliated company. We checked out the company. It's non-existent, meaning RTG is lying, or we've got another player in this game. Sawyer nodded. Okay. Tell me about the tie-in to my case. Hardy responded by pushing a button on the remote. The large-screen TV sprung to life. Sawyer and Hardy watched as the scene in the small room in the warehouse was replayed. When the tall young man accepted the silver case from the older gentleman, Hardy froze the screen. He looked over at Sawyer's puzzled face. Hardy pulled a laser pointer from his shirt pocket to highlight the young man. This man is employed by Triton Global. We didn't have him on the surveillance list because he wasn't senior-level management, and he wasn't directly involved in the acquisition negotiations. Despite that, he's obviously your leak. Recognize anyone else? Hardy shook his head. Not yet. The man's name, by the way, is Jason W. Archer of 611 Morgan Lane in Jefferson County, Virginia. Sound familiar? Sawyer concentrated hard. The name did seem to ring a bell. Then it suddenly hit him like a half-ton truck. Jesus Christ! He half rose out of his chair, eyes bulging at the face on the screen, as the name shot out at him from a passenger manifest that he had scrutinized 100 times already. At the bottom of the screen, digital images paraded across. The date and time stamp read November 17th, 1995, 11:15 a.m. PST. Sawyer's quick eyes took in the information with one glance, and he calculated rapidly. 7 hours after the plane had crashed in Virginia, this guy was alive and kicking in Seattle. Jesus H. Christ! He exclaimed again. Hardy nodded. That's right. Jason Archer was listed as a passenger on Flight 3223. But he obviously wasn't on the flight. Hardy let the tape run. When the roar of the plane erupted on its soundtrack, Sawyer jerked his head to the window. The damn thing sounded like it was coming right at them. When he looked back at Hardy, his friend was smiling. I did the same thing when I heard it for the first time. Sawyer watched as the men on the screen looked skyward until the sound of the plane in the background drifted away. Sawyer squinted at the screen. Something caught his eye. He just couldn't put his finger on it. Hardy was watching him closely. See something? Sawyer finally shook his head. Okay. What was Archer doing in Seattle on the morning of the Virginia crash if he was supposed to be on a plane to L.A.? Company business? Triton didn't even know Archer was going to L.A., much less Seattle. They thought he was taking some time off to spend at home with his family. Sawyer narrowed his eyes, searching his memory. Help me out here, Frank. Hardy's answer was prompt. Archer has a wife and young daughter. His wife, Sidney, is an attorney at Tyler Stone, Triton's lead outside counsel. The wife works on a number of Triton's business matters, including heading up Triton's pursuit of Cybercom. That's real interesting. And maybe convenient for her and her husband. Gotta admit, that's the first thought that struck me, Lee. If Archer was in Seattle by, say, 10 or 10:30 in the morning Pacific time, he must have grabbed an early morning flight from D.C. Western Airlines had one leaving about the same time as the L.A. departure. Sawyer stood up and walked over to the TV screen. He rewound the tape and then froze it. He scrutinized every detail of Jason Archer's face, burning it into his memory. He turned to Hardy. We know Archer was on Flight 3223's passenger manifest, but you say his employer didn't know about the trip? How did they find out he was on the plane? Supposedly was. Sawyer corrected himself. Hardy poured out some more coffee and stood up, moved over to the window. Both men seemed innately to crave movement while thinking. Airline tracks down the wife while she's on a business trip to New York and tells her the bad news. At that meeting are a bunch of people from Triton, including the chairman. They find out then. Pretty soon everyone knew. This videotape has only been shown to two other people, Nathan Gamble, the chairman of the board of Triton, and Quentin Rowe, the second in command over there. Sawyer rubbed a kink out of his neck, picked up the fresh cup of coffee, and took a gulp. Western confirmed that he checked in at the ticket counter and that his boarding pass was collected. They wouldn't have informed his family otherwise. You know as well as I do that it could have been anyone checking in there using a dummy ID. The tickets were probably paid for ahead of time. He checks a bag, goes through security. Even with the FAA's recent heightened security requirements, they don't require photo identification to board a plane, only at check-in or with the skycaps. But somebody got on the plane in Archer's place. The airline has his boarding pass, and once on, you do not get off an aircraft. Whoever it was one very stupid or one very unlucky son of a bitch. Probably both. Right. But if Archer was on that Seattle flight, that means he had another ticket. He could have checked in twice, once for each flight. He could have used an alias and dummy ID for the Seattle flight. That's true. Sawyer pondered the possibilities. Or he could have simply switched tickets with the guy who took his place. Whatever the truth is, you've certainly got your work cut out for you. Sawyer fingered his coffee mug. Anyone talk to the wife? In response, Hardy opened the file he had carried in with him. Nathan Gamble did, briefly on 2 occasions. Quentin Rowe also talked to her. And what's her story? Initially, she said she didn't know her husband was on the plane. Initially? So her story changed. Hardy nodded. Next, she told Nathan Gamble that her husband had lied to her, said he told her he was going to L.A. to meet with another company about a job. Turns out he wasn't meeting with any other company. Who says? Sidney Archer. I guess she must have called the company, probably to tell them her husband wasn't going to be making it. But you verified it? Asked Sawyer. Hardy nodded. So, any progress with your investigation? Hardy's face took on almost a pained expression. Not much makes sense right now. Nathan Gamble is far from a happy man. He pays the bills and wants results. But it takes time, you know that. Still, Hardy paused and studied the thick carpet. It was easy to see the man did not enjoy being puzzled about anything. Anyway, according to Gamble and Rowe, at least, Mrs. Archer thinks her husband's dead. If she's telling the truth, and right now everything with me is a big if. Sawyer's tone was heated. Hardy looked at him quizzically. Sawyer caught the look, and his shoulders slumped. Just between you and me, Frank, I'm feeling a little stupid on this one. Why's that? I had it pegged for sure that Arthur Lieberman was the target. Structured the whole investigation around that theory, mainly just going through the motions on any other angle. It's early on in the investigation, Lee. No harm done yet. Besides, maybe Lieberman was the target in a way. Sawyer's head jerked back. How's that? Think about it. You already answered your own question. Hardy's point suddenly came to him. Sawyer's face grew dark. You mean you think this guy Archer arranged to blow up the plane because we think Lieberman was the target? Come on, Frank. That's a hell of a stretch. Hardy countered. Well, if we hadn't lucked out with this video, that's exactly what you'd still be thinking, isn't it? Remember, there's one unique thing about an airplane crash, particularly one where the aircraft collides with the ground relatively intact, as happened here. Sawyer's face turned ashen while he thought it through. No bodies. Nothing to identify, no remains. Exactly. Now, if the plane had been conventionally blown up in the air, you'd have a lot of bodies to identify. Sawyer continued to look stunned at Hardy's revelation. That issue had been bugging the hell out of me. If Archer sold out, collected his payoff, and was planning a run, he'd know at some point the police would be on to him. Hardy picked up the thread. So, to cover his tracks, he sets it up like he gets on a plane which ends up 30 feet under. If evidence of sabotage is discovered, you logically think Lieberman's the target. If evidence of sabotage isn't found, you still won't be looking for a dead man. Everyone stops looking for Jason Archer. End of case. But Christ, Frank, why not just take the money and run? It's not that difficult to disappear. And there's another thing. The guy we're pretty sure sabotaged, 3223, ended up with a bunch of holes in him. Would the time of death have allowed Archer to get back and do the killing? Hardy asked. We don't have the autopsy results yet, but based on what I saw of the corpse, it's possible. Archer could have gotten back to the East Coast in time to do it. Hardy fingered his file while he thought through this new information. Come on, Frank, how much you figure Archer got for his info? Enough to bribe a fueler, to bring down a plane and hire a hitman to take out the fueler? This one guy who until a few days ago led a respectable life with a family, now he's some kind of mastermind criminal blowing kids and grandmothers out of the sky? Frank Hardy looked at his old friend. His lips set in a thin line. He personally didn't blow up that plane, Lee. Besides, don't tell me you started analyzing the depths of a person's conscience. If memory serves me correctly, some of the worst perps we ever tracked down led lives on the surface that looked like something out of Leave It to Beaver. Sawyer did not look convinced. How much? Archer could have gotten several million easy for the information. That sounds like a lot, but you think a guy will kill a couple hundred people to cover his tracks for that? No way. There's another wrinkle to all this. A wrinkle that makes me think Jason Archer was some kind of mastermind, despite appearances, or maybe that he was working for such an organization. So what's the wrinkle? Hardy suddenly looked embarrassed. There's some money missing from one of Triton's accounts. Money? How much money? Hardy eyed Sawyer squarely. How does $250 million grab you? Sawyer almost spit his coffee across the table. What? It looks like Archer wasn't just interested in selling secrets. He was also into raiding bank accounts. How? I mean, a company that big, it had to have controls in place. Triton did, only those controls were premised on it receiving correct information from the bank where the money was on deposit. I'm not following you, Sawyer said impatiently. Hardy sighed and put his elbows on the table. In this day and age, moving money from point A to point B involves the use of a computer. The banking and financial worlds are wholly dependent upon them, but that dependence comes with risks. Like there might be some glitch, the computers go down, stuff like that, Sawyer ventured. Or that the bank's computers might be penetrated and manipulated for illegal purposes. It's nothing new. Hell, you know the Bureau created a whole new section to deal with computer crimes. Is that what you think happened here?
This ends Disc 6. Total Control, Disc 7.
Hardy sat down and reopened his file, rustling through some pages until he found what he wanted. An operating account for Triton Global Investments Corporation was maintained at Consolidated Bank Trust's branch here in Northern Virginia. Triton Global Investments is Triton's Wall Street Investment Company subsidiary. The account was funded over time until the total bank balance reached $250 million. Sawyer interrupted. Was Archer involved in setting up the account? No. He had no access to it, in fact. Was there a lot of activity in the account? At first, yes. However, as time went on, Triton didn't require the funds. They were sort of kept as a reserve in case Triton or its affiliated companies were in need of funding. What happened next? Turns out a couple of months ago, a new account was set up at the same bank in the name of Triton Global Investments Limited. So Triton set up another account. Hardy was already shaking his head. No, that's the catch. It was totally unrelated to Triton. Turns out the company is fictitious. No address, no directors or officers. No, nothing. Do you know who set the bank account up? There was only one signatory to the account. The name given to the bank was Alfred Rohn, Chief Financial Officer. Our investigation turned up zilch on Rohn, but we did find one interesting piece of information. What's that? Sawyer hunched forward in his chair. A number of transactions took place from the phony account. Wire transfers, deposits, things like that. The signature of Alfred Rohn appeared on each of these documents. We checked those signatures against those of all of Triton's employees. We found a match. Care to guess who? Sawyer's reply was immediate. Jason Archer. Hardy nodded. So what happened to the money? Someone infiltrated Bank Trust's computer system and did some very careful rearranging of accounts. Turns out that the legit Triton account and the phony account were assigned the same account number. Christ. You could drive a semi through a hole like that. Right. One day before Archer disappeared, a wire transfer authorization was made, moving the $250 million from the Triton account to an account set up by the phony company at another major money center bank in New York. Bank Trust's wire department already had a standing authorization from our friend Alfred Rohn. The account was fully funded, all the I's and T's dotted and crossed. The money was transferred out the same day. Sawyer looked incredulous. Bank people accept what the computer tells them, Lee. There's no reason not to. Besides, bank departments don't talk to each other. So long as their ass is covered, they just execute orders. Whoever was involved, they knew banking procedures down cold. Did I mention that Jason Archer used to work in the wire department of a bank a few years before he joined Triton? Sawyer wearily shook his head. I knew there was a reason I don't like computers. I still don't understand how it was done. Look at it this way, Lee. It was as if they cloned a rich guy and then walked the fake guy in the front door of the bank, withdrew all the rich guy's money, and then walked back out. The only difference is Bank Trust thought both guys were rich. However, the bank was looking at the same bank balance for both, only counting the money twice. Any trace of the funds? Hardy shook his head. I wouldn't have expected there to be. It's gone. We've already met with members of the Bureau's Financial Institutions Fraud Unit. They've commenced an investigation. Sawyer sipped his coffee and then had a sudden thought. You think maybe RTG was involved in both schemes? Otherwise, it would seem kind of odd that Archer would risk doing both the bank fraud and selling the secrets. In fact, Lee, Archer could have initiated only the theft of the company's secrets, and then RTG may have put him up to the bank fraud in order to further hurt Triton. He was in a perfect position to do it. But the bank has to make good on the loss. Triton wasn't really hurt. No, you're wrong there. Triton has lost the use of the money while Bank Trust sorts things out and the investigation is continuing. This incident went all the way up to the board of directors. It could take months to unravel, or so Triton was told this morning. As you can imagine, Nathan Gamble is one unhappy man. Did Triton need the funds for something?
You bet they did. Triton was going to use the funds to put a good faith deposit down on the acquisition of Cybercom, the company I was telling you about.
So, did the deal fall through?
Not yet. The last I heard, Nathan Gamble may provide the funds personally.
Christ. The guy can write a check that big?
Gamble is a billionaire several times over. However, it's not like he wants to do it. That ties up his funds on top of losing $250 million of Triton's cash. For him, it's a $500 million swing the wrong way. Even for him, that's a lot of money. Hardy winced slightly as if remembering his last encounter with Gamble. Like I said, not a very happy man right now. His biggest concern is the secrets Archer sold to RTG, however. If RTG gets Cybercom, then the ultimate loss to Triton will be much more than $250 million. But now that RTG knows you're onto them, they won't be using the info Archer slipped them. It's not that simple, Lee. They've denied any involvement, and while we have the video, it's far from slam-dunk evidence. RTG was already in the bidding for Cybercom. If their deal comes in a little sweeter than Triton's, who's to say how that happened?
It does get complicated, I guess.
Sawyer wearily studied the remains of his coffee. Hardy spread out his hands at his old partner and smiled.
Well, that's my story. I had faith he wouldn't get me out of bed for a simple purse snatching.
Sawyer paused.
Archer must be a certifiable genius, Frank.
Agreed. Sawyer suddenly perked up.
Then again, everybody makes mistakes, and sometimes you get lucky, like that videotape over there. Besides, it's the hard ones that make the job so gratifying, right?
A grin spread across his face. Hardy nodded in weary amusement.
So, where do you go from here?
Sawyer finished his coffee and hooked the pot for a refill. He seemed re-energized as a number of possibilities on the case had now opened up.
First, I'm going to use your phone to put out a worldwide APB on Jason Archer. Next, I'm going to pick your brain clean for the next hour. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to send a team of agents to Dulles Airport to find out as much as they can about Jason Archer. While they're doing that, I'm going to follow up with a personal interview of someone who may turn out to be truly integral to this whole case.
Who's that?
Sidney Archer.
Chapter 28. Paul Brophy, I'm a partner of Sidney's, Mr. Brophy stood in the foyer of the home, his overnight bag in one hand.
Bill Patterson, I'm Sidney's father.
She's spoken of you often, Bill. Sorry we never had a chance to meet until now. Terrible what happened. I had to come here for your daughter. She's one of my closest colleagues, a truly remarkable woman. Bill Patterson eyed the bag Brophy deposited in one corner of the foyer, dressed in a dark blue double-breasted suit, the latest in fashionable neckwear, and glossy black shoes to go with patterned socks. The tall, lean Brophy cut quite a figure. Something about the smooth manner, though, the way he was casually moving around the stricken household, made Patterson frown. He had spent the better part of his working life with his bullshit radar set on high. His alarm was wailing now.
She's got a lot of family here for her. Paul, was it?
Patterson put particular emphasis on the word family. Brophy looked at him, sizing up the man quickly. Yes, there's nothing more important than family right now. I hope you don't think I'm intruding. That's the last thing I want to do. I talked to Sidney last night. She said it was okay. I've worked with your daughter for many years. We've been through some legal deals that would send you looking for the ulcer medicine, but I don't have to tell you that. You practically ran Bristol Aluminum the last 5 years you were there. Read about you in the journal. It seems like every month. And that big spread in Forbes a few years ago when you retired?
Business is tough,
the older man agreed, relaxing his manner as he briefly recalled past triumphs from his business career.
Well, I know that's what your competition thought.
Brophy flashed the friendliest of grins. Patterson returned it. The guy was probably okay. After all, he had come all this way.
Besides, this was not the morning to start any problems. You want something to drink or eat? You flew down from New York this morning, you say?
First shuttle out. If you've got some coffee, that would be great.
Sidney?
Brophy's eyes eagerly settled on the tall presence entering the room. Dressed in black, her mother by her side, and similarly attired, Sidney Archer came down the hallway. "Hello, Paul." Brophy walked quickly over to her, gave her a full hug and a peck on the cheek that seemed to linger for a few seconds. A little flustered, Sidney made introductions with her mother. "So how's little Amy taking it?" Brophy asked anxiously. "She's staying with a friend. She doesn't understand what's happened." Sidney's mother stared at him, her eyes unfriendly. "Right, that's right." Brophy fell back a step. He had never had kids, but that had still been a stupid question. Sidney unwittingly helped him. She turned to her mother. "Paul flew down from New York this morning." Her mother nodded absently and then bustled off to the kitchen to start some breakfast. Brophy looked at Sidney. Her hair was silky, straw-colored, its color made more dramatic by the backdrop of the black dress. He found her gaunt look particularly attractive. Even though he had his own agenda, Brophy was still taken aback. The woman was beautiful. "Everyone else is going directly to the chapel. After the service, they'll come here." She sounded overwhelmed by the prospect. Brophy caught the tone. "You just take it easy, and when you want to go off by yourself, I'll be right there making small talk and keeping everyone's plate filled with food. If there's anything I've learned being a lawyer, it's how to use a lot of words and never really say anything." "Don't you have to get back to New York?" Brophy shook his head, his smile triumphant. "I'm hanging out at the D.C. office for a while." He pulled out a slender cassette recorder from his inner coat pocket. "I'm all set, already dictated 3 letters and a speech I'm giving at a political fundraiser next month. All of which means I'm here as long as you need me." He smiled tenderly, put the recorder back, reached out, and took her hand. She smiled back, a little embarrassed, while she slowly pulled her hand free. "I need to go finish up before we leave." "Fine, I'll go make trouble in the kitchen with your parents." She walked down the hallway to the bedroom. Brophy watched her go, a smile appearing on his face as he thought of his future prospects. A moment later, Brophy walked into the large kitchen, where Sidney's mother was busily preparing eggs, toast, and bacon. Bill Patterson hovered in the back, tinkering with the coffee maker. The phone rang. Patterson took off his glasses and picked it up on the second ring. "Hello?" He switched the receiver to his other hand. "Yes, it is. What? Oh, look, can this wait?" Well, hold on just a minute." Mrs. Patterson looked at her husband. "Who is it?" "Henry Wharton." Patterson looked at Brophy. "He's the head guy at your firm, right?" Brophy nodded. Even though his being an apostle of Goldman was a well-kept secret, Brophy was still not a favorite of Wharton's, and Brophy looked forward to the day when Wharton was shoved rudely aside as the leader of Tyler Stone. "Wonderful man, very caring of his colleagues," Brophy said. "Yeah, well, his timing's lousy," Patterson said. He put the phone receiver down on the table and walked out of the kitchen. With a conciliatory smile, Brophy moved over to assist Mrs. Patterson. Her father gently knocked on the door. "Honey?" Sidney opened the door to the bedroom. Behind her, Patterson could see the numerous photos of Jason and the rest of the family spread out on the bed. He took a deep breath and swallowed. "Sweetie, there's some guy from your firm on the phone. Says it's very important that he talk to you." "Did he give a name?" "Henry Wharton." Sidney's brows plunged together, and then her face cleared just as suddenly. "He's probably calling to say he can't make the service. I'm not really on his top 10 list right now. I'll take it in here, Dad. Tell him to give me a minute." As her father started to close the door, he again looked at the photos. He abruptly looked up and caught his daughter staring at him, an almost ashamed expression on her face, as though she were a teenager just caught smoking in her room. Patterson went over and kissed his daughter on the cheek, and gave her a long hug. In the kitchen, Patterson picked up the phone again. "She'll be with you in a minute," he said gruffly. He put the phone back down and was about to return to the intricacies of the coffee maker when he was interrupted by a knock on the door. All 3 of the kitchen's occupants looked up. Patterson looked over at his wife. "Expecting anyone this early?" She shook her head. "It's probably just a neighbor with some more food or something. Go answer it, Bill." Patterson obediently headed to the front door. Brophy trailed the older man into the foyer. Patterson opened the front door. 2 gentlemen in suits stared back at him. "Can I help you?" Patterson asked. Lee Sawyer deliberately exhibited his credentials. The man beside him did likewise. "I'm FBI Special Agent Lee Sawyer. My partner, Raymond Jackson." Bill Patterson's confusion was evident as he looked from the official government credentials to the men holding them. They looked steadily back at him. Sidney quickly put the photos away, lingering over only one, from the day Amy had been born. Jason, dressed in hospital garb, was holding his minutes-old daughter. The look of absolute pride on the new father's face was wonderful to behold. She put that one in her purse. She felt certain she would need it during the course of the day when it all started to become too much, as she knew it would. She smoothed down her dress and went over to the nightstand, sat down on the bed and picked up the phone. "Hello, Henry." "Sid." If she hadn't been sitting down, Sidney would have undoubtedly toppled to the floor. As it was, her entire body collapsed. Her brain felt as though it had been crushed. "Sid?" the voice said again, more anxiously. One step at a time, Sidney managed to focus herself. She felt as though she were struggling to the water's surface from some terrible depths where humans could not survive. Her brain suddenly restarted, and she struggled up an inch at a time. As she fought an overpowering urge to pass out, Sidney Archer managed to utter one word in a way she never thought she would again. The two syllables struggled out from between trembling lips. "Jason?" Chapter 29. While Sidney's mother walked through the living room to join her husband at the front door, Paul Brophy discreetly retreated until he was once again in the kitchen. FBI? This was getting interesting. While he was pondering whether to contact Goldman, Brophy spotted the phone receiver lying on the counter where Bill Patterson had set it down. Henry Wharton was on the phone. Brophy wondered what they were discussing. He would certainly score some significant points with Goldman if he could find out. Brophy edged over to the kitchen doorway. The group was still huddled in the front foyer. He hurried over to the kitchen counter, put one hand over the lower part of the receiver, and lifted the telephone to his ear. His mouth dropped open, and his eyes widened while he listened to two very familiar voices. He reached into his pocket. He held the dictaphone up to the phone receiver and recorded the conversation between husband and wife. 5 minutes later, Bill Patterson again knocked on his daughter's door. When Sidney finally opened the door, her father was surprised by her appearance. The eyes were still red and weary, but there seemed to be a light in them that he had not seen since Jason's death. He was also startled by what he saw on the bed, a half-filled suitcase. Without taking his eyes off the suitcase, Patterson said, "Sweetie, I don't know what they want, but the FBI are here. They want to talk to you." FBI? She suddenly went limp, and her father grabbed on to one arm. Patterson's face was a morass of concern. "Baby, what's going on? Why are you packing?" Sidney managed to regain her composure. "I'm all right, Dad. I just have to go somewhere after the service." "Go? Go where? What are you talking about?" "Dad, please, not now. I can't go into it right now." "But, Sid—" "Please, Dad." Under his daughter's pleading eyes, Patterson finally looked away, disappointment and something akin to fear on his features. "All right, Sidney." "Where are the agents, Dad?" "In the living room. They said they want to talk to you, privately. I tried to get rid of them, but hell, they're the FBI, you know." "It's all right, Dad. I'll talk to them." Sidney thought for a moment. She looked over at the phone she had just put down and then checked her watch. "Take them into the den and tell them I'll be there in 2 minutes." Her hands clasped together, Sidney went over and closed the suitcase, picked it up, and slid it under the bed. Her father followed her movements, then raised his thick eyebrows to ask, "You sure you know what you're doing?" Her answer was immediate. "I'm sure." Chapter 30. Agents Sawyer and Jackson rose when Sidney entered the room. Sawyer visibly started when he saw her. He made a conscious effort to suck in his stomach, and one of his hands flew up to his hair in a feeble attempt to press his stubborn cowlick back into place. When he brought his hand back down, he looked at it for a moment as though it were not part of his body, wondering what the hell had made it do such a thing. Both agents identified themselves and again displayed their credentials. Sawyer was aware that Sidney looked intently at him before sitting down across from them. Sawyer rapidly sized her up, a real looker with brains and spirit. But there was something else. He could have sworn they had met before. His eyes drifted over her long form. The black dress was tasteful and appropriate to such a solemn occasion. However, it also clung to her figure in several provocative locations. Her shapely legs, too, sheathed in black stockings, were equally inspiring. Her face was lovely in its despair. "Miss Archer, by any chance, have we met before?" Her surprise was genuine. "I don't think so, Mr. Sawyer." He studied her for another moment, shrugged, and quickly launched into his interview. "As I told your father, Miss Archer, we understand that the timing of this interview couldn't be worse, but we needed to talk with you as soon as possible." "May I ask what it concerns?" Sidney's voice was on automatic. Her eyes flitted around the room before coming to rest on Sawyer's face. She saw a big, strong wall of a man who seemed sincere. Under normal circumstances, Sidney would have cooperated fully with Lee Sawyer. Circumstances, however, were far from normal. Her green eyes were now sparkling, and Sawyer had to kick-start his brain when he found himself transfixed by those eyes. In trying to read their depths, he found himself venturing into dangerous waters. "It has to do with your husband, Miss Archer," he said quickly. "Please call me Sidney. What about my husband? Is this about the plane accident?" Sawyer didn't answer right away. He was studying her again without seeming to do so. Every word, every expression, every pause was important. It was always a very tiring, often frustrating, but sometimes incredibly productive task. "It wasn't an accident, Sidney," he finally said. Her eyes flickered briefly, like the lights in a house do when there's a thunderstorm. The mouth parted slightly, but no words emerged. "The plane was sabotaged. All the people on board that plane, every last one of them, was deliberately murdered." While Sawyer continued to watch, Sidney shut down completely for about a minute. Her features held real, not feigned, horror. Her eyes suddenly lost their feverish sparkle. After a minute, Sawyer gently said, "Sidney? Sidney?" With a jolt, Sidney came back, but then was gone again just as quickly. Her breath suddenly came out in a huge burst. For an instant she was certain she would vomit all over herself. She put her head in her lap, clutching her calves. Ironically, her movements mirrored a passenger in crash position on an airliner. When she started moaning and the rest of her body began to shake uncontrollably, Sawyer swiftly rose and sat beside her. One arm clutched her shoulder, steadying her. The other gripped one of her hands tightly. Sawyer looked up at Jackson. "Water, tea, something, Ray, pronto." Jackson raced off. With nervous hands, Sidney's mother poured out a glass of water for Jackson. When Jackson turned to leave, Bill Patterson held up the newspaper. "This is what it's all about, right?" The paper's headlines were big, bold, and deadly sounding. "Western Airlines crash blamed on sabotage. Federal government offers $2 million reward." "Jason and all the others were victims of a terrorist. That's why you're here, isn't it?" In the background, Mrs. Patterson covered her face in her hands, her quiet weeping pervading the room as she sat down at the table. "Sir, not right now, okay?" Jackson's tone brooked no opposition. He left the room with a glass of water. Paul Brophy, meanwhile, had gone into the front yard, ostensibly to smoke a cigarette, despite the cold. If anyone had looked out the living room window, they would have seen the small cellular phone pressed to the side of his face. Sawyer virtually had to force the water down Sidney's throat, but finally she was able to sit up. After Sidney composed herself and handed back the glass of water with a grateful look, Sawyer did not return to the plane bombing. "Believe me, if this weren't very, very important, we'd leave right now, okay?" Sidney nodded. She still looked ghastly. Sawyer took a moment to marshal his thoughts. Sidney seemed relieved when he asked a couple of seemingly innocuous questions about Jason's work at Triton Global.
Sidney answered calmly enough, although she was clearly puzzled. He looked around the room. They had a nice home. "Any money problems?" he asked. "Where is this going, Mr. Sawyer?" Sidney's face had regained some of its rigidity. Suddenly she softened. She had just remembered Jason's remark about giving her the world. "Wherever it happens to lead at this point, ma'am," Sawyer answered, his eyes meeting hers without hesitation. They seemed to burn through her exterior wall, clearly reading the thoughts, the nagging doubts buried deep within. She realized she would have to tread very cautiously with him. "We're talking with all the families of the passengers on that plane. If the plane was sabotaged because of who was on it, we need to find out reasons why." "I see." Sidney took a deep breath. "To answer your question, we're in better shape financially than we've been in years." "You're an attorney for Triton, right?" "Among about 50 other clients. So?" Sawyer changed tactics. "Okay, you know that your husband had taken a few days off from work?" "I'm his wife." "Good. Then maybe you'd like to explain why it was, if he was taking a few days off, that he happened to be on a plane to L.A. Sawyer had almost said allegedly been on a plane, but fortunately caught himself. Sidney's tone was businesslike. "Look, I have to assume you've already talked to Triton. Maybe you've spoken to Henry Wharton as well. Jason told me he was going to L.A. on business for Triton. On the morning he left, I reminded him that I had a meeting in New York with Triton. That's when he told me he was traveling to L.A. regarding another employment opportunity. He didn't want me to let the fact of his L.A. trip slip to any of the Triton people. I played along. I know it wasn't exactly the most truthful thing to do, but I did it." "But there was no other job." Sidney slumped back. "No." "So, being his wife and all, do you have any idea what he was actually going to L.A. for? Any suspicions?" She shook her head. "That's it? Nothing else? You're sure it had nothing to do with Triton?" "Jason rarely talked about company business with me." "Why is that?" Sawyer craved a cup of coffee. His body was starting to go down on him after the late night with Hardy. "My firm represents some other companies who might be perceived as having competing interests with Triton. However, any potential conflict has been waived by the respective clients, including Triton, and we've constructed Chinese walls from time to time when necessary." "Come again?" This was Ray Jackson. "Chinese walls?" Sidney looked at him. "That's what it's called when we cut off communications of any kind, access to files, even shop talk, shooting the breeze in the hallway about a particular client's matters if an attorney of the firm represents another client with a possible conflict. We even maintain secure computerized databases with respect to pending deals we're handling on behalf of clients. We also do it to ensure that up-to-the-minute negotiation terms are accurately maintained. Deals change fast, and we don't want clients surprised about what the principal terms are. People's memories are fallible. Computer memories are a lot better. Access to those files is restricted by use of a password known only to the lead attorneys on the case. The theory is that a law firm can carve itself up upon occasion in order to avoid problems like that, hence the term." Sawyer leaned in. "So what other clients does your firm represent who could possibly have a conflict with Triton?" Sidney thought for a moment. A name had come to mind, but she was unsure whether to give it. If she did, the interview might be hastened to a conclusion. "RTG Group." Sawyer and Jackson exchanged quick glances. Sawyer spoke up. "Who at your firm represents RTG?" Sawyer was sure he caught a twinkle in Sidney Archer's eyes before she answered. "Philip Goldman." In the front yard of the Archers' home, the cold was beginning to eat through Paul Brophy's very expensive gloves. "No, I have no clue as to what's going on," Brophy said into the cellular phone. He jerked his head away from the handheld unit when the speaker on the other end unleashed a blistering response to Brophy's professed ignorance. "Wait a minute, Philip. It's the FBI. They carry guns, okay?" "You weren't expecting that to happen. Why should I?"
This deference to Philip Goldman's superior intelligence apparently calmed the man down because Brophy now held the phone normally. "Yes, I'm sure it was him. I know what he sounds like, and she called him by name. I've got the whole thing on tape. Pretty damn brilliant on my part, wouldn't you say?" "What? Yeah, you bet I plan on sticking around and see what I can find out." "Right, I'll check back with you in a few hours." Brophy put the phone away, rubbed his stiff fingers together, and went back in the house. Sawyer was watching Sidney Archer carefully as she slid her hand back and forth on the armrest of the sofa. He was debating whether to drop the bombshell on her, to tell her that Jason Archer was definitely not buried in a crater in Virginia. Finally, after much internal conflict, his gut won out over his brain. He rose and offered Sidney his hand. "Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Archer. If you think of anything that might help us, you can reach me day or night at these numbers." Sawyer handed her a card. "That's my home phone on the back. Do you have a card with numbers where you can be reached?" Sidney picked up her purse from the table, rummaged through it, and produced one of her business cards. "Again, I'm sorry about your husband." He truly meant the last part. If Hardy was right, then what the woman was going through right now would seem like a day in the park compared to what was ahead for her. Ray Jackson exited the room. Sawyer was about to join him when Sidney put a hand on his shoulder. "Mr. Sawyer." "You can make it Lee." "Lee, I would have to be pretty stupid not to realize that this all looks very bad." "And not for a minute do I think you're stupid, Sidney." They exchanged glances of mutual respect. However, Sawyer's statement was not entirely supportive. "Do you have any reason to suspect that my husband was involved in anything—" She paused and swallowed hard, preparing to utter the unthinkable. "In anything illegal?" He looked at her, and the unmistakable sense that he had seen the woman somewhere before began to nag him again until it became a certainty. "Sidney, let's just say that your husband's activities right before he left on that flight are giving us some problems." Sidney thought back to all those late nights, Jason's trips back to the office. "Is anything amiss at Triton?" Sawyer watched her squeezing her hands together. Normally the most tight-lipped of FBI agents. For some reason, Sawyer wanted to tell her everything he knew. He resisted the temptation. "It's an ongoing Bureau investigation, Sidney. I really can't say." She stepped back a bit. "I understand, of course. We'll be in touch." After Sawyer left the room, Sidney felt a twinge of apprehension as she recalled Nathan Gamble's similar remark about keeping in touch. She suddenly felt enveloped by cold bands of fear. She hugged herself and drew closer to the fire. The phone call from Jason had initially buoyed her to the highest levels of euphoria. She had never felt such joy. Yet the scant details he had provided had brought her plummeting back downward. She was currently in a state of utter confusion, helplessness, and unbridled loyalty to her husband. An unwieldy emotional elixir to be carrying around inside. She wondered what surprises tomorrow would bring. On the way out of the house, the two agents were trailed by a chatty Paul Brophy. "So obviously my firm would be quite anxious to learn of any possible wrongdoing involving Jason Archer and Triton Global." He finally stopped talking and looked hopeful. Sawyer just kept walking. "So I've heard." The FBI agent stopped behind Bill Patterson's Cadillac, which was parked in the driveway. When he put his foot up on the rear bumper to retie his shoelaces, he saw a Maine, the Vacation Land State bumper sticker. "When was the last time I had a vacation?" he thought. "You know you're in trouble when you can't even remember." He hitched up his pants and turned to the attorney, who was watching him from the front sidewalk. "What did you say your name was again?" Brophy glanced at the front door and then hurried over. "Brophy, all Brophy." He hurriedly added, "As I said, I'm a New York-based attorney, so I really have little to do with Sidney Archer." Sawyer eyed him closely. And yet you flew all the way down here for the memorial service. That's what you said, right? Brophy looked at both men. Ray Jackson's eyes narrowed as he took in Paul Brophy. Slick money and bullshit were written all over the man. I'm really here as the firm's representative, sort of by default. Sidney Archer is only a part-time attorney, and I was in town on business anyway. Sawyer stared at a patch of cloud above the house. Is that right? You know, I had an opportunity to check up on Ms. Archer. From the people I spoke with, she's one of Tyler Stone's top attorneys, part-time or not. In fact, I asked for a list of the top 5 guns in your place from at least 3 different sources, and you know what? The lady was on every list. He looked at Brophy and added, Funny, though, your name never came up. Brophy sputtered for a moment, but Sawyer wanted to move on anyway. You've been here a while, Mr. Brophy? He nodded in the direction of the Archer residence. About an hour. Why? Brophy's whiny tone betrayed his hurt feelings. Anything unusual happen while you were here? Brophy was bursting to tell the agents that he had a dead man's words captured on tape. But that information was far too valuable simply to give away. Not really. I mean, she's tired and depressed, or at least seems so. What do you mean by that? Jackson asked, taking off his sunglasses and staring at Brophy. Nothing. I mean, like I said, I don't know Sidney all that well, so I don't know if she and her husband really got along. Uh-huh. Jackson's lip curled, and he put his shades back on. He eyed his partner. You ready, Lee? This man here looks cold. Ought to go in there and warm up, he said, looking at Brophy. Go pay your respects to your bare acquaintance in there. Jackson and Sawyer turned and headed to their car. Brophy's face was red with anger. He looked back at the house once more and then called after them. Oh, that's right. There was the phone call she got. Both agents turned in perfect unison. What's that? Sawyer asked. His temples throbbed from lack of caffeine, and he was tired of listening to this jerk. What phone call? Brophy approached them and spoke in a lowered tone, occasionally glancing back at the house. About 2 minutes before you showed up, the caller identified himself as Henry Wharton when Sidney's father answered the phone. The agents looked puzzled. He's the managing partner of Tyler Stone. So, Jackson said, the man might be checking in on her, seeing if she's okay. That's what I would have thought, too, but... Sawyer's fuse was about gone. But what? He asked angrily. I'm not sure if I'm at liberty to say. Sawyer's voice dropped back to normal, but his words took on an even more menacing tone. It's a little cold out here for bullshit responses, Mr. Brophy, so I'm going to ask you real nicely to give me the information, and that will be the only time I'll ask real nicely. Sawyer leaned into Brophy's now frightened face while the burly Jackson crowded him from behind. Brophy blurted out, I called Henry Wharton at the office while Sidney was talking to you. Brophy paused dramatically. When I asked about his talk with Sidney, he was completely surprised. He had never called her. And when she came out of the bedroom after taking the call, she was white as a sheet. I thought she was going to faint. Her father noticed it too and was greatly disturbed. Well, if the FBI came knocking on my door on the day of my spouse's memorial service, I'd probably look pretty bad too, Jackson responded. One hand curled and uncurled, making a very large fist that he would have given anything at that moment to let fly. Yeah, well, according to her father, she looked that way before he told her you were at the front door. Brophy had made that part up, but so what? It wasn't the FBI appearing at her doorstep that had thrown Sidney Archer for a loop. Sawyer straightened up and looked at the house. He eyed Jackson, whose eyebrows clicked up a notch. Sawyer studied Brophy's face. If the guy was screwing with them... But no, it was obvious he was telling the truth. Or at least, mostly the truth. He had evidently been dying to tell them something to bounce Sidney Archer off the ceiling. Sawyer didn't care about Paul Brophy's personal vendetta. He did care about that phone call. "Thanks for the information, Mr. Brophy. You think of anything else, here's my number." He handed the attorney his card and left him in the front yard. Driving back into town, Sawyer glanced at his partner. "I want Sidney Archer put under immediate 24-hour surveillance, and I want all calls going into her home in the last 24 hours checked, starting with the one Mr. Fancy Pants told us about." Jackson stared out the window. "You think that was her husband on the phone?" "I think she's been through enough hell to where it would take something pretty big to knock her off her feet like that. Even while we were talking to her, you could see something was off, way off." "So she did think he was dead." Sawyer shrugged. "Right now, I'm not jumping to any conclusions. We'll just watch her and see what happens. My gut tells me Sidney Archer is going to turn out to be a pretty interesting piece to this puzzle." "Speaking of guts, can we stop and get something to eat? I'm starving." Jackson looked at the long line of eateries they were now passing. "Hell, I'll even buy, Ray. Nothing's too good for my partner." Sawyer smiled and turned into the parking lot of the McDonald's. Jackson looked over at Sawyer, mock disgust on his face. And, shaking his head, he picked up the car phone and started punching in numbers. Chapter 31. The slim Learjet streaked through the skies with power to spare. Inside the luxurious cabin, Philip Goldman reclined in his seat and sipped at a cup of hot tea while the remnants of a meal were cleared away by the cabin steward. Across from Goldman sat Alan Porcher, President and Chief Executive Officer of RTG Group, the Western Europe-based global consortium. The tanned, slender Porcher cradled a glass of wine and studied the attorney intently before speaking. "You know, Triton Global claims they have concrete evidence of one of their employees handing over sensitive documents to us at one of our warehouse facilities in Seattle. We can expect to hear from their lawyers shortly, I would imagine." Porcher paused. "From your law firm, of course, Tyler Stone. Ironic, isn't it?" Goldman put down his teacup and folded his hands in his lap. "And this troubles you?" Porcher looked surprised. "Why shouldn't it?" Goldman's reply was simple. "Because with respect to that claim, you're not guilty." He added, "Ironic, isn't it? Still, I have heard some things about the Cybercom deal that trouble me, Philip." Goldman sighed and sat forward in his cabin chair. "Such as?" "That perhaps the acquisition of Cybercom will occur more rapidly than we thought. That perhaps we do not know the latest offer that will be made by Triton. When we make our offer, I must be assured it will be accepted. I will not be allowed to bid again. Cybercom is inclined toward the Americans as it is." Goldman cocked his head and absorbed the CEO's words. "I'm not so sure of that. The Internet knows no geopolitical boundaries, so who's to say the domination cannot occur from the other side of the Atlantic?" Porcher took another sip of wine before answering. "No, other things being equal, the deal will land in the Western Hemisphere. Therefore, we must ensure that conditions are decidedly unequal." There was now a hard glint in Porcher's eyes. Goldman took a moment to methodically wipe his mouth with his handkerchief before responding. "Tell me, who are your sources for this information?" Porcher waved his hand distractedly. "It blows in the wind." "I don't believe in winds. I believe in facts. And the facts are that we do know Triton's latest negotiating position. To the last detail." "Yes, but Brophy is now out of the loop. I cannot be limited to old news." "You won't be. As I've told you, I am currently very close to solving that problem. When I do, and I will, you can easily trump Triton and walk away with an acquisition that will ensure your domination of the information superhighway for the foreseeable future." Porcher looked pointedly at the attorney. "You know, Philip, I have often been curious about your motivation regarding this matter. If, as I hope, and you continue to promise, we succeed in acquiring Cybercom, Triton will most assuredly be unhappy with your law firm. They may go elsewhere." "One can only hope." A faraway look appeared on Goldman's face as he thought of the possibility. "I'm afraid you've lost me."
Goldman assumed a pedantic tone. Triton Global is Tyler Stone's largest client. Triton Global is Henry Wharton's client. That is the chief reason Henry is managing partner. If Triton ceases using the firm as counsel, would you like to guess who becomes the largest rainmaker at the firm, and therefore the probable successor to Wharton as managing partner? Porcher pointed at Goldman. And I would hope that in such a case RTG matters would be given the highest priority in the firm. I think I can safely promise that. Porcher put down his wine glass and lit a cigarette. Now, tell me exactly how you plan to solve the problem. Do you really care about the method or just the results? Indulge me with your brilliance. I recall you often enjoy doing that. Just don't sound so damn professorial when doing so. I have been out of university many years now. Goldman raised an eyebrow at the CEO's remark. You seem to know me all too well. You are one of the few attorneys in my acquaintance who thinks like a businessman. Winning is king. Fuck the law. Goldman accepted one of the cigarettes from Porcher and took a moment lighting it. A very recent development has occurred that has given us a golden opportunity to gain first-hand, almost real-time information about Triton's proposed deal with Cybercom. We'll know Triton's best and final offer before they even have a chance to communicate it to Cybercom. Then we march in a few hours earlier, present our proposal, and wait for Triton's deal to come in. Cybercom rejects it, and you become the proud owner of another jewel in your far-flung empire. Porcher slowly withdrew the cigarette from between his lips and stared wide-eyed at his companion. You can do this? I can do this. Chapter 32. Lee, let me warn you, he can be a little abrasive at times, but that's just the man's personality. Frank Hardy glanced back at Sawyer, and the two men walked down a long corridor after exiting a private elevator onto the top floor of the Triton Global building. Kid gloves, I promise, Frank. I don't usually pull out my brass knuckles on the victims, you know. While they walked, Sawyer reflected on the results of the airport queries about Jason Archer. His men had dug up 2 airport personnel who had recognized Jason Archer's picture. One was the Western Airlines employee who had checked in his bag on the morning of the 17th. The other was a janitor who had noticed Jason sitting and reading the paper. He remembered him because Jason had never let go of his leather briefcase, even while reading the paper or drinking his coffee. Jason had gone into the restroom, but the janitor had left the area and had not noticed him coming back out. The FBI agents could not question the young woman who had actually collected boarding passes from the passengers on the ill-fated plane, since she had been one of the flight attendants on Flight 3223. A number of people recalled seeing Arthur Lieberman. He had been a regular at Dulles for many years. All in all, not much useful information. Sawyer refocused on Hardy's back. He was moving quickly down the plushly carpeted hallway. Gaining entry to the technology giant's headquarters had not been easy. Triton Security had been so zealous that they had even wanted to call the Bureau to verify the serial number on Sawyer's credentials, until Hardy sternly informed them that that would be unnecessary and that the veteran FBI special agent deserved a lot more deference than he was being shown. None of that had ever happened to Sawyer before in all his years with the Bureau, and he jokingly let a sheepish Hardy know it. Hey, Frank, these guys hoarding gold bullion or uranium-235 in here? Let's just say they're slightly paranoid. I'm impressed. Usually we FBI types scare the crap out of everybody. I bet they thumb their noses at the IRS guys, too. Actually, a former head of the IRS is their top tax guru. Damn. They really do have all the bases covered. An uneasy feeling crept over Sawyer the more he thought about his chosen profession. Information was king these days. Access to information was ruled by and large through computers. The private sector was so far ahead of the government realm that there was no possible way the government would ever catch up. Even the FBI, which in public sectors had state-of-the-art technology, would have existed far down the technological sophistication list in the world where Triton Global did battle.
To Sawyer, the revelation was not a pleasant one. One would have to be an imbecile not to realize that computer crimes would soon dwarf all other manifestations of human evil, at least in dollar terms. But dollar terms meant a lot. They translated into jobs and homes and happy families. Or not. Sawyer stopped walking. You mind me asking how much Triton pays you a year? Hardy turned around and smiled. Why? You thinking of hanging out your own shingle and trying to steal my clients? Hey, just testing the waters in case I ever take you up on that offer of a job. Hardy glanced sharply at Sawyer. You serious? At my age, you learn never to say never. Hardy's face resumed its serious look while he pondered his ex-partner's words. I'd rather not get into specifics, but Triton is well into the 7 figures as a client, not counting a substantial retainer they pay us. Sawyer blew a silent whistle. Christ. I hope you see a big slice of that at the end of the day, Frank. Hardy nodded curtly. I do. And you could, too, if you'd ever wise up and join me. Okay, I'll bite. What are we talking salary-wise if I come on with you? Just ballpark. 500,000 to 600,000 the first year? Sawyer's mouth almost hit the floor. You've got to be shitting me, Frank. I never joke about money, Lee. As long as crime is around, we'll never have a bad year. The men resumed walking as Hardy added, Think about it anyway, will you? Sawyer rubbed his chin and thought about his mounting debt, never-ending work hours, and his tiny office at the Hoover Building. I will, Frank. He decided to change the subject. So, is Gamble a one-man show? Not by a long shot. Oh, he's the undisputed leader of Triton. However, the real technology wizard is Quentin Rowe. What's he like, a geek? Yes and no, Hardy explained. Quentin Rowe graduated at the top of his class from Columbia University. He won a slew of awards in the technology field while working at Bell Labs and then at Intel. He started his own computer company at age 28. That company was the hottest stock on NASDAQ 3 years ago and was one of the most sought-after acquisitions of the decade when Nathan Gamble bought it. It's been a brilliant fit. Quentin is the true visionary at the company. He's the one pushing for the Cybercom acquisition. He and Gamble aren't the best of friends, but they've done incredibly well together, and Gamble tends to listen to him if the dollars are right. Anyway, you can't argue with the success they've had. Sawyer nodded. By the way, we got Sidney Archer under round-the-clock surveillance. I take it your interview with her aroused some suspicions. You could say that. And something shook her up right when we got there. What was that? A phone call. From who? I don't know. We traced the call. It came from a phone booth in Los Angeles. Whoever placed the call could be in Australia by now. You think it was her husband? Sawyer shrugged. Our source said the person lied about who he was to Sidney Archer's dad when he picked up the phone. And our source said Sidney Archer looked like death warmed over after the call. Using a smart card, Hardy accessed a private elevator. While they were carried up to the top floor, Hardy took a moment to adjust his fashionable tie and flick at his hair in the reflection of the mirrored elevator doors. His $1,000 suit hung well on his lean frame. Gold-plated cufflinks glinted at his wrists. Sawyer appraised his former partner's exterior and then looked at his own reflection. His shirt, while freshly laundered, was frayed at the collar. The tie was a relic from a decade ago. Topping it off, Sawyer's perpetual cowlick stuck up like a tiny periscope. Sawyer assumed a mock-serious tone as he looked over the very polished Hardy. You know, Frank, it's a good thing you left the bureau. What? Hardy was rocked. You're just too damn pretty to be an FBI agent anymore. Sawyer grinned. Hardy laughed. Speaking of pretty, I had lunch with Maggie the other day. Great head on her shoulders, too. Getting into law school at Stanford isn't easy. She's going to have a great life. In spite of her old man, you probably want to add. The elevator stopped and they got off. I don't have the best track record in the world with my two, Lee. You know that. You weren't the only one who missed all those birthdays. I think you recovered a lot better with your kids than I did. Yeah, well, Stanford isn't cheap. Think about my offer. Might speed up your recovery. Here we are. Hardy passed through elegant glass doors etched with the shape of an eagle, the glass sliding noiselessly open at their approach. The executive secretary, a nice-looking woman with an efficient, firm manner, announced their arrival into her headset. She pressed a button set in a panel on top of a sleek wood and metal console that looked more like a piece of modern art than a desk, and motioned Hardy and Sawyer to move toward a massive wall of lacquered and macassar ebony wood. A section of the wall opened up when they approached. Sawyer shook his head in amazement, as he had done many times since entering the Triton building. In a few moments they were standing in front of a desk, although a more apt description would have labeled it a command center, with its wall of TV monitors, phones, and other electronic gadgetry neatly built into shining tables and impressive wall units. The man behind the desk was just putting down the phone. He turned to them. Hardy said, "Special Agent Lee Sawyer of the FBI, Nathan Gamble, chairman of Triton Global." Sawyer could feel the strength of the grip when Nathan Gamble's fingers closed around his own, and the two men exchanged perfunctory greetings. "Do you have Archer yet?" Sawyer was halfway to his chair when the question hit him. The tone was clearly that of a superior to a subordinate, and was more than sufficient to raise every hair on the agent's thick neck. Sawyer finished sitting down and took a moment to study the man before answering. Out of the corner of his eye, Sawyer caught the apprehensive look on his former partner's face from where he stood rigidly near the doorway. Sawyer took another moment to undo the button on his suit coat and flip open his notebook before resting his steady eyes back on Gamble. "I'll need to ask you some questions, Mr. Gamble. I hope it won't take all that long." "You haven't answered my question." The chairman's voice was a notch deeper now. "No, I haven't, and I don't intend to." The two men's eyes locked until Gamble finally broke it off and looked over at Hardy. "Mr. Gamble, it's an ongoing Bureau investigation. The Bureau doesn't usually comment." Gamble cut Hardy off with an abrupt wave of his hand. "Then let's get this over with. I have to leave to catch a plane in 1 hour." Sawyer didn't know who he wanted to belt more, Gamble or Hardy, for taking this kind of crap. "Mr. Gamble, perhaps Quentin and Richard Lucas should be in on this discussion." "Maybe you should have thought about that before scheduling this meeting, Hardy." Gamble punched a button on his console. "Find Rowe and Lucas right now." Hardy touched Sawyer on the shoulder. "Quentin heads up the division Archer was in. Lucas is head of internal security." "Then you're right, Frank. I'll want to speak with them." A few minutes later, the broad portal opened, and two men stepped into Nathan Gamble's private domain. Sawyer ran a penetrating eye over them, and quickly discerned who was who. His grim demeanor, his look of competitive reproach at Hardy, and the slight bump under his left breast labeled Richard Lucas as Triton's head of security. Sawyer pegged Quentin Rowe as early 30s. Rowe's face held a ready smile underneath a pair of large hazel eyes that were more dreamy than intense. Sawyer concluded that Nathan Gamble could not have had a more unlikely colleague. The expanded group adjourned to the large conference table housed in one corner of Gamble's mammoth office. Gamble stared at his watch and then looked over at Sawyer. "You have 50 minutes and counting, Sawyer. I was hoping you'd have something important for me. However, I feel disappointment looming. Why don't you prove me wrong?" Sawyer bit his lip and tensed his shoulders, then decided against taking the bait. He looked over at Lucas. "When did you first suspect Archer?" Lucas shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Obviously, the security man felt particularly humbled by recent events. "The first definitive event was the videotape of Archer making the exchange in Seattle." "The one Frank's people obtained?" Sawyer eyed Lucas for confirmation. Lucas's sullen expression spoke volumes. "That's right. Although I had my own suspicions of Archer before the video was taken." Gamble spoke up. "Is that so? I don't recall you ever voicing those suspicions before. I don't pay you all that money to keep your mouth shut." Sawyer eyed Lucas closely. The guy had said too much, with probably nothing to back it up. But Sawyer was duty-bound to follow through. "What sort of suspicions?" Lucas's face was still frozen on his boss, the fierce reprimand still resonating. Lucas looked dully at Sawyer. "Well, perhaps they were more hunches than anything else. Nothing concrete to go on, just my gut. Sometimes that's more important, you know what I mean?" "I do." "He worked a lot, irregular hours. His computer login times made for some interesting reading, I can tell you that." Gamble stirred. I only hire hard workers. 80% of the people here pull 75 to 90 hours per week, every week of the year. I take it you don't believe in idle hands, Sawyer said. I work my people hard, but they're well compensated. Every senior-level manager on up to the executive level at my company is a millionaire, and most of them are under 40. He nodded at Quentin Rowe. I won't tell you how much he got when I bought him out, but if he wanted to go buy an island somewhere, build himself a mansion, bring in a harem and a private jet, he could do it all without borrowing a dime and have enough left over to keep his great-grandchildren in Ivy League and limos. Of course, I wouldn't expect a federal bureaucrat to understand the nuances of free enterprise. You now have 47 minutes left. Sawyer promised himself he would never allow Gamble an opening of that size again. Have you confirmed the facts of the bank account scam? Sawyer eyed Hardy. His friend nodded. I'll hook you up with bureau agents handling it. Gamble erupted, slamming his fist on the table and glaring at Sawyer as though he had personally ripped off the Triton chief. $250 million! Gamble was shaking with fury. An awkward moment of silence was broken by Sawyer. I understand Archer had some additional protective measures put on his office door. Lucas answered, his face a shade paler. That's right, he did. I'll need to look over his office later. What sort of things did he have installed? Everyone in the room looked at Richard Lucas. Sawyer could almost see the sweat glistening on the security chief's palms. A few months ago, he ordered a digital numeric pad and smart card entry system wired to an alarm for his office door. Was that unusual or necessary? Sawyer asked. He couldn't imagine it was necessary, considering how many damn hoops one had to jump through just to get in the place. I didn't think it was necessary at all. We have the most secure shop in the industry. Lucas cringed when this response was met by a loud grunt from Gamble. But I'm not sure I could say it was unusual. Other people here had similar setups on their office doors. Quentin Rowe joined in. Not that you could have missed it, Mr. Sawyer, but everyone at Triton is terribly security conscious. It's beaten into the head of every employee here that paranoia is the proper mindset to have when it comes to protecting proprietary technology. In fact, Frank comes in each quarter and lectures the employees on that very subject. If an employee had a problem or security concern, he or she could go either to Richard or one of his staff or Frank. My employees all knew of Frank's illustrious career at the FBI. I feel confident that anyone with a concern about security would have had no hesitation about going to either of them. In fact, employees have done that in the past, nipping some potentially big problems in the bud. Sawyer looked over at Hardy, who nodded in agreement. But you have had trouble getting into his office after he disappeared. You must have a system to take into account employees who get sick, die, or quit. There is a system, Lucas proclaimed. Jason apparently circumvented it, Rose said with a trace of admiration. How? Rowe looked at Lucas and then sighed. In accordance with company policy, the code to be inputted into any individual security system placed on site has to be delivered to the head of security, Quentin explained. To Rich. In addition, all security personnel and key management have master key cards that can access any area of the office. Did Archer deliver the code? He delivered the code to Rich, but then he reprogrammed the reader unit at his office door with a different code. And that switch wasn't caught before? Sawyer looked incredulously over at Lucas. There was no reason to think he had changed the code, Rose said. During office hours, Jason's office door was usually kept open. No one other than Jason had any reason to be in there after normal hours. Okay. The information Archer allegedly delivered to RTG, how did he get his hands on it? Was he cleared for it? Some of it. Quentin Rose shifted uneasily in his seat and slid one hand down his ponytail. Jason was part of the acquisition team for that project. However, there were certain parts, the highest levels of the negotiation, to which he was not privy at all. They were known only to Nathan, myself, and 3 other senior executives at the company, and outside legal counsel, of course. Where was this information kept? File drawer? Safe? Sawyer asked. Rowe and Lucas exchanged smiles. Rowe answered. We have, to a significant degree, a paperless office. All key documents are stored in computerized files. I assume there was some sort of security on these files, then, like a password? Lucas said condescendingly, It was far more than a password. And yet Archer broke into it anyway, it seems. Sawyer jabbed back. Lucas scrunched his mouth up like someone had just jammed a lemon inside. Quentin Rowe wiped at his glasses. Yes, he did. Would you like to see how?
This ends Disc 7. Total Control, Disc 8.
The group of men filled the small, cluttered storeroom. Richard Lucas pushed away the boxes from beside the wall while Rowe, Hardy, and Sawyer looked on. Nathan Gamble had declined to join them. Where the boxes had rested, the cable outlet was now exposed. Quentin Rowe moved next to the computer and held up the cables. Jason hardwired into our local area network through this workstation. Why not just use the computer in his office? Rowe was shaking his head before Sawyer had stopped talking. When he logs on to his own computer, Lucas said, he has to go through a series of security measures. Those security measures do not merely verify the user, they confirm the user's identity. Every workstation in the place has an iris scanner, which takes an initial video image of the user's iris patterns. In addition, the scanner takes periodic sweeps of the operator to continually confirm the user's identity. If Archer had left his desk or someone had sat down in his place, then the system would have automatically shut off to that workstation. Rowe looked steadily at Sawyer. The important point in all that is, if Archer had accessed any file from his own workstation, we would have known he had done it. How's that? Sawyer asked. Our network has a tag feature. Most systems have some attribute of that kind. If a user accesses a file, that access is recorded by the system. By using this workstation, Quentin pointed at the old computer, which is not supposed to be on the network and is assigned no number through the network administrator, he bypassed that risk. For all intents and purposes, this was a phantom computer on our network. He may have used the computer in his office to find the location of certain files without accessing them. He could do that at his leisure. That would cut down on the time he needed to spend here where he could be caught. Sawyer shook his head. Wait a minute. If Archer didn't use his own workstation to access the files because it could positively identify him and used this one instead because it couldn't, how do you know it was Archer who accessed the files in the first place? Hardy pointed at the keyboard. In Old Reliable, we lifted numerous fingerprints from here. They all matched Archer's. Sawyer finally asked the most obvious question. Okay, but how do you know this workstation was used to access any files? Lucas sat down on one of the boxes. For a period of time, we were getting unauthorized entries onto the system. Although Archer didn't need to go through the identification process to log on through this unit, he would still leave a trail if he accessed files using it, unless he electronically erased his trail as he exited. That's possible to do, although tricky. In fact, I think that's what he did. Initially, at least. Then he got sloppy. We finally picked up the trail, and while it took time, we narrowed down the breach until it led us right here. Hardy folded his arms across his chest. You know, it's ironic. You put all this time and effort and money into securing your networks against any breaches. You have steel doors, security guards, electronic monitoring devices, smart cards, you name it. Triton has it, and yet... He looked up at the ceiling. And yet you also have drop-down ceiling panels with exposed cables connecting your entire network together, ripe for penetration. He shook his head in dismay and looked at Lucas. I've warned you about this risk before. He was an insider, Lucas said heatedly. He knew the system, and he used that knowledge to hack it. Lucas brooded for a moment. And then he took down a plane load of people in the process. Let's not forget that little fact. 10 minutes later, the men were once again in Gamble's office. He did not look up when they reappeared. Sawyer sat down. Okay, any further developments on the RTG end? He asked. Gamble's face flamed red at the mention of his competitor. Nobody rips me off and gets away with it. Jason Archer's involvement with RTG hasn't been proven. It's all speculation at this point, Sawyer said evenly. Gamble dramatically rolled his eyes. Right. Well, you just go and jump through your little hoops so you can keep your little job, and I'll take care of the tough stuff. Sawyer closed his notebook and stood up to his full height. Hardy stood up, too, and reached out to grab Sawyer's coat until his former partner froze him with a stare that Hardy had seen him use on many an occasion at the Bureau. Sawyer turned back to Gamble. 10 minutes, Sawyer. Since you don't appear to have anything of note to report, I'm going to catch my plane a little early. When Gamble walked past the burly FBI agent, Sawyer tightly gripped his arm and led the Triton chairman outside into the private reception area. Sawyer looked over at Gamble's executive assistant. "Excuse us for a minute, ma'am." The woman hesitated, looking at Gamble. "I said excuse us!" Sawyer's drill sergeant tone catapulted the woman out of her chair, and she fled the room. Sawyer turned to the chairman. "Let's get a couple of things straight, Gamble. First, I don't report to you or anyone else at this place. Second, since it looks like one of your people conspired to blow up a plane, I'll ask you as many questions as I want to, and I don't give a shit about your travel schedule. And if you tell me one more time how many minutes I've got left, I'll rip that goddamned watch off your wrist and stuff it in your mouth. I'm not one of your lackey boys, and don't you ever talk to me that way again. I'm an FBI agent, and a damn good one. I've been shot, knifed, kicked, and bitten by some seriously demented assholes who would make you look like the biggest pussy in the world on your best day. So if you think your bullshit tough guy act is going to make me pee in my pants, then you're wasting everybody's time, including your own. Now, get back in there and sit the fuck down." 2 hours later, Sawyer had finished interviewing Gamble and company and spent 30 minutes looking through Jason Archer's office, ordering it off limits and calling for an investigative team to methodically analyze every molecule of the place. Sawyer checked out Jason's computer system, but he had no way of knowing that something was missing. The only remnant of the microphone was a small silver-plated plug. Sawyer walked to the elevator bank with Hardy. "See, Frank, I told you there was nothing to worry about. Gamble and I got along just fine." Hardy laughed out loud. "I don't think I've ever seen his face quite that shade of white before. What the hell did you say to the man?" "Just told him what a great guy I thought he was. He was probably just embarrassed by my frank admiration." At the elevators, Sawyer said, "You know, I didn't get much usable info in there. Sure, Archer pulling off the crime of the century might make for fascinating reading, but I prefer to have him in a jail cell." "Well, these guys just got taken to the cleaners, and they're certainly not used to that experience. They know what happened and pretty much how it happened, but all after the fact." Sawyer leaned up against the wall and rubbed his forehead. "You realize there's no evidence tying Archer to the plane bombing?" Hardy nodded in agreement. "I said before that Archer could have used Lieberman to cover his tracks, but there's no proof of that either. If there is no connection, Archer's one hell of a lucky guy for not getting on that plane." "Well, if that's the case, then somebody else out there took down that airliner." Sawyer was about to hit the elevator button when Hardy touched his sleeve. "Hey, Lee, if you want my humble opinion, I don't think your biggest problem will be proving Archer was involved in the plane sabotage." "So what's my biggest problem, Frank?" "Finding him." Hardy walked off. As Sawyer waited for the elevator, a voice called to him. "Mr. Sawyer, do you have a minute?" Sawyer turned to find Quentin Rowe walking toward him. "What can I do for you, Mr. Rowe?" "Please call me Quentin." Rowe paused and looked around the hallways. "Would you like to take a short tour of one of our production facilities?" Sawyer quickly caught his meaning. "Okay, sure." Chapter 33. The 15-story Triton office building was hooked to a sprawling 3-story structure that covered about 5 acres of ground. Sawyer pinned on a visitor's badge at the main entrance to the facility and followed Rowe through a number of security checkpoints. Rowe was obviously well-known and well-liked here, as he received a number of cordial greetings from Triton personnel. At one point, through a wall of glass, Sawyer and Rowe watched lab technicians in white coats, gloves, and surgical masks working away in a large space. Sawyer looked at Rowe. "Geez, looks more like an operating room than a factory." Rowe smiled. "Actually, that room is far cleaner than any hospital operating room." He watched Sawyer's surprised reaction with amusement. "Those technicians are testing a new generation of computer chips. The environment has to be completely sterile, absolutely dust-free. Once they're fully functional, these prototypes will be able to carry out 2 tips. Damn.
Sawyer said absently, having no earthly idea what the acronym stood for.
That means 2 trillion instructions per second.
Sawyer gaped at the small man. What in the hell needs to move that fast?
You'd be surprised. A litany of engineering applications. Computer-aided designs of cars, aircraft, ships, space shuttles, buildings, manufacturing processes of all types. Financial markets, corporate operations. Take a company like General Motors, millions of pieces of inventory, hundreds of thousands of employees, thousands of locations. It all adds up. We help all of them do their jobs more efficiently. He pointed to another production area. A new line of hard drives is being tested in there. They'll be by far the most powerful and efficient in the industry when they hit the market next year. Yet a year after that, they'll be obsolete.
He looked at Sawyer.
What sort of system do you use at work?
Sawyer put his hands in his pocket. You might not have heard of it. Smith Corona?
Rowe gaped at him. You're kidding.
Just got a new ribbon in it. Baby runs sweet as mother's milk. Sawyer sounded very defensive. Rowe shook his head.
A friendly warning. Anyone who doesn't know how to operate a computer in the coming years will not be able to function in society. Don't be intimidated. The systems today are not only user-friendly, they are idiot-friendly. No offense intended.
Sawyer sighed. Computers getting faster all the time. This Internet thing, whatever it really is, growing like crazy. Networks, paging, cellular phones, faxes. Jesus, where's it going to end?
Since it's the business I'm in, I hope it never does.
Sometimes change can happen too fast.
Rowe smiled benignly. The change we see going on today will pale in comparison to what will take place in the next 5 years. We're on the cusp of technological breakthroughs that would have seemed unthinkable barely 10 years ago.
Rowe's eyes appeared to shine ahead into the next century.
What we know as the Internet today will seem boring and quaint very soon. Triton Global will be a huge part of that happening. In fact, if things work out correctly, we will be leading the way. Education, medicine, the workplace, travel, entertainment, how we eat, socialize, consume, produce, everything human beings do or benefit from will be transformed. Poverty, prejudice, crime, injustice, disease will crumple under the sheer weight of information, of discovery. Ignorance will simply disappear. The knowledge of thousands of libraries, the sum of the world's greatest minds, all will be readily accessible by anyone. In the end, the world of computers as we know it today will metamorphose into one enormous interactive global link of limitless potential. He peered at Sawyer through his glasses. All the world's knowledge, the solutions to every problem, will be one keystroke away. It's the natural next step.
One person will be able to get all that from a computer.
Sawyer's tone was skeptical. Isn't that a thrilling vision?
Scares the shit out of me. Rowe's mouth dropped open.
How could that possibly be frightening to you?
Maybe I'm a little cynical after 25 years of doing what I do for a living. But you tell me one guy can get all that information? And you know the first thought pops into my head.
No, what?
What if he's a bad guy?
Rowe didn't react.
What if with one keystroke he wipes out all the world's knowledge?
Sawyer snapped his fingers.
He destroys everything, or just screws it all up? Then what the hell do we do?
Rowe smiled. The benefits of technology far surpass any potential dangers. You may not agree with me, but the coming years will prove me right.
Sawyer scratched the back of his head. You're probably too young to know this, but back in the 50s, nobody thought illegal drugs would ever be a big problem either. Go figure. The two men continued their tour.
We have 5 of these facilities situated across the country, Rowe said.
Must get pretty expensive.
You could say that. We spend over $10 billion per year on R&D. Sawyer whistled.
You're talking numbers I can't even begin to contemplate. Of course, I'm just a working stiff bureaucrat who sits around picking his nose on the public dole.
Rowe smiled. Nathan Gamble delights in making other people squirm. I think he met his match in you, though. For obvious reasons, I didn't applaud your performance, but I was seriously thinking about a standing ovation.
Artie said you had your own company. Hot stock. If you don't mind my asking, how come you hooked up with Gamble? Money? Rowe waved his arm around the facility they were in. This all costs billions of dollars. My company was doing well, but lots of tech companies were doing well in the stock market. What people don't seem to understand is that while my company's stock price went from $19 a share on the day it hit the market to $160 per share less than 6 months later, we didn't see any of that enormous markup. That went to the people who bought the stock. You had to keep a chunk of the company's stock, though. I did, but with the securities laws being what they are and our underwriters' requirements, I couldn't really sell any of it. On paper, I was worth a fortune. However, my company was still struggling. R&D was eating us up. We had no earnings, he said bitterly. So, enter Nathan Gamble? Actually, he was a very early investor in the company before we went public. He gave us some seed capital. He also gave us something else we didn't have but desperately needed, respectability on Wall Street, with the capital markets, a good solid business background, a penchant for making money. When my company went public, he held on to his shares as well. Later, Gamble and I discussed the future and decided to take the company back private. In retrospect, a good decision? From a dollar perspective, an incredibly good decision. But money ain't everything, right, Quentin? Sometimes I wonder. Sawyer leaned up against the wall, folded his beefy arms across his chest, and looked directly at Rowe. The tour is real interesting, but I hope that wasn't all you had in mind. It wasn't. Rowe swiped his card through the reader on a nearby door and motioned for Sawyer to follow him in. They sat down at a small table. Rowe spent a moment collecting his thoughts before he started speaking. You know, if you had asked me before this all happened who I would suspect of having stolen from us, Jason Archer's name would never have entered my mind. Rowe took off his glasses and rubbed them with a handkerchief pulled from his shirt pocket. So you trusted him? Absolutely. And now? And now I think I was wrong. I feel betrayed, in fact. I could see how you might feel that way. You think anybody else at the company might be involved? My God, I hope not. Rose seemed stricken by the suggestion. I would certainly rather believe it was Jason on his own, or a competitor working with him. That, to me, makes a lot more sense. Besides, Jason would have been perfectly capable of hacking into Bank Trust's computer system by himself. It's really not all that hard to do. You sound like you speak from experience. Rose's face reddened. Let's just say that I have an insatiable curiosity. Poking around databases was a favorite pastime in college. My classmates and I had quite a good time doing it, although the local authorities on more than one occasion voiced their displeasure. However, we never stole anything. I actually helped train some of the police technicians in methods to detect and prevent computer-related crimes. Any of those people working on your security detail? You mean Richard Lucas? No, he's been with Gamble, it seems like forever now. Again, he's very good at what he does, but not the most pleasant company to have around. However, it's not his job to be pleasant. But Archer still fooled him. He fooled all of us. I'm certainly in no position to point fingers. Did you notice anything about Jason Archer that in retrospect looked suspicious? Most things look different in retrospect. I know that better than most. I've given it some thought, and Jason did seem to take a very active interest in the Cybercom deal. He was working on it. I don't mean just that. Even on the segments of the deal he wasn't involved in, he asked a lot of questions. Like what? Like, did I think the terms were fair? Did I think the deal was going to get done? What would be his role once it was done? That sort of thing. Did he ever ask you about any confidential records you kept regarding the deal? Not directly, no. He apparently got everything he needed off the computer system? So it would seem. The two men sat staring off into space for a few moments. You have any inkling where Archer might be? Rose shook his head. I visited his wife, Sidney. We've met. It's hard to believe he would just up and leave them like that. He has a daughter, too, a beautiful little girl. Maybe he didn't plan to leave them. Rowe looked at him oddly. What do you mean? I mean, maybe he intends to come back for them. He's a fugitive from justice now. Why would he come back? Besides, Sidney wouldn't go with him. Why not? Because he's a criminal. She's an attorney. This may come as a big surprise to you, Quentin. But some lawyers aren't honest. You mean you suspect Sidney Archer of being involved in this whole thing? I mean, I haven't ruled her or anyone else out right now as a suspect. She's an attorney for Triton. She was working on the Cybercom deal. Seems like a perfect position to cherry-pick secrets and sell them to RTG. Who the hell knows? I intend to find out. Rowe put his glasses back on and rubbed his hand nervously across the glass tabletop. It's so hard to believe Sidney would be involved in all this. Rowe's tone betrayed the conviction of his words. Sawyer studied him closely. Quentin, do you want to tell me something? Maybe about Sidney Archer? Rowe finally sighed and looked at Sawyer. I'm convinced that Sidney was in Jason's office at Triton after the plane crash. Sawyer's eyes narrowed. What proof do you have? The night before Jason supposedly left for L.A., he and I were working late on a project in his office. We left together. He secured his office door behind me. His office remained locked from that moment until we had the company come to deactivate the alarm and remove the door. So, when we entered the office, I noticed immediately that the microphone on Jason's computer was bent almost in half, like someone had hit it and then tried to straighten it. Why would you think that someone was Sidney Archer? Maybe Jason came back later that night. If he had, there would be a record of it, both electronically and with the on-site security card. Rowe paused, dwelling on the memory of the night of Sidney's visit. Finally, he threw up his hands. I know of no other way to put it. She was sneaking around. She claimed she was not in the restricted area, and yet I'm sure she was. I think the security guard was covering for her, and Sidney told me some bogus story about meeting Jason's secretary there to get some of Jason's personal things. Doesn't that sound plausible? It would have, except I casually asked Kay Vincent, Jason's secretary, if she had spoken to Sidney recently, and she had, from her home on the very night Sidney went down to the office. She knew Kay wasn't there. Sawyer sat back in his chair. Rowe continued. You need a special chip card even to begin the deactivation process on Jason's office door. In addition, you need to know a 4-digit password or the alarm will go off. It happened, in fact, when we initially tried to enter his office. That's when we found out Jason had changed the password. I even considered attempting it the night Sidney came by, only I knew it would be futile. I had a master security card, but without the password, the alarm would have just gone off again. He paused to take a breath. Sidney could have had access to Jason's security card, and he could have told her the password. I can't believe I'm saying this, but she's involved in something. I just don't know what. I just looked through Archer's office, and I didn't see any microphone. What did it look like? About 5 inches long, the thickness of a pencil, small speaker at one end. It was mounted directly on the computer's CPU on the bottom left-hand side. It's for voice-activated commands. One day, it'll replace the keyboard entirely. It's a godsend for people who can't type well. I didn't see anything like that. Probably not. I'm sure it was removed from the office because it was so damaged. Sawyer took a few minutes to jot down notes and asked Rowe a few follow-up questions. Then Rowe escorted him back to the exit. You think of anything else, Quentin, you let me know. He handed Rowe a business card. I wish I knew what the hell was going on, Agent Sawyer. I have my hands full with Cybercom, and now this. I'm doing what I can, Quentin. Hang in there. Rowe slowly went back inside. Sawyer's card clutched in his hand. Sawyer walked to his car. He could hear his cellular phone buzzing. Ray Jackson's voice was agitated. You were right. About what? Sidney Archer's on the move. Chapter 34. A half-block behind the airport cab were the 2 FBI tail cars. 2 other sedans were running on parallel streets and would cross over at strategic points to take over the chase so as not to alert the person they were tracking. That person swept the hair from her eyes, took a deep breath, and stared out the window of the cab. Sidney Archer swiftly ran through the details of her trip once more and wondered if she had just exchanged one nightmare for another. She came back to the house after the memorial service, stayed a little while, and then the cab came and picked her up. The direction they're heading might call as Dulles Airport. Ray Jackson said into the car phone. She made one stop at a bank, probably withdrawing some cash. Lee Sawyer pressed the phone against his ear and fought through rush-hour traffic. Where are you now? Jackson relayed his position.
You shouldn't have trouble, Lee. We're crawling through traffic here. Sawyer started looking at cross streets. I can be up with you in about 10 minutes. How many pieces of luggage she carrying? 1 medium suitcase. Short trip, then. Probably. Jackson eyed the cab. Oh, shit. What? Sawyer almost yelled into the phone. In dismay, Jackson watched as the cab abruptly pulled into the Vienna Metro subway station. Looks like the lady just had a change in travel arrangements. She's hopping on a subway. Jackson watched Sidney Archer step out of the cab. Get a couple of guys in there right now, Ray. Roger that. Double quick. Sawyer turned on his grill lights and cut around the stalled traffic. When his phone buzzed again, he snatched it up. Talk to me, Ray. Only good news. His partner's breathing was a little more normal. Okay, we've got 2 guys on with her. I'm 1 minute from the station. Which way she headed? Wait a minute. Vienna's the end of the orange line. She must be headed into town. Maybe, Lee, unless she's going to double back on us and grab another cab when she exits the subway. Dulles is the other way, and we've got a potential problem with our lines of communication. The walkie-talkies don't always work so well on the Metro. If she changes trains inside the Metro and our guys lose her, she's gone. Sawyer thought for a moment. Did she take her luggage, Ray? What? Damn, no, she didn't. Get 2 cars glued to that cab, Ray. I doubt Mrs. Archer is leaving behind her clean undies and her makeup kit. I'm on it myself. You want to pair with me? Sawyer was about to agree, then abruptly changed his mind. He streaked through a red light. You hang on it, Ray. I'm going to cover another angle. Check in every 5 minutes, and let's hope she doesn't give us a slip. Sawyer did a U-turn and hurtled east. Sidney had changed trains at the Roslyn substation and boarded a Blue Line train heading south. At the Pentagon Metro station, the doors on the subway opened, and approximately 1,000 people careened off the train cars. Sidney was carrying the white coat she'd been wearing. She didn't want to stand out from the crowd. The blue sweater she wore was swiftly lost in the thickening crowds of similarly attired military personnel. The 2 FBI agents pushed through the masses as they desperately tried to relocate Sidney Archer. Neither one noticed Sidney reboard the same train several cars down, and she continued on to National Airport. She looked behind her several times, but the train now held no obvious pursuers. Sawyer pulled to a halt in front of the main terminal at National Airport, flashed his credentials to a surprised parking lot attendant, and raced into the building. A few seconds later, he stopped dead, and his shoulders sagged in frustration as he scanned the wall-to-wall people. Shit! The next second, he flattened himself against the wall as Sidney Archer passed barely 10 feet in front of him. As soon as Sidney was safely ahead of him, Sawyer started tracking her. The short journey ended in the line at the United Airlines ticket desk, which stood 20 deep. Out of sight of both Sawyer and Sidney, Paul Brophy rolled his luggage carrier toward an American Airlines departure gate. Inside Brophy's inner suit pocket was Sidney's entire travel itinerary, gleaned from her conversation with Jason Archer. He continued on unhurriedly. He could afford that luxury as chaos swirled around him. He would even have time to check in with Goldman. After 45 minutes, Sidney finally received her ticket and boarding pass. Sawyer watched from a distance and noted the large wad of bills she used for the purchase. As soon as she had disappeared around the corner, Sawyer swiftly sliced through the line, his FBI badge prominently held in his hand, as the first wave of angry travelers quickly parted for him. The ticket person stared at the badge, and then at Sawyer. The woman you just sold a ticket to, Sidney Archer. Tall, good-looking blonde, dressed in blue with a white coat over her arm, Sawyer added, just in case his prey had used an alias. What flight is she on, quick? The woman froze for an instant and then started punching keys. Flight 715 to New Orleans. It leaves in 20 minutes. New Orleans, said Sawyer, more to himself than to the woman. Now he momentarily regretted having personally interviewed Sidney Archer. She would recognize him instantly. But there was no time to call in another agent. What gate? 11? Sawyer leaned forward and spoke in a low tone. Okay, what's her seat? The woman glanced at the screen. 27C. Is there a problem here? The woman's supervisor had drifted over. Sawyer showed her his FBI credentials and quickly explained the situation. The supervisor picked up a phone and alerted both the boarding gate and security, who would in turn inform the flight crew. The last thing Sawyer needed was a flight attendant spotting his gun during the trip, with the result that the New Orleans police would be waiting for him at the door when the plane landed. A few minutes later, Sawyer, wearing a beat-up hat hastily borrowed from security personnel, his coat collar turned up, strode down the terminal's broad aisle, an airline security officer in tow. Sawyer was escorted around the metal detectors while he scanned the crowds for Sidney Archer. He spotted her at the departure gate, already in line to board. He immediately turned around and sat facing away from the gate.
Several minutes after the last group of people moved onto the plane, Sawyer walked down the jetwalk. He settled down into first class, in one of the few available seats on the crowded jet, and allowed himself a brief smile. It was the first time he had ever flown in such luxury. He fumbled through his wallet for his phone card. His finger closed around Sidney Archer's business card. There were phone numbers for Sidney's direct office line, pager, fax, and mobile phone. Sawyer shook his head. That was the private sector for you. Need to know where you are every minute. He pulled out the plane phone and slid his card through it. The flight to New Orleans was non-stop, and 2.5 hours later the jet was descending into New Orleans International Airport. Sidney Archer had not budged from her seat the entire flight, for which Lee Sawyer was immensely grateful. Sawyer had made a number of phone calls from the plane, and his team was in place at the airport. When the door to the jet opened, Sawyer was the first one off. When Sidney exited the airport into the mugginess of the New Orleans night, she did not notice the black sedan with the tinted windows parked across the narrow roadway used to pick up or drop off passengers. Settled into her seat in the battered gray Cadillac with Cajun Cab Company stenciled on the side, Sidney loosened the collar of her shirt and wiped a bit of perspiration from her forehead. "The Lafitte Guest House, please, Bourbon Street." As the cab drifted away from the curb, the sedan waited a moment, then followed. Inside the sedan, Lee Sawyer was filling in the other agents on the situation, his eyes all the time riveted on the dirty caddy. Sidney stared anxiously out the cab window. It left the highway and headed to the Vieux Carré. In the background, the New Orleans skyline glittered out of the darkness, the massive hump of the Superdome resting in the foreground. Bourbon Street was narrow and lined with garish edifices of, by American standards at least, the ancient French Quarter. At this time of the year, the 66 blocks of the quarter were relatively quiet, although the smell of beer rose powerfully from the sidewalks as casually dressed vacationers staggered around carrying large cups of the stuff. Sidney left the cab in front of the Lafitte Guest House. She took a quick look up and down the street. No cars were in sight. She walked up the steps and pushed open the heavy front door. Inside, the comforting smell of antiques embraced her. To her left was a large and stylishly decorated drawing room. The night clerk at the small desk raised his eyebrows slightly at Sidney's lack of baggage, but smiled and nodded when she explained it was coming later. She was given the choice of riding the small elevator to the third floor, but chose the broad staircase instead. Key in hand, she went up 2 flights of stairs to her room. Her room contained a 4-poster bed, writing desk, 3 walls of bookshelves, and a Victorian-style chaise longue. Outside, the black sedan pulled into an alleyway half a block down from the Lafitte Guest House. A man dressed in jeans and a windbreaker alighted from the rear of the car, walked nonchalantly down the street and went into the building. 5 minutes later, he was back in the car. Lee Sawyer leaned anxiously over the front seat. "What's going on in there?" The man unzipped his windbreaker, revealing the pistol in his waistband. "Sidney Archer checked in for 2 days, rooms on the 3rd floor right across from the top of the stairs, said her baggage was coming later." The driver looked over at Sawyer. "You think she's meeting up with Jason Archer?" "Let's put it this way. I'd be damned surprised if she flew down here just for some R&R. Sawyer replied. "What do you want to do?" "Discreetly surround this place. Jason Archer shows up, we grab him. In the meantime, let's see if we can get some surveillance equipment in the room next to hers, then see if we can get a tap on her phone line. Use a male and female team so the Archers don't get their radar up. Sidney Archer isn't someone you want to underestimate." Sawyer's tone was filled with grudging admiration. He looked out the window. "Let's get out of here. I don't want to give Jason Archer any reason not to show up." The sedan pulled slowly away. Sidney Archer sat in the chair by the bed, staring out the window of her room onto the side balcony of the Lafitte Guest House, and awaiting her husband. She rose and nervously paced the room. She was fairly certain she had lost the FBI agents in the subway, but she could not be absolutely sure. If they managed to trace her, she shivered. Ever since Jason's phone call had thrown her life into a cataclysm for a second time, Sidney had felt invisible walls closing in around her. Jason's instructions, however, had been explicit, and she intended to follow them. She adhered fiercely to the belief that her husband had done nothing wrong, which he had assured her was correct. He needed her help. That was why she had boarded that plane and was presently pacing a quaint room in the most famous Louisiana city. She still had faith in her husband, despite events that, she had to admit, had shaken that faith, and nothing short of death would stop her from helping him. Death? Her husband had escaped its complicated tentacles one time already. From the sound of his voice, she had nagging doubts about his present safety. He was unable to give her many details, not over the phone, only in person, he had said. She so wanted to see him, to touch him, to confirm for herself that he was not an apparition. She sat down in a chair and stared out the open window. A refreshing breeze helped to dispel the humidity. She did not hear a couple in their mid-30s, courtesy of the FBI's New Orleans field office, move into the room next to hers. With her phone line tapped and listening devices set up in the adjoining suite recording every sound from her room, Sidney Archer finally nodded off in the chair around 1 a.m. Jason Archer had still not come. The house was dark. A layer of new-fallen snow shone under the radiant eye of a full moon. The figure alighted from the nearby woods and approached the home from the rear. A few moments at the back door, and the old lock succumbed to the skillful manipulations of the darkly clad intruder. Snow boots were removed and left outside the back door. A few moments later, a single arc of light cut through the deserted house. Sidney Archer's parents and Amy had left to go back to the Pattersons' home shortly after Sidney had departed for her trip. The intruder went straight to Jason Archer's home office. The room's window looked out onto the backyard rather than the street, so the figure risked turning on the desk lamp. Several minutes were spent thoroughly searching the desk and stacks of computer floppies. Then Jason Archer's computer system was turned on. A search was made of all files on the database. Each floppy was submitted to a detailed review. With that completed, the figure slipped a hand inside the dark jacket and extracted a floppy disk of his own. This was inserted into the computer's disk drive. After several minutes, the task was complete. The sniffer software, now existing on Jason's computer, would effectively capture everything coming across its threshold. Within 5 minutes, the house was once again empty. The footprints from the edge of the woods to the back door had been obliterated. Unknown to the Archer's nocturnal visitor, Bill Patterson had accomplished one task, however innocently, before leaving for his Hanover home. While he backed his car out of the driveway, he had eyed the familiar red, white, and blue truck stopping in front of his daughter's house. After the mail truck had departed, Patterson had hesitated and then arrived at his decision. Save his daughter the trouble, anyway. He glanced at a few of the items before depositing the pile of mail in a plastic bag. He turned toward the house and then remembered he had already locked it up, and the keys were in his wife's purse. The garage door was unlocked, however. Patterson went in the garage, opened the door of the Explorer, and placed the bag on the front seat. He locked the car door, and then pulled down the garage door and locked it. About midway down in the stack of mail, and unnoticed by Patterson, was a soft-sided package specifically designed with built-in padding to send fragile items safely through the postal system. The handwriting on the package would have been familiar to Sidney Archer at even a passing glance. Jason Archer had mailed the computer disk to himself. Chapter 35. Across the street from the Lafitte guest house, Lee Sawyer stared at the old hotel through the darkened window of the room he was occupying. The FBI had set up their surveillance headquarters in an abandoned brick building its owner was planning to renovate in a year or so. Sawyer sipped hot coffee and looked at his watch. 6:30 a.m. Raindrops clattered against the window as a chilly early morning shower invaded the area. Next to the window stood a tripod with a camera attached. The long-range lens was almost a foot long. The only pictures snapped thus far had been of the Lafitte guest house's entryway and, only to gauge focus, distance, and lighting. The pictures did neither the face nor the emerald eyes justice. Sidney Archer had been photographed by the New Orleans FBI field office upon exiting the airport. Despite her ignorance, she looked almost posed for the camera. Her countenance was lovely, the hair full and luxuriant. Sawyer gently traced the slender nose down to the full lips. With a start, he jerked his hand away from the photograph and looked around, embarrassed. Fortunately, none of the other agents in the room had been paying attention to what he was doing. He surveyed the rest of the room. The long table was set up in the middle of the large and practically empty space, with bare brick walls, dark timbered ceilings, and filthy floors. Twin PCs occupied the most prominent space on the table. A tape-recording machine was next to them. Several of the local bureau agents manned the machines. One young agent caught Sawyer's eye and removed his headphones. "Our people are all in place. From the sounds of it, she's probably still asleep." Sawyer nodded slowly and turned to look back out the window once again. His men had ascertained that 5 other guest rooms were occupied in the small hotel, all couples. None of the males matched Jason Archer's description. The next few hours passed slowly. Used to long stakeouts that netted little except a sour stomach and an aching back, Sawyer was unfazed by the tedium. The young agent was listening intently to his headphones. "She's exiting her room right now." Sawyer stood up, stretched, and again looked at his watch. 11 a.m. Maybe she's going for a late breakfast. "How do you want to handle the surveillance?" Sawyer considered for a moment. "As we discussed, 2 teams. Use the woman from the room next door as one and a pair as the other. They can alternate on the surveillance. Tell them to look sharp. Archer's going to be on her guard. Keep in radio communication at all times. Remember, she doesn't have any luggage at the hotel. So tell them to be ready for any mode of transportation, including Archer jumping on another plane. Make sure you got vehicles nearby at all times." "Right." Sawyer looked out the window again while his instructions were relayed to the teams of agents. He had a feeling about all of this he couldn't quite pin down. Why New Orleans? Why, on the same day the FBI had interrogated her, would she risk something like this? He abruptly stopped his musings as Sidney Archer appeared on the front steps of the Lafitte guest house. She looked back over her shoulder, her eyes filled with barely concealed fright. That look was instantly familiar to the FBI agent. A quiver went up Sawyer's spine as he suddenly realized where he had seen Sidney Archer before. At the crash site. He raced across the room and snatched up a phone. Sidney was wearing her white coat, testament to how the temperature had dropped. She had managed to check the guest registry without the clerk observing her. There had been only one check-in after her. A couple from Ames, Iowa, was in the room next to hers. The check-in time must have been near midnight, if not after. It didn't strike her as likely that a couple from the Midwest would be checking into a hotel at about the hour they would normally be entering REM sleep patterns. That she had not heard them move into the room raised her suspicions even more. Weary travelers arriving at midnight were usually not so understanding of their fellow lodgers. She had to assume that the FBI was next door to her and probably watching the entire area. Despite her precautions, they had found her. It was hardly surprising. She had to remind herself as she walked along the mostly deserted streets, the FBI did this for a living. She didn't. And if the FBI closed in, well, she had decided from the moment she learned her husband was alive that his chances of keeping that life intact would be considerably enhanced if he would place himself in the hands of the authorities. Sawyer paced the room, hands shoved in his pockets. He had drunk so much coffee he could feel his bladder shooting nasty signals at him. The phone rang. The young agent answered it, identified the caller as Ray Jackson, and then handed it over to Sawyer, who took off his headphones. "Yeah." Sawyer's voice was vibrating with anticipation. He rubbed at his bloodshot eyes. A quarter-century of pulling this kind of duty didn't make it any easier on the body. "So how's the Big Easy?" Ray Jackson sounded fresh and alert. Sawyer looked around at the crumbling surroundings. "Well, from where I'm standing, it's sorely in need of a broom and some paint." Jackson chuckled. "Well, you're tracking down Sidney Archer at the airport is already the stuff of legend around here. I still don't know how you did it." "Yeah, but I'm afraid I just wore my lucky rabbit's foot clean out with that one, Ray. Tell me you got something for me." Sawyer switched the receiver to his right ear and stretched his left arm until a cramp worked itself loose. "You bet I do. Want to guess?" "Ray, I love you, man. I really do. But my bed last night was a sleeping bag on a cold floor, and there's not one part of my body that doesn't ache. On top of that, I've got no clean underwear, so unless you want me to shoot you on sight when I get back, start talking." "Stay cool, big guy." "Okay. You were absolutely right. Sidney Archer did visit the crash site in the middle of the night." "You sure?" Sawyer was convinced he was right, but years of habit required independent substantiation.
One of the local cops. Sawyer heard papers being shuffled over the phone line. Deputy Eugene McKenna was on duty that night when Sidney Archer pulls up. McKenna thinks she's just a curiosity seeker and tells her to head on out, but then she tells him about her husband being on the plane. She just wants to look around. She's all broken up. McKenna feels sorry for her, driving all night to get there and all. He checks her out, confirms she is who she says she is, and then drives her up near the crash site so she can at least watch what's going on. Jackson paused. Sawyer was irritable. So how the hell does that help us? Man, you are grouchy. I'm getting to that. On the drive up, Archer asks about a canvas bag with her husband's initials on it. She had seen it on TV. I guess it had been thrown off in the crash and was found and put with the other collected debris. Bottom line, she wanted to get that bag. Sawyer sat down, looked out the window, and then refocused on the phone. What did McKenna tell her? That it was evidence and wasn't even on site anymore, that she'd probably get it back after the investigation was complete, but that would be a while, maybe years. Sawyer stood up and absent-mindedly poured himself another cup of coffee from the pot on the hot plate while he worked through this latest development. His bladder would just have to deal with it. Ray, what exactly did McKenna say about Archer's appearance that night? I know what you're thinking. Did she really believe her husband was on that plane? McKenna said if she was faking, she'd make Katharine Hepburn look like the world's worst actress. Okay, well, let that ride for now. What about the bag? You got it? Damn straight, right on my desk here. And? Sawyer's shoulders tensed, then dropped just as suddenly at his partner's response. Nothing. At least nothing we can find. The lab's been through it 3 times. Just some clothes, a couple of travel books, notepad with nothing written on it. No surprises, Lee. Why would she drive all that way in the middle of the night for that? Well, maybe there was supposed to be something in it, but there wasn't. That would figure if her husband was double-crossing her. How's that? Sawyer sipped his coffee and then stood up. If Archer is on the run, one would think he is either planning to bring his family along at a later date or dump them, right? Okay, I'm following you. So if his wife thought he was on that plane, maybe on the initial leg of his getaway run, then that would jibe with her being despondent over the plane crash. She really thinks he's dead. But the money? Right. If Sidney Archer knew what her husband had done, maybe had even helped him pull it off somehow, she would want to get her hands on the money. It would help get her over her grief, I'm thinking. Then she sees the bag on TV. But what could be in the bag? Not the cash. No, but it could have been something to point her in the direction of the money. Archer was a computer whiz. Maybe the location of a computer file on a floppy where all the info on the money is stored. A Swiss bank account number, an airport locker key, card. It could be anything, Ray. Well, we didn't find anything remotely like that. It wouldn't necessarily be in that bag. She saw it on TV and thought she could get her hands on it. So you really think she was in on this thing from the get-go? Sawyer sat back down wearily. I don't know, Ray. I've got no strong feeling either way on it. That wasn't exactly true, but Sawyer had no desire to discuss certain disturbing thoughts with his partner. So what about the plane crash? How does that tie in? Sawyer's response was abrupt. Who knows if it does? They could be unrelated. Maybe he paid to have it sabotaged to cover his tracks. That's what Frank Hardy thinks happened. Sawyer had stepped over to the window while he was speaking. What he saw on the street outside made him want to end the phone call quickly. Anything else, Ray? Nope, that's it. Good, because I gotta run. Sawyer hung up the phone, manned the camera himself, and started clicking away. Then he stepped back to the window and watched, while Paul Brophy, looking searchingly up and down the street, climbed the steps of the Lafitte guest house and went inside. Chapter 36. The typical noise and merriment usually associated with Jackson Square would have made a stark contrast to the more modest proceedings of the quarter this time of the morning. Musicians, jugglers, and unicyclists, tarot card readers, and artists ranging in talent from superb to mediocre competed for the attention and dollars of the few tourists who had braved the inclement weather. Sidney Archer walked in front of the triple-steepled St. Louis Cathedral on her way to find food. She was also following her husband's instructions. If he had not contacted her at the hotel by 11 a.m., she was to go to Jackson Square.
The bronze equestrian statue of Andrew Jackson, which had lent dignity to the square for the last 140 years, loomed large over her as she made her way to the French marketplace on Decatur Street. She had visited the city several times before, during her college and law school days, when she had been young enough to survive Mardi Gras, and even to enjoy and participate in its atmosphere of drunken extravagance. Minutes later, she sat near the riverfront, sipping hot coffee and biting unenthusiastically into a fluffy, butter-filled croissant, idly watching the barges and tugs along the mighty Mississippi as they made slow progress toward the enormous bridge in the near distance. Within 100 yards of her on either side were positioned teams of FBI agents. Listening equipment discreetly pointed in her direction was capable of capturing virtually every word spoken by or to her. For a few minutes, Sidney Archer remained alone. She quietly finished her coffee and studied the muscular river with its rain-swollen banks and stiff whitecaps.
$3.50 says I can tell you where you got your shoes.
Sidney collapsed out of her brown study and stared up at the face. Behind her, the teams of agents slightly stiffened and edged forward. They would have surged toward her at full sprint when the man began to approach, except that the speaker was short, black, and close to 70. This was not Jason Archer. But it still might be something. What? She shook her head clear.
Your shoes. I know where you got your shoes. $3.50 if I'm right, a free shine for you if I'm wrong.
His snow-white mustache hung over a mouth largely absent of teeth. His clothes were more rags than anything else. She also observed the battered wooden shoe-shine kit resting on the bench beside her. I'm sorry, I'm really not interested.
Come on, lady, tell you what, I'll throw in the shine if I'm right, but you still got to come up with the money. What's to lose? You get a great shine for a very reasonable price.
Sidney was about to refuse him again, until she saw the ribs sticking through the worn, gauzy shirt. Her eyes drifted over his own shoes, from which bare and heavily calloused toes protruded at several spots. She smiled and reached inside her purse for money.
Oh, don't do it that way, lady. Sorry. Got to play the game or we don't do business.
There was more than a small reserve of pride in his words. He started to pick up his box. Wait a minute. All right, said Sidney.
Okay, you don't think I can tell you where you got your shoes, do you?
He said. Sidney Archer shook her head. She had purchased them at an obscure store in southern Maine a little over 2 years ago. It had since gone out of business. There was no way. Sorry, but I don't think so, she replied.
Well, I'm going to tell you where you got those shoes.
The man paused dramatically and then almost cackled as he pointed down.
You got them on your feet.
Sidney joined in his laughter. In the background, the two agents holding listening devices couldn't help but smile. After performing a mock bow to his audience of one, the old man knelt down in front of Sidney and prepared her shoes for polishing. He chatted away amiably while his dexterous hands soon turned her dull black flats to lustrous ebony.
Nice quality, lady. Last you a long time if you take care of them. Nice ankles to go with them, too. That never hurts.
She smiled at the compliment as he rose and repacked his box. Sidney pulled out $3 and rummaged in her purse for change. He looked at her.
That's okay, ma'am. I got plenty of change,
he said quickly. In response, she handed him a $5 and told him to keep the difference. He shook his head.
No way, no sir. $3.50 was the deal, and $3.50 it is.
Despite her protests, he handed her back a crumpled single and a 50-cent piece. When her hand closed around the silver, she felt the small piece of paper taped to its underside. Her eyes bulged at him. He merely smiled and tipped the brim of his raggedy cap.
Nice doing business with you, ma'am. Remember, take care of those shoes.
After he moved off, Sidney quickly put the money away in her purse, waited for several minutes, and then got up and walked off as casually as she was able. She made her way back over to the French marketplace and into the ladies' room. In one of the stalls, her quivering hands unfolded the paper. The message was short and in block print. She reread it several times and then promptly flushed it down the toilet. Making her way up Dumaine Street toward Bourbon, she paused and opened her purse for a moment. She made a show of briefly checking her watch. She looked around and noted the payphone attached to a brick building that housed one of the largest bars in the quarter. She crossed the street, picked up the phone, and, calling card in hand, punched in a series of digits. The number she was calling was her private line at Tyler Stone. She was bewildered, but the piece of paper had told her to do it, and she had no choice but to follow those instructions. The voice that answered, after 2 rings, did not belong to anyone at her law firm, nor was it her recorded voice announcing her absence from the office. She could not know that the call had been diverted from her office to another number located nowhere near Washington, D.C. She was now trying to remain calm, while Jason Archer's voice quietly drifted over the telephone line. The police were watching, she was told. She was not to say anything, especially not mention his name. They would have to try again. She was to go home. He would contact her again. The words were spoken in a supremely tired manner. She could almost feel the incredible strain in the timbre. He ended by saying that he loved her, and Amy, and that everything would be worked out, eventually. With 1,000 questions assailing her that she was in absolutely no position to ask, Sidney Archer hung up the phone and walked off toward the Lafitte guest house, deep depression seemingly hitched to every one of her strides. With a supreme effort at self-control, she held her head up and attempted to walk normally. It was incredibly important not to reflect in her physical appearance the utter terror she was feeling inside. Her husband's obvious fear of the authorities had undermined her belief that he was innocent of any wrongdoing. Despite her intense joy at knowing he was alive, she wondered at what price that joy had come to her. In this far, she had to keep going. The recording machine was clicked off and the telephone receiver was removed from the special receptacle in the machine. Next, Kenneth Scales rewound the digital tape. He hit the start button and listened while Jason Archer's voice once again filled the room. He smiled malevolently, turned off the machine, took out the tape, and left the room. "He climbed in the window from the Galleria," Sawyer was being informed by an agent stationed on a rooftop overlooking Sidney Archer's lodgings. "He's still in there," the agent whispered into his radio. "You want me to pick him up?" "No," Sawyer answered, peering out through the blinds onto the street. The surveillance devices installed next door to Sidney's room had told him what Paul Brophy was up to. He was searching her room. Sawyer's earlier thought of an assignation between the 2 law partners had obviously been way off the mark. "He's leaving now, going out the back way," the agent reported suddenly. "Good thing," Sawyer replied as he spotted Sidney Archer coming down the street. After she had re-entered the Lafitte guest house, Sawyer ordered a team of agents to tail a disappointed Paul Brophy, who was walking down Bourbon Street in the other direction. 10 minutes later, Sawyer was informed that Sidney Archer had placed a call from a payphone during her morning breakfast walk. It had gone to her office. For the next 5 hours, nothing happened. Then Sawyer snapped to attention as Sidney Archer walked out of the Lafitte guest house. A white cab pulled up in front of the building, and she got in. The cab quickly pulled away. Sawyer hurtled down the stairs and in another minute was riding shotgun in the same black sedan in which he had followed Sidney from the airport. He was not surprised to see the cab swing onto Interstate 10 or pull off at the exit for the airport about half an hour later. "She's heading home," Sawyer muttered to no one in particular. "She didn't find whatever it was she came here for, that's for sure. Not unless Jason Archer turned himself into the Invisible Man." The veteran FBI man slumped back in his seat as a new and particularly troubling revelation crossed his mind. "She's on to us." The driver jerked his head in Sawyer's direction. "No way, Lee." "She sure as hell is," Sawyer insisted. "She flies all the way down here, hangs out, then makes a phone call, and now she's on her way back home." "I know she didn't spot our cover teams." "I didn't say she did. Her husband and whoever else is involved in this did. They tipped her and she's going home." "But we checked. The phone call was to her office." Sawyer shook his head impatiently. "Phone calls can be diverted." "But how does she know to call? Something prearranged?" "Who knows? She only had that run-in with the shoe-shine guy, you're sure. That's it. Played the usual tourist scam on her and then shined her shoes. He was a street person, clearly enough. Gave her change and that was it." Sawyer abruptly eyed the man. "Change?" "Yeah, it was a $3.50 shine. She gave him a $5. He gave her a $1.50 back. Wouldn't take her tip." Sawyer gripped the dashboard, leaving indentations on the smooth surface. "Damn, that was it." The driver